Thank you for making the time to attend this public reading of our convention on ending violence against women and girls. In February of 2025, the African Union adopted this convention. We saw the convention and we had concerns about some of the provisions that we saw in the convention. Here at ISLA, we are feminist lawyers. We use the law as a tool for social change. We do so fully aware of the limited role that law can play in changing society. But we are also mindful of the fact that the law has been used and continue to be used to marginalize certain groups. But we do this work because we know that the law can determine entitlements, and victims of human rights violations can sometimes seek recourse. In an increasingly polarized world where dismantling of human rights accountability mechanisms and regression in legal standards is becoming the norm, we understand that the law is becoming more questionable. But more than anything else, it has become a symbol of hope than an actual tool that can get victims of violations justice. So when we look at the law, we often say that people think that we are people who respect the rule of law, but we see ourselves as people who try to make the law respectable. Because the questions that we ask ourselves and the work that we do ask this question too is, why is this law the law? Because the work of public interest litigation, especially when it focuses on women's rights, is work that's about gendering the law, that the law is able to see women and that women are moved from the margins to the center of the human rights.
Wanawake wanasogea kwenye maendeleo.
It is with these eyes that we looked at the convention. As users of human rights treaties, there is a certain way that we engage with treaties.
Kuna njia za
See them primarily as legal
kuchanganya pamoja.
And legal instruments articulate straight responsibilities and the rights that
itatupa vifaa vya kuwa na
maendeleo
na majukumu.
We do not only look at it as an embodiment of our hope to live lives that are free from violence. We inquire as to whether the convention is actually capable of delivering on that promise. In 2020, when the COVID virus hit the world, the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa called gender-based violence and femicide the second pandemic. When we think about pandemics and how public health responds to them, that's how we think about laws that aim to deal with gender-based violence should respond. When drugs are developed, we normally have something that starts with the diagnosis of the problem. We all sat and watched our televisions and read to really understand what this COVID thing was. We wanted to understand how it impacts on the body. And then from there, people who developed drugs went around looking for a vaccine that helps to mitigate against the impacts of this COVID virus. When we go out to make laws, and we do this a lot in domestic contexts, and it's not that different from what happens, we diagnose the problem. We know that there is a problem of violence across the world. We then think about what does it mean to prevent this? How does it mean to respond to it? That's not that different from how public health responds to other pandemics. When we do these things, we talk about evidence-based. So they do trials of these drugs to see if they work. They check for efficacy. They see that there are no side effects before they release them to the general public. Today, we will hear stories of how this convention was developed. And when we hear those stories, we are going to put ourselves as those people who test for efficacy. This is what this process is about. We want to end violence against women and girls. Most of us who have been doing this work know that there are normative standards that have been developed. We know that there are standards to prevent violence, to protect people when violence has occurred, to support victims. We know about the kind of evidence-based responses that need to be there. And that's the scrutiny that we are going to subject this convention to. We are not doing this because we just like to hold meetings. We are doing this because we believe that there is an imperative that when we say there are legal instruments that are out there to do something, that those legal instruments are fit for purpose. We could not sit back and watch this hopelessness that prevailed around the time of the adoption of this convention. Because when a convention that is supposed to do something is met with, yes, we know there wasn't consultation that is meaningful. Because we all know that public participation and meaningful participation in the development of laws is a constitutional principle in many constitutions on the continent. And that's why when public participation has not been there, we can actually take that legislation to court and it can be, Parliament can be asked to reopen the process so that there is consultation. We also know that states have an obligation to legislate. And if we believe that the legislation is not what it is supposed to be, we can actually say that the state has failed to legislate and subject that law to legal scrutiny. We do not have that opportunity in the African Union. And this, once again, is another part of us saying, let us subject this to scrutiny. But more than anything else, we could not sit and just be powerless, because there was this sense of powerlessness that could only respond to what was before us by using cliches. Let's look at the glass as half full. It is better to have more standards than less. This convention is the first comprehensive measure to protect women and girls from violence. We could not accept this powerlessness to continue. we felt and still do that our voices matter, that what we see in the convention has to be seen by other people. And that is why we believe that we should spend 3 days going over this convention, line by line, article by article, so that we dispel the myths, we debunk, and we develop a shared understanding of what this convention actually entails. Our hopes and our dreams are not sufficient to create legal standards. The standards must be contained in the convention. We cannot carry the convention with these hopes. We cannot make it what it is not. It is therefore important to hear other voices, because as we walked through this journey of reading this convention, there were others who were saying, let us go ahead, let us ratify, let us fix it. And so we said, let us have a public reading so that everyone can say their say and say what they see when they read this convention. It was through this journey of trying to make sense of the law, of saying the law that is the law must be capable of providing justice. It was in this journey that we met Fòs Feministas and Akina Mama wa Afrika, and they were in their own journey when we met them in a signal group, and they were raising some of the concerns, and we took it away from the signal group and we said, what are you seeing? And they'd already started doing some work. And we had gone out first with a public briefing paper on Article 14 of the convention, because what alarmed us was the designation of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights as the implementing and monitoring body for this convention. It alarmed us because we are leading a campaign on Article 59 of the African Charter that draws attention and demands reforms on a provision that is an anomaly in the protection of human rights, because it is a barrier to access to justice. So we could not believe that in the middle of this campaign and ongoing conversations with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that a new convention can be given to this commission that has got serious implementation gaps. And that is why we thought it was necessary to let other people know what we knew. Because for many people, when they read Article 14, they say, I don't see a problem. And that is okay. And it is understandable, because you have to understand the context. And so we brought people into the room that have got understanding of the context and deeper analysis of the implications of the various provisions of the convention and the work that they do. We wanted users of the convention to come and be in conversation with us about what the impact of this convention is to the work that they do, and also to the standards that they know exist when they try to advance the rights that they fight for. So with those words, welcome. I wish us a very successful convening, and that our deliberations are able to take this conversation forward in the way that it needs to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sibongile, for the opening remarks. Unfortunately, Buki was not able to join us, but we do have a representative from Mama Akina Mama wa Afrika. I'm getting there. We have Winfred Apio. She's the Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Officer. And she will give us some remarks and reflections on the journey from AMWA's perspective. Welcome. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Did we sleep well? No. Today, yes. So if you could just give me a minute. Hi, everyone. My name is Winnie Apio from Akina Mama, Africa. Unfortunately, Buki couldn't make it last minute, but she will be joining us later on throughout the discussions to throw more light on the conversation that has been happening for a couple of months between Fòs Feminista, Akina Mama, and also Isla. Just looking at where we are or why we came to this conversation, one of the things that we realized with the introduction of the convention is it comes in at a crossroads. We're having 30 years of the Beijing platform of action this year, but then also the Maputo Protocol celebrated 20 years and was propelled as, a very progressive instrument on women's rights by the African Union in 2023. So the crossroads is, on one hand, we see the positives that we are achieving as the women's rights movement, but then also we are seeing, on the other hand, a rise in regression towards achieving women's rights. So, for example, with what was happening in the Gambia with the threats of repealing the FGM ban, but then also increase in femicide in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Uganda, we are seeing a rise of the anti-rights movement and how that has led to shrinking civic space. But even more just in general, okay, so so because of time, I'll just keep it brief to how we came to this conversation. So we did realize the point at which, so I'm not doing this now. This is a 10. No, I'm just giving a brief of how Fòs, Isla, and Akina Mama came to this conversation. So Fòs Feminista and Akina Mama have had conversations, again, looking at the very monumental point at which the convention discussions came about, which was, like I've said, at the crossroads of seeing quite immense growth. Oh, where did you get that? I didn't submit my photo. Okay. Sorry about that. Yes. So we did see the value or the monumental opportunity that the convention had in, first of all, bolstering the great work that we have seen with the Beijing Platform of Action 30 years, as well as the Maputo Protocol, but also the risk that if there was no critical feminist analysis to the convention, then there's a likelihood that we would end up, seeing all the hard wins being in regression, right? So we had an initial feminist analysis on the convention where it was quite clear that a lot of the protections that were given by the convention were weak in terms of enforcement, in terms of the language that is being used, but also where there's a possibility that it is advancing some of the anti-rights rhetoric, or like Sibo said, a lot of symbolic rhetoric where it seems like we are making progress, for example, mentioning things like the intersectionality, cyberspace, but when you give it a deeper thinking, it's actually not substantive or actually strengthening enforcement or implementation when it comes to women's rights. So Yeah, she said 5 minutes. So that's really why we thought it was quite important to also add additional voices to this to ensure that even as we are programming, even as we are implementing, even as various organizations are calling for ratification, we are saying what is it that we are ratifying? Is it enforceable? Is it implementable? But most importantly, is it actually centering the lived experiences of women and girls on the continent? So we really appreciate once more your presence here. We appreciate your voices. The three of us have had, I think, 6 webinars so far. And it was quite alarming that a lot of CSOs reported not being engaged with the process of consultation, but even more, there was a lot of confusion as to how exactly this convention came to be without the active participation and input from CSOs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Winnie. And online, we have Kemi, who'll also just chip in few remarks and reflections from Fòs Feminista.
No, thank you, May. And hi, everyone. Good morning. Apologies that I'm not there with you in person, but definitely excited that I have the opportunity to join you virtually.
Kemi, just a second. We're trying to make sure that you're connected in the room and we're able
Okay.
to hear you.
Sure, thank you.
Just a second. And can we have her video? Yeah. Let's see her. Okay. So let's test. I think you're the first speaker online. Let's see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Good morning.
We can't hear you. Just a second. This is us. No, she's not muted. Sorry, Kemi.
No problem.
Okay, so you're connected online. Can you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mai. Good morning, everybody. I was saying earlier that I apologize that I'm not with you in person, but I'm excited that I have the opportunity to be joining you all virtually on the call. My name is Fadi Kemi Akinfederin. Most people call me Kemi for short. I work for Fòs Feminista, where I lead the global advocacy work and also serve as the regional lead for the work in Africa and Asia and the Pacific. But I consider myself to be a feminist, Pan-Africanist, not Pan-Africanist in the way people are spoiling it now, but in the true sense of what being Pan-African is. I'm really excited to be on this conversation. It's very hard to go after Thibault and Winnie because I think they've said a lot of things that I would have covered. But I just wanted to just also kind of add our voice to this in terms of how we're coming to this conversation. Feminista is a global alliance of organizations that work on sexual and reproductive health and rights and ending gender-based violence is one of the key core issues that we work on. And we had actually started doing a series of trainings to support our alliance partners on, how to better engage with regional mechanisms to be able to advance this RHR. And so through the process of doing these trainings, it became, we actually, I want to say, stumbled upon the convention. So we were actually surprised that such a convention was being proposed, even though we had been following the different African Union conferences on masculinities. And so we found it quite interesting that that was dovetailing into this convention as a process. And that was what kind of sparked our interest to do a bit more digging and to kind of learn a bit more about the convention and see where there's space to be able to strengthen. I think when we first heard of it, the fear that I guess came on us was, okay, if this convention is going to come up, what does that mean for the Maputo Protocol? Which is specifically created, to address the human rights of women and girls on the continent, but also addresses the issues of violence and discrimination. And does this mean that there will be a sidelining? And we were concerned because we thought that, given the fact that we haven't necessarily had universal ratification, creating something else could potentially lead to weakening of an existing mechanism or an existing documentation that we need to actually advance and ensure implementation. Not everybody has domesticated, even for the countries that have ratified. And so that was what piqued our interest. And working with our partners, we kind of took a closer look and had significant concerns. And we decided at that point, hey, let's reach out to other colleagues and other organizations that we work with um, in the continent to kind of learn a little bit more if they have been following. And of course, our natural ally was AMWA, and we reached out to AMWA to kind of understand if they as well were following this. And I think that was really where our relationship with AMWA on this convention, we work with AMWA in other areas, on this convention kind of kickstarted, and we worked together on that feminist analysis that Winnie has already spoken to. For us as FOSS, what we look at these frameworks both at the global and the regional level as the opportunity for actually using it to advance national level policy, national level legal reform and change. And so we were looking at this as normative standards to be able to push and to be able to ensure that there are things on the ground, or there are frameworks on the ground that will address the issues of gender-based violence. So we wanted to make sure and we wanted to ensure that this convention was actually advancing the conversation at national level and not necessarily taking it back at the national level. And we wanted to look at it as an opportunity. We saw it as an opportunity that for those countries that don't have legal frameworks or policy frameworks on on gender-based violence, that this could be a way to be able to trigger that. But we wanted to make sure that for those countries that did have frameworks already, that this didn't set them back, because we know that there's a tendency, especially in this time of pushback, for governments, for those that are in policy making spaces, to take a reductionist approach and wanting to do the barest minimum versus aspiring to do more, right? And to raise the bar. And so and my colleague will speak a little bit later around the national level mapping and comparative analysis that we are supporting to kind of give us that evidence to be able to speak to this. But we also started having conversations with others within the UN system that we know are supporting this process to kind of get a better sense of what their own opinion and their views around the convention is. I mean, in the interest of not necessarily letting the cat out of the bag, and I think that that's the value and the purpose of this public reading, is for us all together collectively to come to a point in terms of understanding the document, not relying on anyone's individual analysis, but really going together to go through the document and to have a clear understanding of, is this meeting the standards that we expect it to meet? Does this actually shift the conversation and the narratives on sexual and gender-based violence? Is this really what we need to crystallize action at the national level, where we can make gains and include issues that have been left behind, or intentionally or unintentionally? Or is it actually addressing new new ramifications, new new issues that are evolving as it relates to the issue of gender-based violence. And as Winnie and Sibo, alluded to in their speech, it's been absolutely great to be able to work with both organizations and to start to think. And it's great when you have people that align with you, both in terms of politics, but also in terms of strategy and approach. And I really want to appreciate the way that we have collectively hit the ground running in terms of mobilizing and creating space for feminist organizations to be able to reflect on this convention, something that we expected that the teams at the AU and other agencies that were involved in the design of this what's it called convention to have actually done in a more systematic and a more inclusive way. But we will talk about the gaps in the process a bit later on, and no need to follow up here. But the great thing I think from this is that we have been able to have over 1,000, I think like almost 1,500 people express interest in learning more about this convention from all over the continent. And we had several people, several organizations participating. I think the only countries we did not have participate in the virtual sessions was Libya, Niger, Mauritania, Angola, Namibia, Somalia, and Eritrea. But we had participants from every other country on the continent be part of this. And Western Sahara, let me also mention that, be part of the consultation to kind of learn a bit more. And, while a lot of people said that they had heard, 67% had mentioned they had heard about the convention, we only had, 7% say that they actually participated in any consultation that related to the development of it. So 93% said they had not. That's so out of if we surveyed almost 1,500 feminist and women's rights organizations, and only 93 said they were not involved. And these are organizations that are at the forefront of fighting and addressing this issue of gender-based violence, then what has happened over time? And I think generally also from those consultations, it was also very clear that there are critical issues that were missing. And I'm not going to go into the details of that, but I think what is clear, and I think we're taking away from those virtual consultations that happened over the past 2 weeks, is that it's extremely important for us to actually go back to the drawing board and look at this a bit. People want to unpack this convention. People want to better understand what exactly is in it. They are seeing where the gaps are, and they're concerned about the gaps. I mean, the lowest hanging fruit is that if we have a convention on the African continent that does not talk about child marriage and does not talk about FGM, even reinforcing our existing commitments around those two issues, what does it say? But we'll allow you all to come to that conclusion on your own as you go through in more details. But we're happy to explore with you all to see where are the opportunities for us to take this forward. What is it that we can do collectively together? But I think it's also an opportunity to show people power and to show the power of feminist movements and to show the power of women's rights movement. And to show that our participation, as Simbongile said, is critical for us to have a convention that meets our needs and truly addresses transformationally the change that we want to see, and not just another paper that is going to sit on the piles of conventions upon conventions that is not necessarily going to move the needle in terms of the everyday life of women, girls, and gender diverse people overall. So with that being said, not wanting to take more time, really looking forward to having the opportunity to collaborate with everyone, to think together, and to see how we move the conversation forward. But I want to definitely give a shout out to the amazing folks at ISLA for pulling this together, and also amazing feminist sisters at AMWA for us to continue to, I would say, cause good trouble for the benefit of our continent as a whole. So thank you so much. And back to you, May.
Thank you so much, Kemi. There's a round of applause for you here.
Ah, that's good.
All right,
I'm
so we've heard
receiving
from
it.
our co-conveners. Thank you, Echeng. Now we'll move to our second panel. Not panel, actually, it's more of a presentation. We have Dr. Ruth Nikura, and she'll take us through the introductions. We want to know who is in the room. So we'll have a round of introduction, and she'll also give us some sort of an expectation of what the outcomes of this convening should look like. And she'll also explain to us what are the parameters that we will be using in assessing whether the convention is fit for purpose. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. All right. So we've heard who the co-conveners are, and now it's time to hear who else is in the room. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Dr. Ruth Nekura. I'm a feminist human rights lawyer. I'm a social legal researcher, a Pan-Africanist as well, much like Kemi with quotes. I am very excited to be here, and I thank Isla for bringing me along. I'm part of Isla's panel of experts. And for 15 years, my sustained work has been on social justice and women's rights broadly, and with a focus on violence against women, gender-based violence. So when this convention happened, for me, I was like, wait, I need people who we can debrief together. What's happening? And I'm really happy to be in this space. So we'll introduce ourselves. I'd like us to start from the back, coming forward. Just tell us your name, your institutional affiliation, if you're not affiliated, but just tell us about who you are and your work. Briefly, just a sentence or two, and then we'll go on with the next session. Is there a mic at the back, or shall I pass this one? Thank you. We can start there. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yumba Kakobwe, and I am a gender and SRHR researcher. I'm also a feminist. Thank you for having me today.
Good morning. Caroline Kituku. I work at ISLA, Women's Socioeconomic Rights thematic area.
Good morning. My name is Esther Wawero. I work with Equality Now as the senior legal advisor. I am an African feminist lawyer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Kinama. I work for an NGO in Kenya called Katiba Institute. I head the litigation there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Isaac. I work with MADRE, Women's Rights International Organization on international law issues. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Landlani Banda. I work at the University of Zambia, also a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Pretoria, as well as the SADC Lawyers Association. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Patience Dube from Hope Alive Child Network, a community-based organization in Zimbabwe working with women and children. I am the founder and the director.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lusungu Galanga, and yes, feminist as well. I am the global advocacy lead for the What Works program, What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sukan Janvi from Mauritius. I work for Empower NGO. I'm also a feminist, and that's all.
Good morning. Good morning. Isabel Mwangi is my name. I work at an institution known as the Center for Rights Education and Awareness.
Morning. My name is Rumbidzai Dube. I am from Zimbabwe. I am an independent consultant, and I have a vested interest in the African Union. That was the subject of my recently concluded PhD. And thank you. Yeah, I'm very interested in what the African Union means for Africans, right? And also what the African Union means in a world that is created along hierarchical lines, right? So that conflict between what the African Union can represent for Africans in reality, what the African Union does for us in a world that's constantly trying to oppress us, as we know from our difficult histories, and sort of like the tensions between those two points of interest. That's my interest. That's why I'm here. I'm also a member of the panel of experts at ISLA, and I've been a friend of ISLA since 2016, so I'm also very vested interest in the work that ISLA does. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramatulai Jallo. I work at the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa network. So our focus is around conflict and fragile settings in the Horn of Africa related to ending violence against women. So also really excited to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elvis Okala. I'm with the Center for Human Rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pravina Makanlaka. I'm the Senior Advisor on Women, Peace and Security at Accord, which is a Peace and Security Institute working across Africa. But I'm here in my capacity representing the GMAC network, Gender's My Agenda campaign, and Accord co-chairs it at the moment.
Is a feminist
so I'm
organization.
representing GMAC in this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luandile Simbanyina. I too work with Accord on Women, Peace and Security, and I too am representing the GMAC network. However, I'll be representing the Young Women's Network in this meeting. I am also quite a fanatic on epistemic justice and the correlation in women, peace and security. So I'm looking forward to today's critical discussion, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Mpoyi.
Semi-retired academic, I think.
Je suis Madame
Not quite, but I'm an emeritus professor in the Faculty of Law at the University of Cape
Je
Town.
travaille
And I have an obsession with
TGDP,
state
Tous pour les gens,
responsibility
le
to act with
développement
due
et la paix.
diligence
C'est
on
une
violence against women and
association, une
girls.
organisation qui milite pour les
And
droits des femmes et des jeunes filles
it's not an
en
honor,
République démocratique du
but I
Congo.
was part of the drafting
Je
committee
suis
on
en
this
tout cas aussi
convention, and
point
don't
focal
assault me as yet.
du mouvement Rien sans les femmes en
Yeah,
RDC
so what I want
et
to do
toujours au
is
sud Kivu.
just set the
Et je
timelines of what
suis
happened, and
une
then
ancienne
with each
ministre,
article, if I
d'abord
have
ministre des
knowledge, if I'd been in the
Transports
room during
et
those
porte-parole du
debates, I
gouvernement,
will be able to
et
contribute. Thanks.
aussi ministre, ancienne ministre du
Okay, hi
budget,
everyone. My name is
toujours en
Janet,
République
and
démocratique du Congo.
I'm from Nigeria, but I
Et,
work with Article 19, and I'm based in Senegal,
et
in Dakar, Senegal. And Article
vraiment, je
19 works
participe à
on the
cette
information
réunion
landscape.
en
But what I will
qualité
be
de
doing here
féministe
today is to look at
parce
the
que
digital
les droits
components
des
of
femmes et des jeunes filles,
the
la lutte
document
pour
as
leur
relates to
participation à la
cyberspace,
gestion
as
de
is
la chose
consistently
publique
mentioned in the document.
et la lutte
So my
surtout
work
contre
at
la
Article 19
discrimination
is
des
on
femmes et
digital
des jeunes
rights and
filles. C'est
freedom of
notre cheval de
expression.
bataille. Merci.
Hi,
Bonjour.
everyone. Good morning. Yeah, so for me, I'm Anyango Maureen Odur. I work for Femnet. I support SRHR and CEVAWG. We are so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Isla, our EVA partner, together with all Akina Mama. Yeah, we are so excited to come here, and we are here with some of our colleagues we work with very closely, and they really support this work. From East and Southern Africa. I think they'll be mentioning as they also introduce themselves. Viva!
Good morning,
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Cecilia Shirima. I'm from Tanzania. I'm a SRHR expert. I'm also a clinician. I'm the member of Femnet from the organization and person, and I support the work as a women rights organization from the ground.
Good morning. Habari zenu. Toshamala Immaculate is my name, and I'm from Kenya, working on women's rights, specifically at the grassroots, where we seek to bring our voice, participate, and also presence. And advocate for policies from the grassroots voices to impact and connect to the spaces of national and international conversations like the ones we have. Happy to be here. We work closely with Femnet on women's rights and gender equality. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Bonjour. Je m'appelle
All right, so
Fatoumata
they
Bintou
introduce
Yafa.
themselves.
Je
Before
suis
Acheng
du
goes, I'll also
Sénégal.
invite the people at the back who are supporting us to introduce themselves. I wanted to say, online participants, we also want to know who you are. So in the chat, just tell us your name and the institution or the work you do. We've projected it on the screen so we can see you. We are so glad that you've joined us, and we want you to be part of this conversation. We also have readers that are joining us online, so maybe you can queue them up to introduce themselves briefly. Dr. Satang, Dr. Mariam, if there are any online readers that are there, they can come through and introduce themselves as well. We'll queue you up. So now we'll hear from Acheng, and then we'll also take it to the back row.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Acheng Orero. I am the Violence Against Women lawyer here at ISLA, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebena Masai from Tanzania. I'm director of an NGO called Comprehensive Support
Good
Persons
morning,
with
everyone.
Disabilities.
My name is Wafia, and I'm really happy to be here. I am the litigation coordinator here at ISLA. So you probably received a lot of emails from me. Maybe.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sibusisi Wendlela. I work as a legal officer and in the Countering Anti-Rights Actors program at ISLA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwatosin Adegun. I'm a student at the University of Pretoria, and I'm the rapporteur for this event.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Hi, Carol. Welcome, Riola. Welcome, Haya. We see you, Jennifer. Thank you, Kagoya. Thank you, Cheryl. So please keep introducing yourself. You're welcome to this space. Are there any readers online that would like to introduce themselves? Satang or Mariam or Nyasha, just to check so that we don't skip them, but we can always come back later. Yeah? Nobody's lifting their hand. Someone has their hand up? Okay, that's fine. We can always hear from them later. All right, so I know we are quite behind on time, so we'll move, we'll try to move along. This next session is, we just wanted to provide a framing of the objectives, why we are here, what we hope to achieve from this space. So you've heard, we are calling it a public reading of the African Union Convention on Violence. And to talk about what this space is, so ISLA has convenes different types of spaces for talking, discussing, and sharing. And they have quite a clear methodology about what's possible to achieve from a space. So I wanted us to speak a bit about what this space is and what's possible for us to achieve from this space. This is a strategic consultation, right? Like we've seen. And ISLA's strategic consultations is usually a way for ISLA to anchor its legal interventions within a movement-led analysis and within regional political realities. So when something like the convention happens, it's not something that we can ignore because it has a direct implication as a political reality of the context in which ISLA works. So it's important within a strategy consultation and why we convene as a way of ISLA remaining politically resonant and movement-driven and responding to urgent threats. So this is a space, a StratCon, for us to pause, to assess the terrain, and to recalibrate the direction. I know for me personally, I've been feeling like there just hasn't been a space to really sit and think about this convention, to really read it, understand it, unpack it, and then decide what's the direction we'll take. So that's the spirit behind this. And because we are feminist, this is also a space a site of legal imagination. We are not limited by what we are given as the law, right? Although we are lawyers, we don't accept the law as is and move along. We question, we critique, we ask whether it's actually going to be meaningfully impactful. Will it result in any meaningful change in the lives of African women and girls in their diversity? So this is a tool in our toolbox. We like to believe that we have the power to imagine a reality, a world where women and girls are free from violence, and we want to use the law as a tool to get us there. So this is permission. ISLA is giving us permission to imagine what is possible and not to feel restrained or restricted by what we think can't be changed. Yeah. And then this is also a platform for practical coordination across the ecosystem. So even speaking about, for example, the panel of experts at ISLA, ISLA understands that it's important for its work to travel across disciplines and ecosystems. We all have different skills. We are not all lawyers here. People bring in different expertise, realities, experiences based on your history, your experiences, and your field of study. So it's a moment for this conversation to benefit from the wealth, the richness that comes across the feminist ecosystem. So, and I'm really glad about the Constitution. When I was looking at the profile of the readers, it's amazing. And when I saw about the people that would be joining us in the room as well, who will participate online and also in the room, who may not necessarily have engaged with this convention with a critical legal eye, but they do have the experience based on the work that they do, I realized that this would be a rich conversation. That's what this space is about. Okay. Another thing I wanted us to flag is why a public reading. We could have done any other thing, right? So we are intentionally doing a public reading, meaning it is publicly televised. I don't know what word to use. It is live streamed. It is translated in all the African Union languages for a reason, right? And it's a politically driven intention from responding to the gaps which we've already had of the lack of engagement with the process of developing this convention. It's an antithesis to that. We are saying, if we want to analyze, how can we do this differently and create a platform where there is engagement? The concept of a public reading, as you will know, is something that has happened with the law, but also with scripture in churches. This is a podium. I just learned this is called a lectern. I didn't know. So I feel very powerful standing here. It's this idea, public reading is when a new law was being developed, a common law concept, then someone would read out this law in public and invite engagement and consultation from the masses, from the public, where people would engage and say, we don't understand. What do you mean there? Is it actually working? So that's what we want this space to be. The other thing we are doing here is, in addition to the importance of engagement and consultation, is we are actually going to begin the process of revising this convention. And this is also something we've heard from the consultations that Kemi spoke about. In the webinars, hundreds and hundreds of people said, okay, we feel uncomfortable with this convention, but what would a good one look like? If we were to have a feminist convention, what would it look like as something good? So we want to begin the process of revising this convention. So as every reader, how the public reading will happen is as every reader analyzes the convention and they tell us based on their expertise, this is what is good, these are the gaps, these are the proposals for reform. At the end of every presentation, we'll have some time to actually edit the provision or the article and say which words do we want to put in there that are missing. What do we want to delete or remove? Now, obviously, this is a 3-day meeting to analyze 22 or more article convention. So we know that it's not possible to get an actual perfect draft, right, from the live edits. We won't go into the depths of language politics and which word works better than another and a comma and a full stop. But we just want to begin the process of revising, of saying what would a good article look like. And we have 2 very able substantive editors. So one is Acheng, who's ISLA's violence against women lawyer, who's an expert in violence against women law. She has a master's from Loyola in Chicago. She has worked for a long time on violence against women. So she will help us to do the live edits. because subject matter expertise, and also May will help us for the next, I think, 2 days. So sometimes this can look like a comment on the slide, right? It doesn't have to be, here's the comma, the full stop, but let us, we've invited the readers to tell us as experts what they think the edits should look like, but also in the room, there's expertise in this room. So the readers don't have a monopoly on an article or a provision. They are simply kickstarting the conversation for us and highlighting what the gaps are. And then from the room, we can also suggest what we want it to look like. So that's the concept of a public reading. We won't finish the meeting with a convention that's feminist, but we'll have something that will begin to lead us there. All right. So these are our objectives. It's an in-depth analysis of the convention. It's article by article, line by line, and allowing us an opportunity to reflect what's the strengths, the advancements, the gaps, what are the recommendations. We want to form a collective view forward, collective view on the way forward. What's the strategy based on what the analysis tells us? And we're going to have an outcome document which consolidates the insights that we get from this meeting. And that can go on to live in different formats and styles for different audiences. But we do want to begin with an analysis report. The readers also have expressed interest to develop their presentations into full papers. So there's an intention to publish this as a commentary or an edited volume. That's also in the works as part of the outputs. All right. And then this is the analysis structure, which I've gone over slightly, but just to say what it means, we'll be hearing, people will tell us in terms of the progress or advancement, does the convention address the applicable normative standards? Does it improve the standards? Does it integrate existing standards? Is it responsive to the context? Gaps and challenges, we'll hear gaps, normative gaps in the standards themselves, but also challenges that may arise in practice, any shortcomings or inconsistencies. And then recommendations can include, how do we close these gaps or proposals for reform? All right. So what's possible after our 3 days? This is suggestion of what is possible. We might finish the analysis by saying, okay, there are gaps, but they are manageable. They are not so substantive. In which case, what we were saying is we can maybe agree that we proceed with ratification, however, supported by a critical informed strategy on how we are going to close the institutional and normative gaps. Or we could land where we say, actually, the gaps are so significant, they go to the core of whether or not this convention will be effective, whether it's fit for purpose, in which case we want to propose amendments, how to revise the convention to make it fit for purpose. So that's sort of what's possible. Okay, so now I'll pivot a bit and say, how are we going to land at where we are at? Because day 3, we are going to have an actual strategy session on a way forward. But what will lead us there? What will lead us to the place of knowing whether this is manageable or actually not? So there are a few parameters that we'll be using to assess. So this is what is at the back of our mind as we are listening to the readers tell us based on their expertise article by article. One, there are just 3 parameters that we'll be reflecting on. One is a human rights-based approach. We're asking about substantive equality, and we're asking the woman question. And I will just say what we mean by that. So a human rights-based approach, many people in the room have worked on human rights or online. And so you will know that this is about, on the one hand, there's the duty bearer, the state, and on the other hand, there's the right holder, the person that's holding the right. So it's a conversation of obligations on the one hand and rights on the other. So what we want to ask is this article or provision, are the rights clear? Are there actual legal entitlements if we look at this provision? Because the purpose of a convention, as we'll hear from Dr. Banda, should do something. It's not just a document, right? It's not a research paper. It's not a concept note. It's not even a policy guideline. It's a convention. It has a purpose. There's something it should do. So are there clear legal entitlements and rights in this provision? Does it create state obligations? What's the nature and the scope of the state obligations? Can we tell if we read it? Discrimination as a cause and consequence of violence. Can we see this? Does the article surface the inequalities and the discrimination that produce violence, that sustain violence? Is there a clear and effective protection and accountability framework? So it's not just nice words, but what can we do with those words? Are they enforceable? Is it anchored in participation and inclusion? So this is a principle of human rights, right? And in general, with the human rights-based approach, we are saying, is this provision founded on basic human rights principles? Universality, indivisibility, equality and non-discrimination, participation, accountability. This needs to be clear. It needs to jump out at us. All right. The second parameter is substantive equality. Now we know, because of the work that feminists have done and the analysis around equality and non-discrimination, there's formal equality and substantive equality. We have now understood that formal equality will never lead us to the results we want to see, the meaningful change, right? Because formal equality is about like treatment. It says everybody is the same, let's treat everybody the same, similar things the same. But we know that equal treatment has sameness in the context of past or structural discrimination actually will never lead to true equality. In fact, can perpetuate or enhance the disadvantage or the discrimination. So we want here to reflect on substantive equality, which is a response to the gaps of formal equality. That's how substantive equality emerged. And we're asking, is it responding to the different needs, the circumstances or capacities of a group that's disadvantaged or discriminated against? This is a critique on neutrality, right? Because we are saying often neutrality will not result in equality in real life. So I wanted to put these two together on the same side, formal equality and substantive equality, so we can see where we are landing, where we want to be. Formal equality is like treatment of those who are similarly situated. It's non-transformative. We know that it is not systematic. It lends itself to the use of male comparators, right? Because you have to find the person for which you're comparing. And often the reasonable man is the standard. It obscures discrimination against women and girls. So often with formal equality, members of this disadvantaged group are assumed to be homogeneous. They are seen as homogeneous. And so intersecting inequalities don't show up. They are missing. They are not surfaced. While for substantive equality, this is rooted in a political, social, and it's an understanding that there are political, social, economic differences between groups that may require difference in treatment. It acknowledges that this is complex, it's systemic in nature. It's not about individual sporadic incidences. And that systemic inequalities, that's what produces gender-based violence. So with substantive equality, context is important. Contextualizing the discrimination within the lived experiences of women and girls. And recognizing that intersecting inequalities are a real thing, that even when we say women, what do we mean? When we say girls, right? African women, it doesn't assume a monolithic group. So some questions we'll reflect on within substantive equality. Does this convention respond to the different needs, the circumstances or capacity of the group or groups that are disadvantaged against? Does it factor in the root causes of gender-based violence? Because that's what will lead us to actually challenging systemic oppression. Does it accommodate difference? Is the convention designed to effectively counter stereotypes and stigma, which we know come up a lot in the context of violence? Are the normative standards in these articles capable of triggering systemic change, structural change, transformative change? Does it enhance voice and participation of excluded groups? Yeah? So I know I'm somewhat preaching to the choir because many people introduce themselves here as feminists. But even including our online participants, it's important for us to be on the same page. You know, when we say this provision, we like it or it's working, what's the basis for it. So it's really just more of a reminder. And then the last parameter that we'll be reflecting on is the woman question. Yeah. The woman question can be framed in different ways of looking at it. But here, oh, sorry, were we? All right, thank you. So it's about, is the convention surfacing the gendered implications of the law? With the woman question, we're asking in the norm itself and in practice, what's the implication of that law? Whose reality is seen, whose reality is not seen? What's the gendered implication? So for CEVAWG, is it responsive to the context of how African women and girls actually experience gender-based violence? The reality of how this happens in their diversity? Do the normative standards center the lived realities of African women and girls? What is the gendered implication of this normative standard? Are there spaces where we need to unmask patriarchy that's hiding behind neutrality, or neutral provisions that are usually copy-pasted treaty to treaty, like sometimes, but it's what is it that's underlying that might be a male bias that we need to expose, which might be couched in like neutral language. All right. So those are the 3 ways in which at the back of our minds, we will be scoring these articles as they are presented. In the agenda, we'll have moments of actually scoring the provision after the reader has analyzed. And these are the key for scoring. For green, we are saying this provision actually advances or it sufficiently satisfies the normative standards that we need. We like it, it's good. It is progressive, it is consistent with existing African Union human rights standards, and it aligns with these 3 parameters. So if you think it does integrate a human rights-based approach, it is consistent with substantive equality, and it does take in the lived realities or the context or the implications of the law in practice, because we are not just saying the law on paper, but if we come to implement it, will it make sense for when women are actually seeking justice? Okay. Amber is the maybe card. And amber it's a normative standard that, yes, it looks clear, the structure looks clear, and the substance looks like it's there. And in some ways, you can even say it's aligned with the existing normative standards or the 3 parameters we've discussed. However, there are just some gaps that people have highlighted and that you can see. And these gaps are not so major. They need to be corrected, but they could perhaps be corrected through minor revisions. But there are gaps. And then red is now the no card. Red says these are major gaps. This gap is core, it's significant. It goes to the heart, to the effectiveness of whether this convention will achieve its purpose or not. And it will inhibit the convention from fulfilling its objectives. It could even be a regression from existing standards, what we have. And it just doesn't satisfy those parameters that we've discussed. And so here it will require substantive revisions in order for us to say, okay, it's fit for the reality of African women and girls. Yeah? So, oh. But this is amber. Then we have the red and we have the green. And this will be distributed. All right. And for our online participants, you will also participate in the scoring and the voting. We'll have polls, poll questions. The same questions we'll be asking in the room will be asked to you online through a poll, and you will answer live, and we'll be able to see your responses as well. So your questions for clarity and so on are also welcome, because you'll be involved as well. Okay, so a final note now, before I pass the mic back. There's a lot of things that's been coming out of the webinars, and I'm glad we had that as a lead up to this, because we've understood the ecosystem. This is not a call for a perfect law, right? Many people have been saying, are you saying that we just want your dream law, like that is absolutely, I don't even know what that means, but if what we are saying is we need it to be fit for purpose and effective and capable of achieving its own objectives. Maybe that means then we want a perfect law. right? I don't know. But what we are saying here is not that many people have been saying, let's just move on and implement because there's no law that's perfect anyway. And I want us to pull us back from that. And I'll explain why just now. It's also not founded. So this scoring, what we are doing of analyzing and unpacking is not because we assume that law itself will result in ending all forms of violence against women by itself, right? We are not deluded. We know that the law has to work within a multiplicity of strategies in order for us to achieve the change we want. However, while we are not saying the law alone will get us there, and we are not saying we're wanting a perfect law, we are saying the normative standards must be capable of being effectively used as part of other strategies to end violence against women. If we can't wield it for the purpose that the law should serve, then it's not fit for purpose. So that's what we need. We also want the law to be comprehensive de jure in the standard itself, the normative standard, the law on paper, but also de facto in practice. So we are just as interested in what the law says and what the standards that are created on paper, as well as the effect of that law in practice and whether it will actually result in any effective change. So whether it's capable of effective implementation in practice, right? So I'll stop here now and I'll hand it back to the moderator because to see whether there's any questions or reflections, but that's what will frame our discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. Do we have any questions, clarifications on the way or the methodology of how we will conduct the assessment? Any questions at all, or it's super clear? Okay, so it's safe to say there's no questions and we are good to proceed. We're running a little bit behind on time, about 20 minutes behind. So we will try to catch up on that. So the next session is a panel discussion. We don't have a panel here, but we'll ask the presenters to come and sit in the front. So it's easier for them to jump to the podium. What's the other name to the podium? Yes. And the session would focus on the process of developing the convention, as well as, the CSO engagement before and after its adoption. On this panel, we'll have Prof. Rashida Manjo, who, just like she said earlier, she was part of the drafters. So I think she has like a lot of, like information to share around the process, the consultations, etc. We also have Winnie Apio. She will speak to us about the gaps in CSO engagement. And we also have representatives of JMAC. And I'm not sure who will be the one presenting. Pravina? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. We'd like to hear from you around the consultation that took place around this convention. So please, you can come to the front row. And we'll start by hearing from Prof. Rashida for 20 minutes or so to give us her reflections on this process. Okay. Thank you.
If you help us know how do we also plan for fundraising, for instance, how do we plan for resource mobilization? You will not have any idea because you might find that now.
All right, so I think we're waiting for one more. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here. What I thought I would do, and there are many, many gaps, we know that, and I think the other two people would be able to add to that. So I'm going to start off with February of 2020. South Africa chaired the AU at that time, and as Sibongile has mentioned, President Ramaphosa made a call to advance a convention on violence against women. And this led internally in South Africa to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, an initiative to coordinate a negotiation and consensus process for AU member states. I have no idea, and I'm going to render visible some of the gaps that are in my own knowledge base. So one of the gaps is, what did the department in South Africa, Department of Women, actually do to initiate and coordinate this negotiation? Because as we got through the process, I realized that actually South Africa's involvement was at the level of the presidency. So I was dealing with people in the presidency on issues as opposed to the department. And so for me, if someone is documenting, there's a question to be asked. If this thing started in South Africa, if it was the Department of Women, what was their involvement and how did they carry the process through to finalization, right? Because my expectation is the department supports the gender minister, would be the logical department to inform everyone in government, and how did they then participate in the negotiations that occurred between October and December of 2024. So that's a question that I would like someone to flag, and maybe it's a question of reaching out to the department. What did you do? Can we get some reports, etc.? What also happened in October of 2020, there was a Zoom meeting of national experts on violence against women, but organized again by the South African presidency. There was no, it wasn't organized. I didn't have any dealings with the department. 2 days later, there was a Zoom meeting of regional experts organized by the South African presidency, all on Zoom, of course, at that time. And what was shared for the regional experts meeting was a zero draft and a rationale document, which was shared. Now, the zero draft is not really a zero draft of a possible legal instrument. It's more a document that captures what should we have in a legal instrument. So it was an attempt by the presidency as part of the role of chairing the AU that year of 2020, sharing that document. So a question for me then comes up is, if there was this document, which was a sort of zero draft and a rationale document, was the subsequent processes within the AU, did they use this as a starting point? And again, I don't have an answer, all right, for that. I'm going to have a lot of angas, I don't know, you know, in this conversation. You know, there's a thing about being treated like a mushroom, kept in darkness and fed shit for it to blossom. And so sometimes that's the feeling. In October of 2020, again, another initiative from the presidency, and Olive Shazana was part of that, Sibongile, Tamara, Abraham, etc., managed to raise some funds to get the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. And I'm sorry if I'm going to be a bit long, but I do think sometimes when we don't know the backstories of what happened, then we make assumptions about that. So they engaged the Center for Human Rights to engage in a research project, a reviewing of discriminatory laws related to violence against women on the African continent, and 25 researchers from different African countries. I think it was largely English-speaking countries for ease of, you know, again, we kind of privilege one language on the continent. Now, that study has never been published, and I was hoping that Matilda would be here, but Elvis, I don't know if you're aware of this. But Matilda did mention that it's still like, you know, in a folder that they're looking at publications. So there was a 25-country study on what are the laws, and broadly in terms of labor, in terms of remedies, etc. So that was another 2020 initiative. So that's the South African presidency, and I think I've raised all the questions, and maybe Elvis can check on what has happened with the book project with Matilda. Now, the political process with the AU, also during this time, during 2020, with the South African presidency as chair, there was the establishment of an African Union high-level presidential initiative on positive masculinities to end violence against women and girls. Again, Angaz, where did this come from? Was there any discussion on this? And why was it that violence against women and girls got linked to positive masculinities? And one of my notes says, one of the goals was to mobilize political commitment and actions at the highest level of AU leadership and decision-making to prevent and end violence against women. So this was seen as an entry point. And I think, sadly, it then reflects that the AU was acknowledging the patriarchy in a sense, acknowledging that it was a men-led institution, organization. So positive masculinities was used as a sort of, as a tool, as a cushion of how do we get that support? Again, you know, it raises the question, where did this idea come from to have this presidential initiative? Did it emanate from President Ramaphosa, his advisors, etc.? And this presidential initiative was comprised of African Union chairs, current, former, and future incoming, AU gender champions, and I've never been able to understand who the AU gender champions are. Really, another important members was the African Women Leaders Network. And as the process goes on, we start to see how influential Sirleaf and others are, former President Sirleaf of Liberia. But I do think that if people have information, it's important to share what role the African Women Leaders Network has played in shaping and supporting the positive masculinities and bringing in the violence there. Again, for me, it's all questions. I was in the dark. The African Union Commission was part of this. The Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Madame Diop, and she was seen and named as the convener and facilitator of this initiative, of this presidential initiative, and the AU Women, Gender and Youth Directorate as the secretariat. Now, the understanding was, how do we operationalize this initiative, this presidential initiative? And it was through two platforms, a presidential working group on positive masculinities under the AU chair, facilitated again by the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, and Partners Platform. Never heard that term before, but Partners Platform made up of representatives of relevant UN agencies and international development partners. Now, with hindsight in 2025, the Partners Platform makes sense of why there was so much of UN participation in this, the different UN agencies, etc. So again, a question, if anyone has more information of what this Partners Platform was it just about ensuring of having the relevant UN agencies and international development partners because of funding, or was it about expertise that possibly could emanate from this Partners Platform? Again, a question mark. In November of 2021, the first AU Men's Conference was held on positive masculinities, on leadership to end violence against women and girls, hybrid online and a meeting in DRC under the leadership of the president of the DRC and the AU chair at that time. And it was hosted in collaboration and partnership with former AU chairs, presidents, AU leader on gender and development issues in Africa. Now, who is the AU leader on gender and development in Africa? Question for me. The African Women Leaders Network. And I don't know if Ellen Sirleaf was at that meeting, and they adopted the Kinshasa Declaration and Call for Action, which empowered the AU heads of states to adopt and implement a convention as a legal framework. So the language of the convention was consistent. In February of 2022, the AU Assembly formally adopted the Kinshasa Declaration at its session, and it institutionalized formally the Office of the Special Envoy as a convener and facilitator. Now, you know, again, with hindsight, wondering why was Madame Diop such a leading figure in this, and it comes through in February 22, her office was institutionalized as that. The DRC president was appointed as the first AU champion on positive masculinities. In November 2022 was the second men's conference held in Senegal, again on positive masculinity, so I'm not going to repeat that. And the same group of people were part of facilitating to action to accelerate. I don't have those documents, but I'm assuming because they were adopted subsequently by the Assembly, they are public documents. And the Dakar Call to Action committed the AU member states to engage peers, heads of states, to facilitate, negotiate, and adopt within 1 year the AU Convention. A question for me would be for someone to ask is, do these documents, the Kinshasa Declaration and the Dakar, talk about public participation? Right? Because everything is sort of state-centric and at this point. And so we need to ask, was there an inclusive declaration? In February of 2023, the heads of states during the summit, adopted the Dakar Call for Action and the decision to negotiate. In November of 2023, it's the third men's conference held here in South Africa, you know, under the leadership of the AU chair, and again with the same people, the AWLN, the Circle of Champions, etc. The outcome document here was the Moroni and Pretoria Road to the AU Convention, and adopted at the meeting of the Assembly the following year. It reaffirms support towards a process of negotiation and ratification. So that's a red flag, because the same group of people now are saying we still have a role to play in the ratification process. And it's this very closed group of people that I think questions need to be asked. It stressed the importance of support to conclude negotiations and to submit the draft for adoption to the Assembly in February of 2025. This presidential initiative on positive masculinities then agreed to establish a high-level reference group. Again, a red flag of you've got state-centric process, a high-level reference group, and what were we thinking? What were they thinking about at that time? This was in November of 2023. February of 2024 at the Assembly meeting, again, the summit reiterated their commitment to support and conclude the negotiations, submit the draft by February of 2025. And I will come back to the high-level reference group. In September of 2024, the high-level presidential initiative people met in Pretoria, which was just a few days before the first meeting of the drafting committee. October, November, December of 2024, this is just the AU processes, numerous meetings, state negotiating teams, the specialized technical committees on gender, the gender ministers, the specialized technical committee on justice and legal affairs, the ministers of justice, the permanent representative council, executive council, etc. Meetings took place between October and December. And in February 2025, the AU Assembly adopted the convention. Now, just on the legal expert, Eva Chahala of Zambia. He was the consultant who was appointed with the, and again, you know, looking at the fine print, which is really hard for me because I have visual disability, but, you know, I tried to kind of hone in for this presentation on what was some of the things that kind of went by the wayside. And very clearly, she was appointed to draft the convention. That comes out very clearly in one of the meetings, that her responsibility was to draft the convention. No, and she was just presented as the person, right? There was no information on the process of
Hakuna maelezo yote.
ties or the and etc. who was funding it, and then subsequently the backstory is that UN Women was funding this, and I'm assuming that she was appointed because she had done work with UN Women previously. That's my assumption, but I stand to be corrected, and my hope is that some of you know some of the backstory.
Nasimamishwa sahihi.
In August of 2022, she submitted to the AU Secretariat an inception report. And again, you know, the initial information was that the inception report was an internal report for the AU Secretariat, for the I'm going to call her the legal expert because that's what she was known as. Initially, I thought she was just a consultant. In September of 2024, he produced the first draft of the convention and shared it with the drafting committee as opposed to this larger reference group. So, and it was, again, felt like an internal document. It was 156 pages. It went to the larger drafting committee, which comprised 24 people. There was a meeting held in Pretoria, and discussions were captured for her to go back and re-look at this 156 pages. And Matilda from the Center for Human Rights and I attended this meeting. It was a tense meeting in the sense of that the legal expert was very invested in her document and what was in it. And so the working groups that broke up, when they raised issues, there was a pushback. And so eventually, you know, someone had to say to the legal expert, if it's a consultation process, then there needs to be an openness about hearing the views in the room. So anyway, 24 people online and in the room in Pretoria in September, looking at the first, what was considered the first draft. So in October of 2024, a second draft was produced by the legal expert and taking into account what had come out of the September meeting. And this was a 98-page report, and it was discussed in a meeting in Addis. And again, something else that happens here, it's not those 24 people who are in the drafting committee who are part of this meeting. It's just 5 people. It's the legal it's a legal expert. It's Judge Mieza from Ethiopia. It's Dr. Ajay from Nigeria, who was, I think, the champion of positive masculinities. It was Florence Butegwa, who had worked for UN Women, I think, for a while, from Uganda, and myself. Again, the question is, how did it come about that these 5 people were in the room? Because I suddenly was told, you're part of a larger reference group and you're part of the drafting committee. And so, you know, it just seemed like very ad hoc. There was, again, a question about how did all this come about? I know my name was submitted by the South African presidency to be part of a larger reference group. And then I think out of that larger 24 reference group, they decided on a smaller. I mean, I was part of a larger reference group, which ended up with like 125 people online largely. So from October to December, drafts 3 to 7 were generated based on inputs that were being received after technical committee and ministerial meetings, right? So every time there was a comment about this can't be in it, etc., the drafts were being revised by the legal expert. Between October and December in 2024, the meetings that took place in Addis, in Zanzibar, etc., were attended by Eva, Florence, Ajay, and Mieza. I tried to do online and it kind of didn't work. I was told there was no funding for attending those meetings, but the people who attended and were in the room during the technical committee meeting and the ministerial meetings. There are no, I haven't seen any reports. So again, one needs to check, are there minutes, are there reports? Because I think there was, you know, I would get some WhatsApp messages saying Egypt is pushing back on this. The DRC is asking, why do we need a convention, et cetera, et cetera. But it was coming in WhatsApp messages. So there's no, I can't give you any documentation that says this took place in the the specialized technical committee meeting. These were the countries that were pushing back. These were the, sometimes there was a comment that in the technical committee, specialized technical committee of the gender experts, some of the views coming out were problematic, that didn't, you know, reflect a gender responsiveness. And these were delegates coming from their national level who were insisting on certain removal, certain language, etc. So there was, and these were the people that were going and, you know, kind of briefing their gender ministers. And then what was the pushback when you've got this kind of watered down version that finally went to the justice ministers, right? Again, question mark, documentation, can we see minutes, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have that for you. The people in the room, maybe they should be asked, the people who were part of the drafting committee, what was being pushed back. I tried to get my son to assist me with taking the WhatsApp conversations and putting
Can you hear me now?
Document.
Can you
But
hear
it
me
wouldn't
now?
make a lot of sense because it was, you know,
Hello?
communications going on. And I don't think it would stand as evidence in a
Hello?
court of law. So,
Hello?
but I do think the reports on
Can you
accurate
hear me?
reports on which country representative was pushing what back, which gender minister, which justice minister, I think, you know, that needs to be
The person
asked.
is here who is
Again, it's
doing
something that, yeah. So the committees, the justice people met in December, the gender people met in
Hello?
November. The Permanent Representative Council, which is ambassadors based in Addis, met in December, I think, or January. And it, I mean, that
The
apparently
election
was a
said,
closed
like, the
meeting,
whole
and
thing
maybe some explanation on what role do they play? Is it their job as ambassadors sitting in Addis to then feed information to their national levels? Do they know anything about the issue at hand? Could they demand changes to be made to a document that was in front of them? I think, again, it's important because I couldn't understand if I was a diplomat sitting in Addis, all I needed to do was give me the documents, give me the minutes, and then I will share it at the national level. So when the assembly meets or when the ministers
can
meet,
hear
then
this lady,
they
but
have
she
a
can't hear.
document which tells
Like,
them
when
these are the meetings. So Rumbi is shaking her head. You're going to contribute to all my knowledge gaps. And as I said, there's so many knowledge gaps. And then, of course, in February was the meeting of the AU Assembly. Now, there is apparently an executive council meeting that takes place before that. And, you know, it highlighted for me when you'd get these throwaway, or the executive council. Now, for those of you that engage with the African mechanisms, you are the insiders who know each of these. And someone like me who doesn't engage that much except theoretically, it's like, what is the executive council? What is the PRC? You know, I had to ask when someone in a WhatsApp said the PRC is meeting, and I'm like, what is the PRC? So I think, again, it actually goes to a structural problem. And, you know, in the Kenya meeting, I wasn't there, but I was listening online, I realized how many structural problems we do have because there's an assumption of a knowledge base. There's also gatekeeping of knowledge, you know, that doesn't get shared. And for whatever reasons, and we all know the NGO politics and donor politics, etc. But it this process raised for me the structural problems that we actually not all on the same page in our knowledge base of the mechanisms, how they work, etc. And so, that's something that we have to ask ourselves, for those that have funding and go to the AU meetings, is this about an elite group of people? When one NGO was talking about their interaction with the courts, how they, and maybe there is a level of elitism that we need to note and talk about and ask ourselves, how do we close the gap? Because we want to talk about representativity, about voice, about participation, but many of us are not at that. And we actually, for me to ask, what is the PRC, says a hell of a lot. So I do think that there is something there that is worrying for me. Okay, to move on from the legal expert to the high-level reference group. So in November of 2023, there was a decision taken by the Presidential Initiative on Positive Masculinities to establish a high-level reference group. And I'm going to read the objectives, which I did receive. The objective was to serve a consultative role of this high-level reference group, provide expertise, feedback, and validation to ensure that the drafting of the convention was comprehensive and effective, to input to encompass diverse perspectives and expert knowledge, aiming to refine and validate the processes involved in shaping the draft convention, foster consensus among stakeholders by promoting dialogue, seek to enhance transparency and accountability in the drafting process. I will share this with Isla at some point. I just needed it as I was digesting looking through some of the documents. And the argument was that this high-level reference group would play a pivotal role in guiding and shaping the development of the convention, right? So that was the objective that was framed for us about this high-level reference group. The high-level reference group ended up being, the composition was supposed to be a maximum of 20 external experts, but it exceeded that. And on some of those meetings of the high-level reference group, you'd see 125 people. And when we asked questions, this was that, well, people shared the link. So you had 125 people participating, but the objective was for 20 external experts, regional representation, I think 5 from each region, if we break up the continent, a maximum of 5 members of AU organs with a human rights mandate, including the Commission, the Court, and PUP, the Parliament, to also include relevant AU departments, the Commission departments, representatives of the Presidential Working Group. This was the Presidential Initiative on Positive Masculinities, regional representatives of UN agencies and development partners, and there was a need for gender and youth parity. So that was the composition. In reality, the high-level reference group, 6 meetings took place on Zoom. There was no in-person meetings in 2024, and the final debriefing meeting took place in January of 2025. And there are no minutes, no drafts were shared with these people in the high-level reference group, and I stand to be corrected because people were getting drafts from other sources and not as we are part of this high-level reference group. I don't know why, but all the 6 meetings took place on Zoom, and there's only one set of minutes for this high-level reference group meeting, and that was for the meeting held in August 2024 that was shared by the AU staff. And in that minute, the AU staff informed this high-level reference group about the consultations that had taken place with religious and traditional leaders, young people, AU organs with a human rights mandate, AU internal coordination mechanisms, and the launch of an online survey. Again, I'm in the dark about a lot of this because there are no minutes or communications except someone informing us that these consultations had taken place. The consultations with civil society, with African women leaders and diaspora women leaders, academic and private sector consultations were outstanding at that point. And the academic and private sector consultations were also outstanding. And I think the University of Zambia said they wanted to host it, and I don't think it ever happened. South Africa subsequently hosted a meeting of the private sector, but I'm not aware of the academic sector meeting, and maybe that's something that someone can share. At that same meeting, which took place in August of 2024, the legal expert who was the person who was drafting this convention, she explained she was provided with information on the consultations and issues to be addressed in a new instrument. And so she had taken all that on board. It wasn't shared with anyone else. It was shared with her. She was the legal expert that was appointed by the AU to draft the convention. So even though we were part of the team, it wasn't shared with us. She mentioned an inception report that she had shared, that she had drafted and shared with the AU staff. And it's unclear of what it was based on. Was it a consolidation of all these consultations that the AU staff were holding, etc.? And then she committed to, and this was Eva from Zambia, she committed to submitting a first draft of the convention before the 10th of September 2024, which would serve as a working document to be used by a drafting committee to formulate inputs. So that was the, what was that? Sorry. That was a high-level reference group input that we got from the legal expert who was drafting the thing. The drafting committee of the high-level reference group was supposed to be composed of 24 members and 6 AU staff. And the mandate was to provide advice and technical guidance and support to the legal expert, Madame Eva from Zambia, who was tasked with drafting the convention. So she was the only paid person in this whole process. The drafting committee was to serve as a think tank, providing expertise on the text of the draft, including addressing contestations, finding consensus, ensuring compliance, and alignment with AU agreed language. That's a red flag, AU agreed language on issues under discussion. She was tasked with the preparation of the draft convention for consideration by the AU policy organs. So again, I was, part of this and yet apart from this, because it seemed as if we were just, 4 other people were just brought in. But there was already a decision and a discussion on this. The first meeting took place in May of 2024 on Zoom, and it was hosted by the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Madame Diop. She was mandated, I think, by the AU hierarchy as the facilitator of this initiative by the high-level presidential initiative on positive masculinities. So Madame Diop was the person mandated to facilitate this initiative. A second meeting was held in September in person in Pretoria here in South Africa to consider the first draft, which is 156 pages that Eva had drafted or pulled together. The third meeting was held in October of 2024 in Addis to consider a second draft of 98 pages. But in the third meeting, instead of the same larger group of 24 people or whatever, there was just 5 people in the room. It was Eva, Florence Mategwa, Judge Mieza from Ethiopia, myself, and Dr. Ajay, who's from Nigeria, online. And he was the person on, I still am confused, but I'm assuming that he was part of this high-level presidential initiative on positive masculinities. So he was the rep there. Why it was just 5 people? There was never an explanation. In this meeting, was it an issue of funding? Was it but there was staff from the AU at this meeting, and a 98-page document was being discussed. The 4th meeting was held in November of 2024 on Zoom, and there were numerous WhatsApp and email discussions about from October to December. But Eva, the legal expert, Florence Butegwa from Uganda, Dr. Ajay from Nigeria, and Judge Mieza were at these meetings between October and November. There's no money to get me there. So these 4 people mostly were at these meetings. And the final meeting was in January of 2025 to discuss what was coming out of the technical and ministerial meetings. So it raises a whole lot of questions about the people who were drawn into the larger reference group, the people that were part of the 5-person drafting. What exactly were we there for? Because it felt like it was a done deal already, that the consultant, Eva, who was funded, as the only person funded, was given the mandate to run ahead with this, and partly because there was a view that she had been part of the SADC protocol. And I remember the SADC protocol on violence against women. Some of us were part of those meetings in the early 1990s. I don't remember. I think she must have been a representative of Zambia at that, but I'm not sure. But anyway, I don't know anything about. But she was the sort of lead person on all of this. And during the first meeting in Pretoria that was held here, there were concerns, because taking a 156-page document, people sitting in a room, 20-odd people, there were concerns raised about what was not in there, what was in there, who was it that was being consulted about it, etc. And there weren't answers, because there was this kind of push. Can we get this done? Because we have a political moment of getting a treaty on violence against women and girls on the continent. And why, are we asking those finer technical questions, which now in 2025, we're still asking after this thing was adopted. So I think that for me, with reflection, and I'm not saying, yes, I was part of this 5-person group, but there was this constant thing of it's a done deal. The things that we don't include, we can always come back to. And, all of us know how hard it is once you get law passed to get amendments, et cetera, and pushbacks. But there was this thing of, can we get a draft, since we have a political moment? And this was a political moment because from 2020, there was a commitment to having a legally binding instrument on violence against women and girls. Can we take advantage of it instead of putting obstacles in the way, and then deal with the fallouts, the gaps, and, the stuff like that? So there was this constant push, and it was, we can address it later. So even when it came to Article 4, the original Article 14, which I don't know if people have seen, which was about a separate monitoring body built into the treaty, because we didn't want to have the problems of what was happening. And we, in a sense, we looked at the protocol on children, and we said, if it can be there, why can't we have it in this treaty? So if you look at one of the earlier drafts, and we had advice from the AU staff about what to put in, the language, etc., that there wouldn't be a pushback. So we had a sort of an independent monitoring body built into it with a large mandate, etc. And that got kicked out, very early when the gender technical experts met from different national governments, because already there were concerns. And so some of that, because, sadly, there aren't minutes that can say to us at which stage was there a contestation on Article 14, the original Article 14, to be watered down to such a level where it just became another, article that had no teeth as such. When was it that the monitoring body got kicked out? Who pushed against it? The backstory was that what's Janet's role? And again, I'm just saying what the backstory is, was what I heard. I don't have evidence. She was pushing back and caucusing NGOs that she works with and others to push back on the removal of the original Article 14, that the monitoring body should be the African Commission, that it shouldn't have its own monitoring body like we have on the issue of the children. The backstory wasn't clear at that time of who was pushing back. Was this, because, in the UN sometimes there's a pushback and they tell you it's an issue of money, that there's a cost thing. It isn't about the normative stuff generally, it's about the money. Here, there was no explanation of why this should go to the African Commission to monitor this instrument, as opposed to having a specialized, dedicated, specific monitoring mechanism, because the way we had drafted it originally, it was a specific monitoring mechanism with a huge mandate. And if we can find some of the earlier drafts, you'll see what Article 14 originally looked like. And now look at what Article 14 looks like. And some of you nodding your head are aware of that. So in the backstory is that here you had an AU commissioner canvassing and lobbying outside of the processes of watering down the original Article 14. I don't have any proofs. I'm just telling you what I've been hearing, the backstories, because on the face of it, we were being told, no, in terms of cost analysis, in terms of what will pass muster when the delegations meet in February, this wouldn't pass muster because there was a moratorium on creating new institutions in the AU, right? Again, no proof provided, but we were told by AU staff, moratorium on creating new mechanisms. So Madame Diop, who was now our head of this process, we asked her, what about exceptions, right? And she said, yes, exceptions had been made on 2 occasions, because the moratorium was because of budgetary implications. But on two occasions, and I'm really sorry to our facilitator, I'm taking a long time, but I do think it's important, these backstories. So on 2 occasions, an exception had been made by the heads of states, and one was to create her position, the AU envoy on women, peace, and security. And there was another occasion which I can't quite remember. The space agency. Thanks, Rumbi. So we said, well, if it has happened on 2 occasions, why not motivate, right, for an exception to be made? But you could sense that there wasn't a political will. And I mean, when you go to a Zoom meeting, you can't get people's body language and what's the undertones of a lot of things that are going on. But the people that were between October and December and February, of course, in the room in Addis, when you had the gender ministers and the technical experts, etc., I'm not sure if they were pushing back and saying, no, you can't have a watered down Article 14. You've made exceptions on 2 occasions. Why can't we have, like the protocol on children, why can't we have a specialized monitoring body built within that treaty, right? I wasn't in the room. And I mean, I'm not saying this because I don't want you to attribute fault to me. I think I was also, out of good faith, participating in meetings, thinking that everyone was on the same decency level of wanting the same thing. You know, and I had served as the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, so I wasn't coming cold of some of the debates, etc., and why it's important to have the civil society voices, why it's important to push back against bureaucracy on certain things. If you're going to have a treaty, a convention for this continent, we've got lessons learned from 1994, the Inter-American, the Council of Europe. And I'm not saying that we should adopt all that, but in the room, there was a sense, no, this is an African instrument. We're not going to be, you know, influenced and shaped by the other two regional instruments, which is a little bit short-sighted and problematic, because we were not saying, let's take articles and put it into our, yes, we needed an indigenous, but an indigenous instrument cannot come out of the sky, right? There are lessons to be learned from our continent, etc., etc. So that was one issue of, no, this is an African instrument, African solutions for African problems, blah, blah, blah. That political rhetoric in a way that is hugely problematic. We can learn, we don't have to adopt, but we can learn. And so I felt like there was this wall, you know, and the legal expert already had her mandate, and I've never seen the terms of reference. The rumor is she was highly paid for this work, etc. So, you know, there was that kind of gap, and as to why is it? Because if we on the African continent were the latecomers to developing an instrument on violence against women and girls, shouldn't we have learned lessons and said, what do I want, what don't I want, right? But make sure that it's what's indigenous. Were there consultations on what people want? And that's where this whole thing of the AU telling the consultant, well, we had these consultations with these categories of people. We still have outstanding the academic consultations, etc. But you don't see any reports. You don't see whether the people in the room legitimately represented the people of a particular country or constituency, etc. You don't get minutes of meetings, etc. So, and I know, you know, this is going to be problematic for people involved in this process, because the silences were glaring, but there was this kind of, we're on a short time frame, let's get it done. We have the political support for a treaty. Let's take advantage of it. We can reopen and go back and re-look at what's missing. We all know how difficult it is to reopen negotiations on treaties, right? But the AU staff kept on pushing, this is a political moment, let's get it done, you know? And so, and then you had a legal consultant who was, let's get it done. We can worry about the things that were being left out, we can put in a guidance document. Now, we all know guidance documents have no legal force and effect, right? It serves an educated process in a country that wants to have good legislation. Maybe a guidance document help. The guidance document was, again, the consultancy was given to the legal consultant, Eva, from Zambia. And I have not seen, I think I've been cut off communications at this stage from the AU people. So I don't know about the guidance documents, whether they were drafted, shared, whatever, but I haven't seen it. But she got the consultancy again to do this, funded by the UN. The participation of UN agencies, there were discussions sometimes in that larger reference group, which ended up with like 125 people, all Zoom calls, 5 Zoom calls over this October to December period. But there wasn't a sense for me listening in on Zoom that these the UN agencies that were bankrolling, right, a lot of the procedures, the consultant, etc., that they were pushing back and saying, no, this would violate international standards, normative standards that we already have. I mean, we all know CEDAW doesn't have an article on violence against women and girls comprehensively. We know we have, Articles 12, 19, and 35, and 30 for conflict situations. So we know that, but they're not legally binding, right? But they're aspirational, we can learn from them, etc. So there wasn't a pushback, in my view, from even the OHCHR people, etc. They were prepared to fund consultants and some meetings and some participation in Addis for some people. A lot of funding also was raised by Olive Shazana in the South African presidency, who's not in the presidency anymore, to hold meetings. And I think this was because, in a sense, South Africa felt a sense of that Cyril Ramaphosa, our president, had articulated this in 2020, that we need a convention, right? And so there was the sense of moral obligation. We need to keep track. So they raised funds for some of the processes, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so that was that. So I wasn't getting a sense in these Zoom meetings of the larger reference group of a pushback from UN agencies, et cetera. I'm trying to think, it was representatives from the UN High Commissioner for Refugees who pushed back on certain provisions only in the treaty made that distinction between humanitarian and human rights, which is problematic for feminists, right? Because we see the linkages and things like that. So as other speakers go through the articles, and as my memory, serves me, I will highlight some of that he pushed back, and the language actually got watered down in the final document because of his interventions. But he was the only one who pushed back because he wanted the humanitarian aspects. And I think he wasn't understanding that those of us who speak about violence against women and girls, it's across the different spheres, it's the internet, it's the physical, whatever. But he was looking at it through a humanitarian lens. So I'm going to stop there, and I will, as the different articles are discussed, I will try to, I can tell you it's really difficult. I don't know if people have read Carol Gilligan's book, In a Different Voice. And when you have a different voice in process, there's a book, it's wonderful, Speaking in a Different Voice. A different voice doesn't get heard, because you are not saying what everyone else is saying, And so it becomes hugely problematic. And at some point you say, do I really want to be part of this? And I felt, well, even if every now and again a different voice gets heard, it's important. I'm not defending, I was part of a process, but I won't say I was powerless, but I do think that there was already an agenda of this is what we want, this is how we're going to get it, we're going to argue that we need it on the continent, why is anyone fighting against it? And there was a constituency that was determined that they were going to get it come hell or high water. And they got it adopted. And of course, before a final document is revealed to everyone in June of 2025, June or July, you have an adopted document. You have one signatory. Who was the Djibouti was the signatory, was the first one. But you don't have people having the final document, because for 3 months from February to June or whatever, everyone was told, no, there's certain things, the language, etc. And you probably know this. So there was no final document being shared, even though there were these Zoom meetings taking place. And I also heard, no, we can't share these documents because, they'll get leaked. I'm not sure why we should be defensive. If it gets leaked, it's even better, because then other voices will get heard, So that understanding of keeping it closed at the level of the AU Secretariat, at the level of the states that had a vested interest in it, the drafts were not being shared. And finally, in June, we have a document with a stamp on it. So there are many silences. and silencing. There are many leaders that were insistent on certain things. And then there's this argument about, why are you being an outlier now? You know, and there's no, I was an outlier in the meetings, but never got heard. And especially if you're not in the room between October and December, you know, that's when all these high-level meetings with the technical committees and the ministers were taking place. And I think, you know, partly it's when you're an outlier, they don't want you in the room as well. So now, and I'm thankful to the 3 organizations that have organized this meeting, I think it is time. I think GMAC has a lot of explaining to do, quite frankly, because you were part of certain processes that even I wasn't part of, you know, and so the people who were the insiders have a lot of explaining to do as well, because sometimes there was the insiders saying, you know what, let it go. We can always come back to it. No, you can't. You can't pass a convention and think it's so easy to reopen it. And especially when it comes to women's human rights issues. It's really, really difficult to open it. This was difficult enough. And so, you know, then the question is, it was so difficult to get it, should we just shut up and accept it? And I don't think so. I think we came late as a continent, as a regional human rights system, into the discussion. Of course, we should have gone for the best. We should have learned from all these documents and said, what don't we want? What will work for our continent? What's realistic? Why do we want it? And I don't think that we had that opportunity. As an NGO community, maybe we should draft our own convention on what we would like to see, you know, in that. So I do think there's a problem. You know, sometimes you think politically, look, there's a silence. Let's get it done. Let's have it. It's better than nothing. But I don't think in 2025 that's a good argument, because we can see the failures in the UN system. And for 6 years, I saw that as the special rapporteur, right, within the UN system. There are good things, but there's also this kind of silencing, weakening, etc., and especially when it comes to women's human rights. And then you got the collaborators with the UN agencies who are like, no, let's put the question mark, let's get it done. And some of those collaborators were in these meetings and were funding some of the participation, etc. So I don't think it's acceptable for us to say, it's fine, at least we have an instrument. No, that's a lowest common denominator for us to be accepting after all the fights that we've had over the years on what's the problem, what's the solution. And then you've got solution makers in the room who were not part of some of those discussions, whether on Zoom or in person. Thank you. Sorry it took so long, but...
Thank you so much, Prof. I mean, this was really quite comprehensive. Like now we have an understanding of the process and the journey that led to it, and also the exclusions, the silencing. Yeah. Okay, so there's a bit of change in plans. Before we go to Pravina and Apio, we would break for tea. I feel like people are tired. They need that coffee and tea, you know, to give them a boost of energy. So we will break for 30 minutes. We will start with going to the second floor. You just take the lift downstairs to the second floor. There's a loft area. We'll take a group picture, and then we'll come to the kitchen area here. This is where the tea is served. And let's come back by 11:55. We should be in the room. Okay? We'll continue the conversation then. And if there's any questions, you can also ask them then. Thank you so much. Online, we are going for a break, 30 minutes and coming back. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Those of us who are online can't hear.
Yeah, I flagged to the team.
Oh,
I've
okay.
just sent them a message. Hopefully they'll sort it out soon. Apologies for this.
All right. Thank you.
But not going in depth to actually include a critical analysis of these issues, but even more importantly, how it is that we would be able to leverage or to improve response based on these new terms, which we will break down much later in the presentation. Yeah, so this is just looking now at the convention as is. We appreciate, once more, we appreciate the fact that there are some forward-leaning terms. There are some forward-leaning, I say that with reservation, where it feels like it's presenting a convention that, you know, is progressive. And like we've mentioned, a lot of CSOs were coming back to us saying, why don't you just settle with what you've got and build upon that? And Dr. Rashida belabored that point. So we feel like in the convention, there were some good things. For example, the political framing in the preamble, it showed a positive response towards states actually acknowledging that there is an issue of violence against women and girls, and it's something that needs to be condemned as well as ended. It also acknowledges that violence is a systemic issue, which we find quite important, especially considering the fact that we are doing a lot of work on dismantling violence against women and girls from its systemic roots. The convention also acknowledges the variant spaces, although surface level, but we're talking about the wins as they stand. It acknowledges the variant spaces where violence occurs and lists them as public spaces, private spaces, in times of peace, in times of conflict, which we thought was something that is, you know, something commendable on their part. We also appreciate the fact that it mentions definitions like gender, and not just limiting it to sex alone. We also thought it was quite forward that they acknowledged the presence of women and girls human rights defenders, which is quite key, especially for us as the work that we do on the continent and the backlash that we have faced in doing this work. So we thought that being explicitly mentioned was quite good. It also goes ahead to name the protection of women and girls to be free from violence as a human right in Article 2, which again is forward. Like we said, we hope that it would be more comprehensive, but it's still something that was named. And also, among other aspects that came out during the preamble, during the definitions, was the fact that it also identifies femicide. And as I had mentioned, we all agree that femicide is a growing problem on the continent. We've had cases in Ethiopia, we've had cases in Kenya, as well as Uganda, and it felt like it was meeting the times by actually naming and identifying femicide as a continental challenge. What it did with that is, I guess, something we will talk about as we're going deep into the articles tomorrow, today and tomorrow. But yeah, it's still something that we felt was quite commendable. Positive masculinity, and I know we all have questions around this, but we do appreciate the fact that it was acknowledged that men should be brought along or should at least take some form of leadership in addressing
or some role, not leadership per se, but some role in addressing violence against women and girls. It also goes on to talk about cyberspace. Again, we will talk about whether it was as comprehensive or as much as we needed it to be, but having a legal document that is acknowledging that women face violence in the cyberspace was quite good, because this is something that at national level, many of us are grappling with, trying to understand what does online violence actually look like. Also looking at all the work that we have done around women's rights in the workplace. So having articles that are looking at safeguarding women's rights to be free from violence within the formal workplace. And then in consideration of the violence that's happening on the continent in regard to civil wars in Sudan as well as Congo, we appreciated the fact that there was special protection for women and girls who are stateless or internally displaced or refugees. Okay, so that's the good. Before we dive into I won't say the bad, I'll say the ugly, or where we might need to improve. Rather, where we lost the plot. Now, I just want to preface that section by stating that it's quite clear, if you engage with this document, that it employs a sort of insidious form of language, moral masking, or just, if you see the different articles, it drizzles words that seem like they are progressive, but they actually lack. If you take a deeper analysis of these concepts being introduced, you find that it actually lacks in how it can actually be enforceable. So we felt like that's something extremely important, because language, how it's normatively presented, and how it makes it possible for us to enforce or implement this is extremely important. So we called out in the analysis, first of all, language. I just want to give an example, and I think it will come up in the articles, on how language was being used insidiously. I actually was thinking what's it called? There's a form of, it's sort of like the way the anti-rights, it flags almost anti-rights action in the way it makes it seem like it's adopting human rights language, but in practice, it is lacking in that, especially in substance. So I just pulling out the article on family, which is article, okay. So the article on family in the convention frames family as a natural and fundamental group of units or unit of society as defined or provided for by the state party. And we find that definition to be quite minimal, and it falls short on, expanding how vast and how diverse the lived realities of African families are. It also is contradictory to other African human rights instruments like the Maputo Protocol, even the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, which very, very adequately recognize the family as a vital unit of protection and support, but then also allows for the vast representation of the complexity of family structures here on the continent. So again, I think it's something that we will dive deeper on when we are addressing the way family values is. Is it 5 minutes? It is?
So I know that the article, there will be a part. For today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday, yeah. So I just wanted you maybe to focus your presentation or to mention on how, as Akina Mama, because I think you also convened a Jemaco. Yes. How was your experience there? Okay. You speak broadly around the consultation, but I think just shedding light around your experience, because I know that you can be in a specific cluster there as well. Maybe.
Okay, so I'm just going to be honest. I wasn't personally involved in the GMAC. And when we were preparing the presentation, we focused more on the analysis. So breaking down what the analysis looks like, as well as Article 13. So I don't know if we leave GMAC to speak on that, and then perhaps I could get feedback on the, the individual who is actively. Okay, so do Okay. Okay, so I'll try and see how fast I can make this. Apologies for that. We hadn't prepared GMAC. Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that our analysis shows is that the convention speaks a lot on violence against women and girls instead of broadening the scope to GBV, and that in itself is harmful because it's quite narrow and almost reduces the experience that women and girls face when it comes to violence to being an individual experience or something isolated. So the convention not broadening the scope to actually name it as gender-based violence removes from strategies that would, account for the deeper systemic gender dynamics and hierarchies that cause, but then also perpetuate violence against girls. Another glaring gap, and I think this was also referenced by Kemi earlier on, had to do with the lack of FGM and lack of mention on FGM and child marriage, which, as we all know, is contradictory to the Maputo Protocol, which explicitly names it as some of the challenges that we are facing here on the continent. It was also quite interesting because just as Dr. Rashida had mentioned, around the time conversation on the convention was happening was also around the same time that the FGM discussions and threats to repeal were happening in the Gambia. So it felt almost deliberate that they were leaving that out and not really being relevant to meet the need. Yeah, so the issue on cyberspace, we acknowledge that it was mentioned, but it's also a very narrow scoping because it mentions cyberspace but does not acknowledge technology facilitated GBV, which is an experience that women can have both online and offline. So limiting it just to cyberspace felt, yeah. We also note that there was inadequate survivor-centered language. I think Article 6 of the Convention on Guiding Principles actually stipulates that states should prioritize a victim-centered approach. And we felt that that was quite problematic because it robs survivors of their agency in addressing GBV, either coming up with solutions to name, shame, as well as frame their contextual experiences. We felt that having a survivor-led mechanism allows for there to be potential for meaningful engagement, as well as improving response when it comes to the convention. Yeah. Regarding workplace, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to rush as much as I can. Regarding workplace violence, we do note that the ILO Convention 190 standards clearly explicitly acknowledges protection from violence in the informal sector, which is something that a lot of African countries are getting on board with, the ILO C190 standards. Also very important is on the continent, I think there was a UN Women 2016 report where it noted that about 74% of women who are not in the agricultural field actually work in the informal sector. So not having that acknowledged was a great miss for the convention. I would have loved to go deeper, but I see my here. We will share it. Okay, so thanks. I think in closing, perhaps the convention presents a very crucial opportunity for us to have strong and unequivocal commitments to ending violence against women and girls. However, as we see it, the way it stands, it still reflects significant gaps, which will undermine its potential to be enforceable, to be implementable, but also to serve the rights of women and girls. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Winnie. Coming up next, we'll hear from Pravina. who will speak to us about, the consultations around this convention in the GMAC space. Again, 5 to 7 minutes, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, with the limitations of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I can do it in 5 to 7 minutes, but I'm going to try my best. So, good morning to you, and lovely to join you here. So, firstly, let me say that I did say to you that I am from the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, from Accord, and I serve at Accord as a senior advisor on women, peace, and security. But why Accord is relevant for the GMAC conversation is that Accord is one of the founding members of the Gender's My Agenda campaign, and the whole creating of a platform where women organizations and peace and security organizations can engage to make sure that instruments like the African Union or intergovernmental structures like the African Union, and including the African peace and security architecture, responds to our lived reality. So GMAC was started, the ideas for GMAC started way back in 2002, when the OAU was going through the transition to the African Union. So I think it's important to locate it in the history. Some of the advances that we find today in the African Union and the REX, in particular on women's meaningful inclusion, participation, and their rights, comes from GMAC's lobbying and advocacy and the platform it has created. And so it's no surprise that even this convention has its genesis and its origins in some of GMAC's work way back in 2000, as Prof was beginning to chart for us. So let me pause for a second and say congratulations to the conveners, because I think this is an important step in the history on the convention. The point of reading it out, the point of looking at it and seeing, now that we have the convention, is it fit for purpose, and what do we need to do to correct it as we going forward? It wouldn't have been the ideal, but it's what we have and what we should work with, as I would see it, as the opportunities in this space, given the difficult environment that we work in. So as I said, the Gender is My Agenda campaign is a coalition of some 50 civil society organizations that have come together, and it's civil society organizations from grassroots to more organized, regional-based organizations to continental-based organizations. Akina Mama Afrika is one of its founding members. We're part of GMAC, BC Fayemi, who I'm sure you all will know in the room, in terms of her work around feminism and the feminist agenda in Africa. So, what GMAC has distinguished itself as is establishing a civil society platform that meets before the African Union at every African Union convening. And when it sits there, it has a consultation on what are the issues affecting women, what are the gender inequality issues, what are the local and national issues, and how would we like to craft these into declarations that we can present to the heads of states and those mechanisms, so that we can have conventions like this convention adopted. So the parity principle we enjoy at the African Union today came from GMAC. The Maputo Protocol came from GMAC, the work of GMAC in terms of how it has mobilized. And I think, like Prof was saying, there'll be a lot of pieces, because I'm doing it short, where I'll need to say Angiyaz, what is it? Or to say that one, we need to go and hear it from many sides, because I think the reality of the Africa context is that we're an oral continent, and an oral, we say all our stories orally, and little is documented about these spaces. And I think this is also the time that we should start to write more about all of these lived histories that we have. So when I talk about the origins, I think firstly from a GMAC position, we celebrating the fact that we have the convention, that we were able to get this document that says this particular historic moment, we call it, where we've adopted the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women, and it's the first legally binding continental instrument solely dedicated to eradicating the pervasive violence and violation of human rights, and especially how it impacts on us and as women, and in terms of our gender equality and our struggle for that emancipation, I want to call it, for lack of the words right now. So I think that we welcome it. We're very pleased that the scholars in the room and the academics, etc., are helping us look at strengthening it. And I think that's why we acknowledge this event today as important. Let me go back to the origins and say that we have been engaged from Kinshasa to Dakar, and the positive masculinity movement has many critiques against it as a movement. But what we were trying to do as many women leaders in the space was to try and get our heads of states to get engaged in these spaces because of knowing how difficult those spaces are to penetrate. And we felt that some of the heads of states who we could get to and help them talk to their boys' club would help us in a little way create the environment for the environment for that would receive these kind of declarations that would help us have these leaders stand up to what the declarations ask, and to see how we could weave this into some of the outcomes and decisions that get made for the continent. Because at the end of the day, the African Union charts the way for us in terms of peace and security on the continent. And if you look at Africa in its total context, it lives in conflict. The political context is conflict. So we navigate all of these policy development, policy implementation in a political context defined by conflict. And I think that is also very important for us to recognize in that space. So in 2022, just ahead of the men's conference on positive masculinity held in Kinshasa, is where the heads of state committed themselves to looking at ending violence against women. Now, you need to understand that this also comes on the back of the global disaster and the pandemic of COVID, the COVID pandemic. And what came out of the COVID pandemic was we also saw that we saw the calling of a shadow pandemic, because we know that violence against women, we know that those challenges that women faced in their close proximity to their perpetrators, to their home environments where abuse takes place daily, resulted in a high level of violence against women. And so you know that Her Excellency Phumzile at that time used to be the executive director of UN Women, and she was the person who coined the violence against women that we saw unfolding at that time in a disaster context as a shadow pandemic. So if you look at a disaster that's COVID and disease related, and you say that's what it unrooted. Can you think back what conflict does every day to women in those spaces, to our relations? So during that time, 250 civil society members met in the margins of the Kinshasa meeting, and they presented this document to the heads of state, and particularly the champion for positive masculinity and being President Tshisekedi at that time. And President Tshisekedi then also used the point of whispering to his other brothers to say, let's form the club to be looking, I always say, like looking like the good people. And hopefully that serves us and benefits us for where we want to go as well. Not because we need their permission, not because we want them to define this, but they are in power. So we need their access to those spaces and decision-making to also help us achieve what we want to achieve and continue to achieve. So on that basis, the Kinshasa Declaration that emerged later, adopted by the AU Assembly, carried with it the imprint of civil society's recommendations. We want a convention. We want a convention because it's a legally binding document. That was where our focus was. We wanted it on the elimination of violence against women and girls. So that was the clear call that came through it there. That then continued on to Dakar, where we had the second men's conference, and GMAC hosted the consultations again here, where civil society leaders were urged to address structural drivers of violence, from unpaid care work to harmful social norms. The communique was strikingly practical, urging governments to invest in health, education services, design curricula that include men and boys, and partner with the Africa research institutions to gather evidence. Days later, after the Dakar Call of Action was adopted, once again, it was civil society that provided the substantive high-level declaration. And civil society, as convened by the mechanism or the vehicle of GMAC, and again, in the margins of the African Union, keeping it into check and knowing that it needs to go forward. And then the whole point of the advocacy and the negotiations and trying to lobby the various governments, leaders who were in that time holding the place of power. So South Africa comes into it when the Positive Masculinity Conference was held by President Ramaphosa here in South Africa. And it was held in South Africa in the year that South Africa was chairing the African Union on silencing the guns by 2030 and beyond. And again, it was under that chairship that the move was, if we have an opportunity to get a convention passed or a convention declared, the moment seemed right in terms of the kind of pieces in the puzzle. And again, I'm saying to you, the history needs to be, or the process needs to be colored from many angles. I'm only giving you one angle, and there may be many flaws in the angle that I'm giving you. But I'm saying to you what civil society was doing and what they were trying to see as their role through GMAC in advancing this agenda. So coming to how civil society, or what's the value that GMAC has brought, I think the strength in its convening power has definitely played a crucial role in ensuring that the convention went from idea to adoption. And I think that has been a crucial role it played. The importance of actionable recommendations, the alignment to matters and priorities within the African Union, because I think one would understand that a body like the African Union will have its priorities and it will drive that agenda. So unless there's an agitation all the time and declarations and public declarations and a force and a nudging, you can often find that processes continue excluding those issues. And I think then ensuring a multi-layer involvement, knowing that it's not just about civil society and that civil society is homogeneous, because I think what GMAC is, it has institutions or CSOs from the education sector, from law, from peace and security, from human rights, from women's rights, from Luandile, help me if I'm missing any, health, right? And then it has also the intergenerational aspect in terms of the youth perspective on it. So that's the ambit of what it has this thing. Has the consultations with civil society been ideal from a GMAC perspective and from civil society? No, we would have liked more. That would be the first point that we would put there. The second point, is the convention perfect? No. And I think that's why we welcome this opportunity where there's a chance to read it publicly and to look at how we can make sure that we're not pushing back on, for example, the Maputo Protocol, which we hold quite dearly, and say that this is quite a defining protocol for us as a continent. And we really not want to dilute it, as you were saying earlier when we said that when we make these or commit to conventions that we have not thought about, or we've not thought about the clauses carefully, and also that we navigate the acceptance of language when these things are being negotiated, or who's pushing back. That is reality in the chambers when these protocols get negotiated. It's not clean. It will be stalled and stalled and stalled until 55 member states are happy with the language or a majority. And I think we do know that we're not all at the same place on the issues of gender, on the issues of gender equality, on the issues of women's meaningful leadership and participation in the space. So I would say that it is important to understand the particular role that GMAC has played as a civil society convener on this particular thematic area. It's important to understand the role that GMAC plays and has carved out in terms of pushing institutions like the African Union and the regional economic communities. And the question will be, how can we, through this process, continue to use the GMAC platform to bring about those changes, or say, like, coming out of this reading, these are particular clauses that we think need to be amended or improved or better incorporated, and to look at the power of how GMAC can put that into future declarations and lobby the corridors of power on that and for the changes. I'll stop there in terms of the input, but I'm available, and so is Luandile. Luandile leads on the GMAC side in terms of the youth structure, and they have been very instrumental as well in making sure that the declarations reflect the lived experiences as they know it as well. Thank you so much, and I am available to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so for now, we'll go to questions, discussions, comments for 15 minutes on this panel presentation. Yeah. Any question from the room? And online, you're also welcome to pose your questions. We'll try to take some contributions from online participants. Okay.
Sorry. I guess I have a couple of questions, one specifically for Rashida on the process, and one for Pravin on GMAC's involvement. Rashida, in the process that you outlined, I did not get a sense of what were the internal quality control mechanisms that were followed in the drafting of this particular convention, because I know that we have the AU Legal Council for a reason, right? And one of the roles of the AU Legal Council is to go through draft treaties in the same way that our parliamentary legal committees, the role that they play in the making of treaties at a national level, right? That's what the Office of Legal Counsel does. And they give a report on aspects that they find problematic about draft treaties and make recommendations on how a problem within a draft treaty should be rectified. I didn't hear anything from you on that. Did that process happen? If it happened, what was the report of the AU Legal Council on the draft convention, and what happened to that report? Is it available? Was it taken into consideration? Is it reflected in the final draft, in the final convention that we have that was adopted? And my second question is on the consultative processes that happened in which GMAC was involved. I understand that, the role that GMAC occupies as a civic space within AU processes is a very, very critical one, right? And particularly the opportunity that you have to input into processes that happen at the level of the AU Assembly is one that's immeasurably important, right? But I have a question about the politics of the limitations of that space and how within GMAC you sort of understand your positionality vis-a-vis the rest of civil society. I guess my question is, at any point during the processes around the convention, was there any process by which information was shared with broader civil society outside of the 50 institutions that are part of GMAC? Was there a public space in which information around this convention was shared? Because it came as a surprise to a lot of people to hear that there was a convention that had been adopted when there had been no talk at any point of a process, one, of a draft, of consultations, of the involvement of any actors. So I guess what I'm speaking to is a sort of a question of solidarity and information sharing within our the different spaces that we occupy as civil society actors, some who have certain levels of access and others who don't have certain levels of access, and how maybe that process could work better in processes that will follow after this consultative process that we are having, and also in the making of other treaties in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any other question? Do we have online? Okay, do they have their hands up or is it on the chat box? On the chat box. Can you screen it? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Okay. The mic is not working.
No. We're trying to also curate the people online. Continue.
I don't know if this is a question, but more of a comment, or like an observation about the use of the African solutions for African problems sort of framing. I don't know, because as somebody who's Pan-African and who's strongly proud of African institutions, I understand where this concept has come from, but it's interesting to see in these contexts how it's weaponized in so many different ways, like even at the Human Rights Council in relation to Sudan, a lot of the African grouping member states were using this rhetoric as a way of preventing UN institutions from interacting, and also it was also used as a way to deflect or to protect sovereignty. So I don't know, I'm worried about this phrase and what it means as we're negotiating treaties for ourselves, and how it can be an enclosure from us from learning different lessons from different contexts as well, and how it's being used to protect so many different conflict settings from outside sort of collaboration. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, thank you so much, Ramo. Can you pass to Landy behind you? Thank you.
My question.
And it's a very, very simple question. I just want to know what was, and if there was, what was the crowning meeting regarding the experts that were constituted, and what was the conclusion? And I ask this question for a very specific reason, and I'll speak to it later. But if there was, what was it that was the crowning meeting regarding the convention, and what was discussed, what was finally agreed, if there was one?
Thank you, Landy. Then the last question from the room. Okay, there's two more. Okay, go ahead.
Grassroots level, maybe looking for my settlement or thing in terms of process. So my question just is, was the process followed in terms of transformation? Is there a process, or was the process followed? So if the process was not followed, so it means we do not get a treaty. But if the process was followed and the gaps are realizing the gaps that are big, what are the recommendations of things for us, or maybe for African movement to take in order to rectify the missing agreements within that process or within the process?
Okay, so the last question. This one is not working? Mine is working. These ones are not working.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Me, I can hear, and it's quite clear from my end.
There's one online. Okay, so we have one here and one online. We'll give the speakers to answer. We'll get to these questions afterwards. Thanks. Okay, who would like to start first? Okay. Yeah, you can just answer that.
Right. No, thank you so much for the question. The one question on the consultation process and GMAC institution. So firstly, to say that GMAC is a network of over 50 coalitions, but each of those are networks in their own and in and of itself. So you'd like Femnet is one of the organizations that would be there. Then you would have Women in Law and Development. So each of them, we would have them at the level of coming to the convening, but they have the responsibility to share that with their constituencies and their bases. But even through the GMAC social media space, the information was shared. And there was one particular consultation where we had at least 500 responses from civil society in terms of the convention and, supporting or asking for, this is us, we are asking for this convention. Yeah. So to answer that particular question on that one, and the question on the question raised on was process followed for the convention. So from our side as GMAC, as the network, for us, we were clear that as a civil society network, we advocated, we lobbied, we organized around enough is enough on violence against women, and we want a convention. Why we want a convention? Because it's legally binding. We had already experienced many other resolutions and declarations within which we work that are not legally binding or don't have any repercussions if you don't meet your your commitments or you don't meet what the aspirations set out in the convention. So convention was clear for us in terms of civil society. In terms of the drafting, for us, it wasn't about being involved in the drafting because we understood that that would be drafted by legal persons and the due process would be followed on that. And that then falls within the African Union and who it would select and working with the various member states. But again, we can play a role going forward on how to lobby and pressure that space again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to see what the questions were that were addressed to me. So the role of the legal counsel, I think you raised it, Rumbi. The legal counsel came very late into the process. So there was this larger group of like 125 people, 5 or 6 meetings online. There were no face-to-face meetings. We had no idea what the composition was or how they came into being. Sometimes there was a question that the idea was to have only 20 people in that group, and then people started sharing information and ended up with 120 people, right, online for that. And that was the larger group. The smaller group was called the drafting committee, which took its guidance from that larger group and from the AU staff, and the legal consultant. Well, she was called the legal expert, right, from Zambia, Eva. Now, there needs to be a distinction. She was a consultant being paid by one of the UN agencies, but very much in control of the process. So she drafted the first draft document of 153 pages without consultation with anyone. And part of her credibility came from, I mean, not with those of us that were part of this. Her credibility came from that she had been part of the SADC Declaration on Violence Against Women, right? She drafted it. I was at that meeting in the 90s, and I'm not sure that, anyway, but let's leave it. I think she was part of the Zambian delegation. So she was very much in control of this 153-page document. And where she got her information from, my assumption was that the Secretariat of the AU had pulled together information for her. And because it didn't come through a participatory process of people who were in that larger 125 group or the smaller 5-person group. So that's where a challenge comes in of trying to understand. This was and she was only paid person. She was only paid person. And she wasn't called a consultant. She was called a legal expert with the responsibility to draft the treaty, right? Which legally makes her the top person. Anyone else that surrounds the process is just bystanders, in my view. And so we need to be cognizant of that. And I'm not being defensive about it, but we need to know where each of these things comes from. So she had the responsibility to draft the convention. She was paid for it, and she had a direct link to the AU Secretariat. She worked with Victoria and others in the Secretariat. The legal section of the AU didn't come to the early meeting, either online or, because the first person meeting took place in September. Yeah. And it wasn't a consultative process where whoever was part of this larger discussion was giving input on what they'd like to see in the convention. We all received a first draft from the legal consultant, from Eva. She's from Zambia, I think. So the consultant was appointed by the AU, funded, I think, by UN agencies, given the mandate. None of it, the rest of us knew, right? We were volunteers in this, got targeted. I think the only reason I got targeted is that I had served as the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women for 6 years. and I was South African, and I was, you know, seen as someone that should be included. So you get a consultant hired, or if you ask me what were her terms of reference, I have no idea. And I didn't feel like if the AU had decided this, that I should be asking questions, because the constituencies should be asking questions. Where does this person come from? Is she the expert that you want? Blah, blah, blah. Apparently, she had worked on the SADC protocol on, was it the protocol on violence against women? The SADC. But many of us were in the room in the 90s, the gender protocol. No, there was also a violence against women thing. And many of us had been part of that as NGOs in the 90s on that, because I think one of the meetings took place in South Africa for the SADC protocol. Anyway, I think she was in the Zambian government at that time and had been part of that. So her reputation was that she had drafted the SADC protocol, right? But she was given this consultancy, and very much the other people that were part of it were not the larger group, the reference group, which ended up being 125 people. All those meetings were online, and they were not given drafts. And I'm going to, you know, I need to stress this. They were not sent drafts of what she had drafted, the 156-page document. At the meetings, they would be told, you know, Eva's the consultant on this, and this is what she's done, blah, blah, blah. And the one sort of backstory was, we don't want to share in case it gets into the wrong hands. Now, I'm not sure if you're drafting a convention for a continent, what's the right hands and what's the wrong hands, I don't know. Anyway, but that was, because that's not my idea of how I worked, whether at a national or at the UN level. So the process, we need to be very clear, and I'm not saying this because I don't want any fault attributed to me. I'm not being defensive. It was very much led by the AU hiring a consultant, UN supporting that consultant and saying, okay, she can do her job. You know, this is what we want to do. And the concern for me was that this was happening in 2024. What happened between 2020 and 2023 is a question mark, because in 2020, South Africa was the presidency, right? And there were processes, and you didn't refer to any of the 2020 processes, and it makes me wonder, because it wasn't a South Africa thing. It was an AU thing, because Ramaphosa was, you know, the head of the AU. And I just want to go back to the South Africa processes, because I think it's important that we look at 2020 and not 2023 as a starting point, right? So in 2020, the South African presidency, chair of the AU, and the President Ramaphosa's speech is online if anyone wants to look for it. He called for the AU to, and I'm not being a patriotic South African here, but I do think that sometimes we don't capture things in a way that clearly tells us what happened where, and then there's claims to certain things. He called for the AU to advance a convention on violence against women, because at a national level, and those of us that were talking to others in the region, we were saying, look, you've got the Istanbul Treaty for Europe, you've got the Bellum de Para. We don't have an African instrument in the formal human rights system. So he called, and there is a speech where he calls for the AU to advance a convention on violence against women. I don't think he said girls. I think he said violence against women. So someone needs to find that speech. And it led to the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities in South Africa taking up that call that our president had come up, because he was now chair of the AU at that time, to coordinate a negotiation and a consensus-based process for AU members. So we have to go back to 2020, right, to embark on the development of the proposed convention and the adoption thereof. So in October of 2020, there was a Zoom meeting of national experts organized by the South African presidency for South African experts. I'm not sure. Sibongile, were you part of that in 2020? I think we were all in lockdown. You attended the October meeting. So first there was a Zoom meeting that Tamara Brahm had organized for national level people. And then within, within 2 days, she organized a Zoom meeting of regional people. And I don't know if anyone in this room, you were part of that. Were you part of the regional meeting in October of 2020? It was a Zoom meeting. I think we were still under lockdown, weren't we? At that time, yeah. So they organized this regional meeting and they produced what they called a zero draft, but it wasn't actually draft legislation, but it was a wish list, things that we would like to have, you know. And I think I do have a copy on, I can share if anyone needs it. So a zero draft and a rationale document. And they needed that for our president, who was chairing the AU, to educate him of what is it that we were asking for. And so it was a regional discussion and a zero draft and rationale document was shared, right? And then in October of 2020, the South African presidency and the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria engaged in a research project. I think institutional memory is really important. I mean, things didn't start in 2023 or 2022. They started in 2020. And so the University of Pretoria, the presidency didn't have the capacity to do research and reports and things, so they commissioned the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria to do a research project to review discriminatory laws related to violence against women on the African continent, right? And the study looked at 25 countries because of capacity and finance constraints, etc. And the manuscript hasn't been published as yet, but I was just talking earlier. I think that it will be published soon. I mean, it's probably going to be a little bit, it might actually not be out of date because between 20 and 2025, those 25 countries probably haven't moved too much because it was about the country studies. 25 country studies, what's going on in your country on violence against women and girls. And so it'll be an important. Yes, yeah. And I think and maybe we should have a discussion about this because if they're going to publish it, then they need to do the updates on it as well. But it was more to, the study for the University of Pretoria was, give us a landscape picture of what's going on in these 25 countries when it comes to violence against women and girls. And so they commissioned authors from each of the countries. I know one of my PhD students was the Zimbabwe author on this. And then they're going to publish it at some point. I mean, it's been 5 years in the making. There's going to need to be updates. Each author will have to update their chapter, but there also needs to be, and we were talking about this at tea, some sort of overarching a chapter as well. So a lot happened in 2020 during the pandemic. I suppose we were all homebound, etc. And we can't wish that away because, and I was saying to someone at tea, it was 2020 during a time of pandemic. And I don't know, it was our good fortune that the discussion wasn't about another non-binding document on violence against women for this continent. From the get-go, the discussion was on a legally binding instrument on violence against women for this continent. So if we were talking about non-binding, I wouldn't even bother to have this discussion with anyone, because there are so many normative standards that are not binding. So the good thing was that from the get-go, there was this thing of, it's got to be a legally binding instrument for this continent, right? And of course, I'm, not part of all the other discussions. And the political process, which started in 2020 with Ramaphosa as the AU chair, was about establishing an AU high-level presidential initiative on positive masculinities to end violence against women and girls. Again, I'm not part of government. And so how do you get to a point where you want to talk about violence against women and girls and you bring in positive masculinities? And this happened in 2020 under Ramaphosa's And, you know, when I asked the staff in the president's office about why is it, and there was a, you know, off the record sense of, look, many of the leaders on the continent are men. We need to draw them into the process, bring in the positive masculinity, so, you know, feel good men kind of crap, and bring them into the process. Oops, I should watch my language. So the discomfort for me was, if we are so concerned about women and girls on this continent, why do we still have to accede to this men and boys stuff? I mean, I wrote a whole critical UN report on this as well, you know. Why is it that we feel we need the buy-in of that? Why don't we talk about awful masculinities that have led to so much of problems on this continent? So anyway, the upshot was that we ended up with this group of champions on positive masculinities to end violence against women. And that happened in 2020 under Ramaphosa's watch, right? And maybe there's questions to be asked of our presidency and the staff that work there, of the Department of Women, Youth, etc., etc.
Prof?
And it got through True Platform that there was a presidential working group on positive masculinity. Now, some people do believe that you need to sit around a table with the problem to get a solution.
Prof? Sorry. No. You can wrap up your answer like in 1 minute because, yeah,
okay,
time.
And so, you know, if you're going to sit with the people who are proposing things to address the problem, maybe you get better solutions. But I'm not sure in the world that we live in where it's not only violence, the sort of widespread discrimination against women, whether you want to this group of people leading the process, you know. So I do think that those of you who had direct interactions with governments could ask those questions.
All right.
I think the other question was for me, directed by you. Sorry, I don't know your name. The crowning meeting and conclusion. I think the crowning, so the first meeting of a larger group was held here in Pretoria in 2020. I had it somewhere, sorry. In 2024. So in May, there was an online meeting. September, there was a direct meeting. October, there was a meeting and it was a larger group in Pretoria in September, and some online, but a large group in the room. And the consultant produced a 152-page report for, no, it wasn't a report, she called it a draft convention for discussion. And there were many concerns. You can't have a law that's 154 pages, right? And of course, it was written solely by her. It wasn't a document that came out of the reference groups or the working groups or any, no. It came from her, and the consultant was from Zambia, Eva. And how do you say her surname? Chala. So that was put on the table, and there were some levels of discomfort of, you bring a 156-page document without any consultation, and we're supposed to rubber stamp this. So there was a lot of pushback. And then there was a meeting in October held in Addis, but only 5 people came to that meeting, right? So it was Eva, the consultant, it was myself, and the South African presidency funded me. Otherwise, I would have had to be on the Zoom call. There was a woman from Ethiopia. She was a judge. What's the judge's name? Okay. Mieza. Oh, yeah, you've met her. And there was Florence Butegwa from Uganda, who had worked for UN agencies, and Dr. Ajay from Nigeria, because he was part of this AU champions, blah, 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 right? And so Ajay was on online, and the 4 of us were in the room, and that's it. Now, how is it that you go from there to there? Exactly. And there was no answer. And this was the thing. Everything was moving, you know. So there was no, I'm sorry, I just, some of the process things I think are important. And so there was no online. It was just 4 people, 1 online, and it was AU staff, right? And then we had, because of the discussion in September, the October draft was 91 pages or something. And then in the room, there was more sort of cutting back. And so the legal expert, Eva's argument was, what we can't have, because, you know, you can't have everything in the law. You can't have the kitchen sink in the law, you know. So what we can't have, we'll have it in like guiding principles, and she would be, and she was the only paid consultant in this whole discussion, you know. So, and there was no like questioning of how was she appointed? What are her, I mean, I didn't even see her CV. So, and we had no, and I don't want to play a victim here or be helpless, but we had no background information on anything. We were told, this is the person that the AU has hired to do this. This is what's going to happen, this, you know. And sometimes you go with the flow because you think, I do need it. And that's where I have a problem with GMAC as well. You know, there were early in the, if you say you were representing NGOs who were part 50 NGOs or whatever. No. What I'm saying is my I'm not attacking. No, I'm saying my understanding is if you have, no. I'm not attacking you. Can I just say what I want to say? Because I think this defensiveness has become a problem in anyone that is saying, hang on, we need to reopen this. Because was it consultative? Was it participatory? Was it responsive to the needs of the continent? And these are important questions. I myself, who sat at that table for 2 meetings only, and then I didn't go to any other meetings because they didn't have funding to get me to Addis or wherever they were having the meetings. So what I'm saying is, you started off in 2023 or whatever, right? And yeah, okay, but he didn't, he represented the men's groups, in my view, so I think that the one thing that we need to ask is who was represented? Where did the inputs come from? Because we were basically told, here's your 156-page document at the first meeting in September, right? At the October meeting, 5 people are told, here's a 92-page document. And now we got to cut. And what we cut out, we can put in like a non-binding document, right? And which I think this consultant has got. So it did raise questions because during the larger meetings of the 125 people, none of them were being given drafts. But the rumors were that some people already had their hands on the draft through other mechanisms. And it leads to a level of discomfort of who was being privileged, who was going through the back door and getting drafts, and who was being told, no, we don't want these drafts. We're not sharing it in that larger 125 people group because we don't want it leaked and the anti-rights people getting hold of it and then lobbying against it. Now, I'm sorry, you're trying to draft a law for a continent, you know? And I had come from 6 years of UN work pushing for an international treaty. So I know about the pushbacks by member states, etc. And then I come into this process and here's this level of like secrecy. So even and I think this is important, you know, because I was part of some of those larger meetings. It's like, it was as if people were being told, we know what we're doing, it's good for you. And so there'd be these short 1.5 hour, 90-minute meetings, but no documents are being shared for people to say, hang on, why is this provision in this draft? Why is this? So, you know, it was problematic because that's not public participation. It's not consultation and it's not respect for women on this continent, you know, but there was no other way because the consultant was ever leading it and the AU staff were this. So even when there were pushbacks, it was, I think the 5 people who sat, there was very little sort of, your pushbacks were not taken into account. I think if someone had documented all those processes, which haven't been documented, you would see where someone said, but why do we have to have this? I mean, I have concerned if someone said gender-based violence, and I'm like, gender-based violence hides a whole lot of things. we needed to be very explicit on what we are talking about. Violence against women, its causes and consequences would cover, you know. There were other things as well. But anyway, as we go through, I can share what I remember. So the point I'm making is, was there proper public participation?
Okay.
Is a question that I'm going to leave out there.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we did have one question online, but and if it's the same thing that you posted on the chat box, Marlene, right? It was Marlene. It will be answered up like the session right after lunch, where we will look into the consistency with the Maputo protocol. Yeah, and also the other sub question when you were asking about there was a meeting, I think you convened the meeting about the post-adoption plans for the convention. This will also be touched upon right after lunch. Okay, it's time for lunch now. We're actually 13 minutes behind for lunch, but for the whole program, we're almost 1.5 hours late. So we'll find a way, because lunch is taking place outside. We will not be able to push back lunch. But once we're back from lunch, we'll think of a way to make up for the lost time, yeah? So we'll break for lunch now. Thank you. Yeah, so you'll go downstairs. The shuttle is
Is it on now? Can you hear us online?
Yes, we can hear. Thank you.
Yes, now we can.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm making this presentation on my behalf, but also on behalf of my colleague, Deborah Nyokabi, who's not here, but she should be able to join and follow online. I'll try to keep it. Okay, so what we tried to do is to look at the convention against the Maputo Protocol. I think we've had severally that the convention was adopted to complement the Maputo Protocol. And so the analysis that we did is really just looking at different aspects, so not necessarily going into the details of the articles, that is for another time. But we look at 5 things, which is the contents on my presentation. The process of drafting and adoption, framing and definitions, monitoring and accountability mechanisms, signature, ratification and accession, and finally, we suggest some recommendations for taking forward. So throughout, you will see that we put the protocol and the CEVAWG side by side, and I'll just try and run through them in a way that, yeah, actually, I hope you're using the current version that's on the drive, not, okay. So in terms of proposals and in the earlier sessions, we've had quite a rich historical reflection of the CEVAWG Convention, but we also look at, the protocol itself. So in terms of the drafting, the proposals for drafting were made by women's rights, of course, drawing from the 1993 Vienna World Conference, but it's important to note that immediately the African Charter came into force, there were already calls for a substantive women's rights protocol. So you can see that the drive and the demand for the protocol was quite right from the beginning, and it was driven by the women's rights movement. In contrast, the CEVAWG Convention, as we have had, was an outcome of the AU Men's Conferences on Positive Masculinity. The approach for the Maputo Protocol was bottoms up, i.e. it's the women and the girls who demanded for this. The approach on the CEVAWG was sort of top down. It's heads of state saying we need this and therefore moving forward with the process. The duration is also very interesting. So the actual drafting period of the protocol was between 1995 to 2003. This morning, we've had the duration for the CEVAWG drafting was between 2024 and the very first month of 2025. So very short periods. And obviously, the questions that we're bringing around consultation would obviously arise given the limited time within which it was adopted. In terms of CSO input into the draft, there is documentation of the input and the journey that CSOs have gone through. And I think I want to dare and say that the Maputo Protocol would actually not be what it is or where it is without the Solidarity for African Women's Rights Coalition. Without the Solidarity for African Women's Rights Coalition. And this is a group of NGOs that came together when the initial draft was circulated, and recognizing that it was very weak and fell short of international standards, CEDAW and others, they then came together to input into that draft, organized sessions with foreign ministers and all that in order to ensure that we had a strong instrument. In contrast, the CEVAWG had very limited CSO input, and there are no records in circulation or publicly available as to the extent of participation or input by civil society organizations or women's rights organizations in that regard, like even in terms of identifying either language that was proposed or specific articles that a particular group of the movement undertook. There are threats coming my way. And then, of course, we've talked about participation and most importantly, the preparatory documents, the travaux préparatoires. Those ones are not available for any of these instruments. I'll quickly move to complementarity, which is the thing that we keep talking about. But when you look at the Maputo Protocol, you will see that it feeds off and actually cites the various treaties or whatever that they are relying on In contrast, then of course the CEVAWG says that it's complementing the Charter and the Maputo Protocol, but barely makes specific references to the articles that it's complementing in the Maputo Protocol. Specifically, Articles 3, 4, 5, and 8 are not, referenced in that regard. And I think this is an issue that we have realized in terms of just analyzing the convention in its totality. And that was also alluded to in the morning in terms of how much of already existing treaties and guidelines has been reflected in the text of the convention. I think Winnie went into a bit of the definitions bit, where, for instance, the Maputo Protocol, although it has a limited list, is much more expansive in terms of definition of women and the interpretation. And there's already a research by the Center for Human Rights that says, you can use the wording of the protocol to also include trans women. Whereas for the CEVAWG, it's an expansive list, but it's very limited in terms of scope and application. Very quickly to the family and African values, I think that's also noted as one that is problematic. The CEVAWG reverts to the definition as provided by a state party. And we all know that this is problematic because of many other things that we'll get talking about in the next sessions. Intersectionality is the other area that we looked at. And whereas the protocol does not explicitly mention intersectionality, you can see how it's woven into the entire protocol, calling for protection of widows, elderly women, women with disabilities, women in distress, so all those things. Under the Civil Convention, there is reference to systematic interconnected forms of discrimination, but it doesn't go beyond that to actually bring out intersectionality explicitly. Other protocols, again, and as I said, this is a problem that we see with the convention, the cross-referencing or leveraging and pivoting on already existing treaties is a glaring gap. The limits of discrimination on the grounds of race, ethnicity, nationality, age, disability, marriage, blah, 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 are also limited in terms of when you look at expanding the scope of intersectionality. State obligations, I think that has been said in the morning. There is a problem in the way the convention actually stipulates where it does state obligations. But then where that happens, those articles are framed in a very vague and passive manner that is, that falls short of what you would expect in a convention that's building on an already existing convention that has clear, firm, actionable state obligations. In terms of amendments, and I think this is an important one because there are conversations around the potential for amending the convention. So the Maputo Protocol provides an Article 35, the process that a member state can move for amendments, but it says the so what after the amendment, which is that member states must individually accept that amendment by giving a 30-day notice. In contrast, the CEVAWG does not, okay, that's not the slide. In contrast, the CEVAWG does not, mentions under Article 18 that a member state can bring a motion, can move for amendment, but in terms of when those amendments enter into force, they revert to Article 17, which is on entry into force. Article 17 does not conceive entry into force of amendments. So again, it is said, but it's not fully exhausted. Very quickly to the monitoring and accountability mechanisms, and I won't spend too much time on this. The provisions on remedies in the Maputo Protocol are clear, and there is a standalone provision under Article 25. Under the CEVAWG, you have those appearing as preventive measures under Article 10. But then you also have the ACHPR as having the mandate across the board for the two instruments. The advantages that we could see are that you already have, at least at the ACHPR level, you already have progressive development of soft law on SRHR, CEVAWG, and matrimonial property. And so this, as well as reporting guidelines for state and NGOs already exist, and those are likely to apply under the CEVAWG. Hey, I'm wrapping because Miss Kituku is threatening me. Oh. So the disadvantages, we've already talked about the challenges that the Commission is facing. And these disadvantages are likely to be experienced in the implementation and monitoring or oversight of the CEVAWG. But more importantly, state reporting, which already is very low under the Maputo Protocol, is likely to be further compounded with the CEVAWG Convention, because now you've got other additional treaties that they have to report on. I'll move to the next slide on signature, ratification, and accession. So I think we've talked about how this happens, but for me, the issue is around, and this is where I draw the lessons and try to kind of justify why I said the Maputo Protocol would not be where it is currently at 46 ratifications without the work of civil society organizations. And so you need the buy-in of civil society organizations to really move member states and advocate for them to ratify the protocol. So there's a question around how, and just in contrast again, even with other instruments, the Maputo Protocol was the fastest instrument in the history of the AU human rights, whatever, to enter into force. In fact, I think even at the UN level, in just about 24 months. So you need that kind of drive if you want such a convention to pass. And given that CSOs were not involved in the process, there's a question around how fast we can actually get CSOs to rally behind their member states to ratify an instrument that already has glaring gaps. To the next slide, I think. So reservations and backlash, I think we'll have a chance to talk about that. So I'll skip that and quickly run through the recommendations. So one, we're proposing that we leverage the safeguard clauses of the Maputo Protocol and see how, particularly, I think it's important to look at at the Vienna the Vienna Convention. It's important for us to keep going back in terms of treaty making and test that. Engaging the offices of the AU Legal Council, the Special Rapporteur WGYD, and the Commission on International Law will be important. And pivoting on the Arusha initiative, because there's already a lot that's happening around ensuring that we are actually getting appointments into these bodies of people who can actually make a difference in the way that they run the commission, the court, as well as the committee. The reinforcement of the existing special rapporteur mandate, I think, is one that, if this convention moves forward, would need to be relooked. And in our paper, we'll be looking at some of the recommendations that we've made. But if an amendment is not possible, then we're recommending two treatments. Either we have an omnibus ACHPR general comment that will try to cure the inadequacies of the convention, or adopting a standalone additional protocol that will provide for the oversight mechanism for complaints procedures, something akin to the Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, or the CEDAW Committee. I think that's the last one.
Please, the example, guys, yeah?
All right, thank you so much. Coming up, we have Dr. Landilani. Landilani, it's your turn. And he will be speaking to us about, like I mentioned earlier, CEVAWG's consistency with treaty-making processes. 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah. Hi.
She raised the bar.
Well,
Raise it higher.
Okay. I'll try the pressure.
Thank you.
Is it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already on.
All right. Yeah, the bar has been raised, and so I will try to be quicker. But I think I can, because most of what I wanted to say has already been said. So I feel like I'm going to be very cliche here. So the presentation, as you will see, it's about the consistency of the CEVAWG with treaty law. And I start by asking the question, next slide. What is a treaty? And this is not an international law class, but when you ask this question, it is very important, because when you answer this question against what we have as the CEVAWG, then you know that in my broad statement, we actually do not have a treaty. You see, a treaty is an agreement between states in the context of human rights. It outlines state obligations, norms, standards, substantive human rights, and an enforcement mechanism. But what I see in the CEVAWG is that it actually doesn't do that. When you look at the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, one of the things that it says is that the primary law when you have a treaty is the treaty. And then you cannot use national law to vitiate what is contained in a treaty. But when you read the CEVAWG, it actually subjects a lot of its so-called obligations to national law. So it subordinates the CEVAWG to national laws, right? So one interesting one, I think, is Article 19, which says that state parties shall, subject to their national laws, implement these treaties to end violence. I mean, when you have a big name such as this, the primary norm that you set and you subject it to national law, then you are diluting the actual essence of the treaty to what is contained in national law. So a state will say, no, this is what our national law says, and the CEVAWG is subject to the national law. So now what that has done is that it has juxtaposed what international law has. The treaty, instead of coming first, the treaty is second and subject to national law. So in my view, broadly speaking, we do not have a treaty, properly so-called, if I can say that. What are the aims of a treaty? Next slide. I think this is also very cliche. Number one is to address a specific human rights concern. The treaty, in my opinion, only does this by its grand name, but it doesn't do so in substance when you look at the substantive content. Of course, you can argue that you can interpret it, and by interpretation, you can come up with you know, a normative standard and a normative content. But again, even the contents of the treaty will say that when there is a conflict between the provisions of this treaty, number one, you do not draft a treaty that has conflict in and of itself. When you have a conflict between the provisions of this treaty, the provision that ends violence against women and children shall take precedence. Now, when you have a conflict, you have a conflict between two competing parties, and those two competing parties are all arguing that the treaty is supposed to end violence. So whose sides are you going to take? So it is the African Commission who is going to decide which of the provision ends violence. And both provisions are in the treaty. So addressing that specific human rights concern should be very exact. I would like to say that the technicalities of drafting a treaty should be such that it admits not more than one meaning. It should not be open to misinterpretation. It should admit only one meaning. And that meaning, when it is being interpreted, should be to highlight the specific normative standards and contents in the treaty. Another important aspect of treaties is that it creates obligations on states with respect to specific human rights concern. Now, I would like to pause here and ask a question. What is a very specific obligation that has been stated on states in this particular treaty? If you can name one and say, this one is very outstanding, other than by interpreting specific provisions with respect to the name. And I'll pause here. I'm not trying to waste time. But I just want someone to point to me and say, this is a very specific obligation that has been set in the treaty. Any takers? Okay. To create specific norms and standards towards addressing specific human rights concerns. So what you have in the CEVAWG are somewhat specific steps that states should take, or specific programs of actions, if you can call them that way.
but they are not specific norms and standards. So 10 years looking back at the AU, looking at violence on women and children, we come up with this. To me, I would say I don't want to use the word crying shame, but those are the words that come to my mind. But so when a treaty comes into effect, it need not only take into account what you have learned over the past 10 years, it needs to take into account what is happening around the world, what is the position where we are right now. The treaty does not speak to where we are right now, what has happened, what are the lessons that we have learned that you can point to in the treaty. There are so many gaps, and I think that the previous speakers have spoken about that. Again, to ensure that norms and standards that are created have been put into effect to respect, protect, and fulfill. Respect, protect, fulfill, the language of human rights. A treaty must be very exact in terms of what are the measures that have been put in place to ensure respect for human rights, protect for human rights, fulfillment of human rights. The word budget does not actually really feature in this treaty if you look at it, right? And that is a very important standard when you are drafting a treaty. Very important standard. But it doesn't feature budgetary allocation, all those things that we have learned over the past 10 years. The things that have come out from the reports are not reflected in the treaty. And there are very specific reasons for that, which I think have already been highlighted in the morning. The basic structure of the treaty, which is a preamble, purpose and objectives, outlining the context and the background. In my view, when I look at the preamble, it doesn't take us through the history that we have gone to leading up to this treaty, right? It does not make specific reference, for example, to specific provisions in treaties that are pre-existing, right? It doesn't make mention of, or we can borrow A, B, C, D from the Maputo Protocol, recalling Article what of the Maputo Protocol, recalling this, recognizing the report. It doesn't do that. And that is the journey of a preamble. The preamble is very important because if anything, the preamble is the spirit of a treaty. 5 minutes, really? Okay, I'll try. The preamble is the spirit of the treaty, and if you can read the preamble, then from it you can extract specific human rights standards, norms, and objectives of the treaty. What I see here is that it doesn't meet that test. Okay, definitions. Key definitions in the treaty. To me, the definitions that are in the treaty are almost, I'm sorry, I'm going to use words that they just come to mind. Some of the definitions are redundant, because you have a definition in the treaty that does not feature in the text. And then you have very important terms in the treaty that do not feature in the definitions, right? So that's for me, that's a serious red flag. I'll move to substantive human rights standards, which is one of my most important points that I want to make. A treaty makes substantive human rights standards that entitle women, children, the right to education, the right to school, all of those things. But when you look at this, it does not actually highlight the specific human rights standards that we do see. For example, if you look at the Maputo Protocol, it says state parties shall adopt and enforce legislative measures that guarantee women's equal opportunities to work, career, ABCD. That's one. That's a standard. You can see the obligation there. You can see the standard, you can see the substantive human rights, all those important aspects of what a treaty should contain. Now, when you look at Article 19, for example, state parties shall ensure, in accordance with their national laws, protect girls from harmful labor practices and all other forms of violence. What has it done? Getting back to the earlier point, that it has not created a standard. It has said there is a standard that exists, but this standard is subject to your national laws. And we know how patriarchy plays, right, in the grand scheme of things. So now if you are going to subject a specific treaty standard to national law, then you actually do not have a treaty, because the treaty should be able to stand out. I hope I'm doing well. Enforcement mechanisms. Enforcement mechanism, the treaty should have this. Yeah, Enforce substantive rights, that was where I was. Next slide, enforcement mechanism. I won't say so much about the enforcement mechanism because we've all talked about Article 14 and how when you subject a treaty like this to the deficiencies that are already pre-existing in the African human rights system, and you subject a treaty like this to that mechanism, then you are almost watering it down. Where next? Enforcement mechanism, I've talked about it. The final provisions is also another aspect. A treaty should contain final provisions. When you read the final provisions of this treaty, it still doesn't meet specific standards. I would like to take you to Article 15, which says that and I talked about this, in the event of a contradiction between two or more provisions of this convention, the interpretation that favors the realization of ending all forms of violence against women and girls shall prevail. What does this actually mean? It sounds right, but it is wrong in all respects, because who decides? Who are the competing parties? Both competing parties are trying to interpret a provision of a treaty in a way that it ends violence. So you have two people sitting, two or more groups sitting, debating on the meaning of a specific provision, and both of them argue that it ends, but then who decides which of the provisions, which of the sides is right? You are actually creating confusion. And in drafting technicalities, this provision should never, ever exist. I don't want to say anyone who has done or gone to drafting school, but I'll say it, anyone who has done drafting, legislative or treaty drafting, would know that you should never have a provision like this in the treaty. It is just room for chaos. I can assure you. Procedure for making the treaty. I won't get so much into it because I think that we were graced with how the treaty was made. But for me, the treaty was shrouded in so much secrecy such that there was no consultation. One of the aspects of making a treaty is, number one, there should be a pre-discussion among states. I don't see any documentation leading to the pre-discussion. I think that we have snippets of it, and then there should be actual negotiations of states. And the actual negotiation of states takes place in a way that there is either a committee, a body, but a group of experts that then negotiates from state level. And the states are not talking just as technocrats. They're talking from the point of view of coming from their states. Another minute. They're coming from their states. And the stakeholders within the states must feed into the process. So it is not a top-down approach. From what I see, from what I've heard, this was a top-down approach. We have this beautiful document, just make it happen, irrespective of whatever it leads to. And that is why we ended up with this. I have a bit of information about how the process went. One of the things that I learned, so I am from Zambia. I know Eva Jala, who is the drafter. In the Zambian perspective, she's revered as a very good draftsperson. That is legislative drafting. But what I have often argued, and even before I came here, I sought audience with her. I couldn't get it, but I was able to meet a number of people that were related with the process. And my argument was that a good legislative draft person does not translate adaptively to a good treaty person. When you are drafting a treaty, it is not one person that drafts a treaty. Nowhere in the world has this happened, unless I'm mistaken. A treaty is drafted by a committee of experts who sit and talk about the technicalities of the treaty. They first create the roadmap. How are we going to ensure that this treaty is adopted? And then they get into the substance. They negotiate on language. And then the committee that drafts a treaty is also very representative. So we have a regional document that was drafted by one person who brought in 111, 9 pages, I don't know what, but that can never be a treaty in and of itself, right? Because it's norms and standards. So representation in the drafting process was actually never there because there was no committee. It's supposed to be all the corners of the continent, bringing the voices of the people affected, but that was never done, right? And then the language that is adopted, there is also a negotiation process of the language. Why? The language is very important because when you adopt a specific language, the words that are used are important because you want to ensure that that language is such that when it is being interpreted, it does not create ambiguity. But the ambiguities that we have in the treaty are so many, right? And you do not adopt language that speaks to programmatic things, like you're going to conduct a census, a survey, and so on and so forth. That is not language that is used in a treaty, because that is not a norm, that is not a standard. That is simply maybe for a document that you want to create as a strategic plan or something like that. But that is not language that you have in a treaty. So the very fact that there was no committee that was set up to look at the language of the treaty in the negotiating and the drafting process, to me, that's a serious red flag. Someone talked about what is called the travel preparatoire of a treaty. That is the journey in making the treaty. That is a very important aspect leading to the interpretation of what is contained in the treaty. The very fact that we do not have documents that we can call the travel preparatoire of how the treaty came about is also another red flag, because that makes it very difficult to interpret the provisions of this treaty. And that is why you have this vagueness. Another important lesson that and you can tell me now to go and sit, but another important lesson that I did learn is that through the process, a lot of the divergent views that were being given, a lot of people that were giving divergent views were in the process cut out. And so they stopped receiving emails. They stopped going to. I have a good friend of mine. She said that I shouldn't be named. She said, I was part of that process, but because I was one of those people who were very divergent, I stopped receiving emails, and I don't even know how it ended up. That is why I asked the question, what was the crowning meeting? And I learned that a lot of people who were in the process, the bigger process, were so disgruntled because in the end, it was about 4 or 5 people that met, sat, and what they think is that people sat and then came up with this document, but they were all excluded. And that was the secrecy that I'm talking about, because it was, you don't need to see this, you don't need to say that, and the whole document was not even subjected to, after that crowning moment meeting, right? And that's another important aspect of a treaty. You have a crowning meeting, you have the actual draft. The draft must be debated. But what came out was the document, and then the document just goes for adoption, leading to my last point. The adoption process, the AU met in February this year. The preamble of the document says on the 18th and 19th, whereby the General Assembly requested member states supported by the African Union Commission to negotiate the African Union Convention on Ending Violence. This was in February. So the negotiation started in February. There is no way you can have a negotiation that starts in February and then there's adoption. A lot of steps were missed, which means that there was an agenda to have this document already stamped. So the process leading up to this, to me, it just speaks to the fact that it was almost a rubber stamping process. What are the recommendations that I would make? I would recommend that we start where we are. We look at the treaty, we go back to where we started from, we look at each of the provisions, and the document be revised. But even the revision provisions of the treaty itself are very problematic because they're very vague. If you read the last provision of the treaty, it says that subject to the provisions of the treaty on revision, but the provisions on revision speak to nothing about revision and amendment of the treaty. So we are actually in problems, because what is the procedure that we are going to follow to revise the treaty? Because that particular provision does not speak to how a treaty should be revised. I suggest that we look at the Vienna Convention, we look at all the other treaties, and we make this document in line with how a treaty should be. Because when you try to reinvent the wheel, you come up with the square and it won't move. And that is what we have. I hope I've done well. Thank you.
May, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Shamala Immaculate is my name. I'm a Kenyan, representing Trans Nzoia Women Leaders Network, a women's rights organization at the grassroots. I have just a couple of reflection. Number one, it is disturbing to hear what the two speakers have spoken about, and disturbing in a very positive way in terms of provoking. Like I ask myself, where did we miss the steps? For example, as women's rights movements, women's rights activists, feminists, where did we miss the steps that we are able to have a document, but somehow the document is not our document? Number two, I'm asking myself, how late are we or how early are we? Especially when he talked about the reviewing, and even the clauses of reviewing have a problem. And so I'm asking myself, if there's an opportunity to rectify, and already rectifying has a problem. And so it begs the question, what can we do to either kill the baby or resuscitate the baby? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we look at the chat box? Okay, yeah. So I've seen Ramo's hands first, but, or you consolidate your question into one. It's okay, you can go. We don't have any online, so go.
I just wanted what's been bothering me from the morning is to understand the role of PUP in all of this, because it's supposed to be like a consultative body, but also, I mean, we know from the reputation of PUP right now how convoluted it is, but say that it was an institution that's supposed to work how it works on paper. What role would it have, especially because it has different committees and all? So yeah, I just wanted to figure that out.
Yes, thank you so much to Esther and to Dr. Landolini. I think, did I say it right? Mine's also a point of reflection. It's quite interesting when the Maputo Protocol was being compared to the convention. And it also relates back to what Prof was saying in the morning. It still feels like even the girls' inclusion was an afterthought. You see in the Maputo Protocol, it's very elaborate on education and violence in educational settings, and also even violence in not including girls and giving them, equal opportunities to access education. But I was just doing a quick search of the convention, and I think there's just one mention of educational services in passing. And then the mention of girls is just as an addition to violence against women and girls. So I think even that in itself is very problematic. Yeah.
Okay, we have someone online. You can unmute yourself. Marilyn.
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to the two presenters. Yeah, this was the question that I had. So this session was very enlightening and very timely. It's okay. I guess it's also it's a reflection. I think it's just quite disappointing the process that the convention took. I personally, I just think it was, someone who wanted to push the document through and say that, yes, we have this document, but sort of had an oversight on, the process and the consultative things. And I think also for us as civil society, I think there could have been more pushback rather than us just riding the wave of, yes, there's this convention that needs to go through, and yes, we need it. Because then if we did feel that, the process was tokenistic and cosmetic, I think we could have also pushed back as civil society. So sometimes I think we also shoot ourselves in the foot in that regard. But yeah, but thank you so much to the presenters for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Merlin. Okay, so the last contribution from the floor, Wendy, please go ahead.
Thanks. Can you hear me? This one.
They can hear you online. It's for the online people,
Oh,
not for
okay.
us. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks for that presentation. It was incredibly enlightening, and I think it's one of the things that those of us who are working on specific provisions got stuck with, to say, where do you even start assessing a provision if the preamble makes no sense, there's no connection, and the definition section just leaves you utterly confused. So so at least that sets a clear tone on this thing. I mean, it again, it demonstrates just the lack of seriousness that those member states that pushed for this, or people who worked on it, really did not take it seriously. I get the logic, or do not take us seriously. As women and girls on the continent, I get the logic of wanting a convention because of obviously legally binding nature. I get that. But when you look at this thing and then you compare it with even general comments to the Maputo Protocol, even the guidelines on sexual violence against women, that contains more progressive and protective language. So again, I'm going to return to Lindelani and say, okay, fine. We can look at the convention. We can come up with ways in which articles can be improved, provisions can be improved. But then what? I'm trying to follow through with the thought process here. And then what? So we have a civil society alternative convention. That's a question.
I mean, it's a possibility, yes.
Okay.
But also, I think on day 3, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Remember, he will speak to us about the amendment process of treaties. So we'll see what are the possibilities. And then towards the end, as part of the recommendations, we'll be able to really see what we can do. Yeah. Okay. So we have a bit of an exercise, not really, but it's more of a scorecard moment that we want to reflect on the 2 presentations that Landy and Esther have delivered. In the beginning of the day, Ruth was speaking about the scorecard and the way that we will assess whether the CEVAWG treaty is consistent, right, with the standards. In this case, if CEVAWG is consistent with the treaty law and whether it's consistent with Maputo Protocol. So Sinemeli has just distributed cards. Each one of you should have 3 cards: green, orange, and red. And basically, the green card means that the provision advances or significantly satisfies the normative standards that are needed to end gender-based violence. So it's a good one. Like if it fulfills the purpose, that's the green. The orange, in this case, amber, basically that the provision provides normative standards that are clear, instruction substance, and it's aligned in some ways with existing normative standards and parameters. However, there are gaps, but these gaps can be corrected through minor amendments, right? This is the orange. Then lastly, red. Red is a no card. Like it's basically, this one is not fixable with the way that it is. Yes?
Questions that have been rejected are
Which questions? I haven't been looking at the.
So for this one, we are voting on one question each, right?
Yes.
So Dr. Banda presented a consistent retreat making, just one question.
Yeah, so basically, yes,
The convention
with treaty making.
is really meaning yes. With amber meaning someone story. Okay, the people inside have voted. So
Okay, and
that's
we need you guys to vote.
right? Yeah.
Wait.
Is it consistent with treaty making?
Is
I'm saying the same thing for the whole.
yeah. So the poll, is it ready? The poll online? It did? Okay. Yeah. Wait. Can we see the poll result? Just a second. It's with you, Acheng? The poll. Okay, can you tell us what is the result online?
You have 69% with no, 31%,
so that's red. 29% now with amber, maybe. But no's are slowly going up. So now we're at 71% for no, for red, which is no.
and then we put up the next question based on Esther's presentation. Is CEVAWG consistent with the Maputo protocol?
Say no, né?
Yeah.
So let's just allow a minute for them to close that poll.
We're good.
Right?
Yeah, we're good.
So we go to the next question. So based on Esther's presentation, is CEVAWG consistent with the Maputo protocol in the room? Esther, you can't have two cards. You must. Esther says red and amber.
You can't have two cards, people.
Okay, we have
one of the two. What are we doing? What are we doing?
There's
What are we doing?
okay. So there's amber. So there's
Yeah.
All right. While the poll is going. Okay, I think this is amber. Many people are saying amber. For the Maputo protocol. But I want to hear from the ones who lifted both red and amber. What are you saying? Are you saying, so let's hear just two people.
So for me, I felt like it was a trick question, or maybe what was it? Yeah, I felt like it was a trick question, having responded to the first one. It's like, so if we're saying it doesn't meet the standards of a treaty, and then I called myself to a small meeting. I said, okay, maybe there are bits that are consistent. So then the orange was more visible than the red. So just to say that, yes, it does have some consistency, but it falls short of a proper treaty.
That's fair. So you can see that there's one more that you get the amber red.
Listen to your intervention, and the question I have is, does this treaty expand on Maputo? Because Maputo has how many articles on violence? 1, 2. Right. So is there a consistency in expansion in this treaty of what was articulated in Maputo at a very sort of rudimentary level?
Sorry, I didn't put you on the spot.
No worries, Prof. So I think the answer is a yes, but it's a qualified yes. So the convention adds on to sort of other forms of violence that are not conceived in the protocol, but it just cites them. It doesn't give us the substantive rights or state obligations. And so that's why it's like, Okay, so you said it is. It's like me telling you, go there, you'll find cake, but there are crumbs of cake, I think.
I just want to say one thing, that for me, it takes away from the Maputo Protocol, and I could be wrong, but this is why you have to notice the behavior of states. States like grandstanding, right? And so when states ratify this document, one of the things I'll be saying is that we have ratified a very important document, and then there'll be grandstanding on this on this particular treaty, but doing nothing. And then that will affect and impact on programs that are being done under the Maputo Protocol. So when you have a treaty that dilutes certain programs of action, in terms of actions on the ground, you find that there is regression, because states will then be grandstanding on this particular document rather than doing and taking specific actions. So the treaty is not just what it is what happens on the ground. It's not a dead document. It has to be alive on the ground. And the Maputo Protocol has been. But when you look at this one, what is it? What type of life can you actually give it that adds to the Maputo Protocol? For me, it will be the grandstanding, right? I'm not clairvoyant, so I cannot tell, but that is what I see.
Yeah, just agreeing with what everyone has said. I'm thinking if today we didn't have this convention, would I be fine with that? Would we be good with what we have? I think yes. I remember in one of the consultations, there was even conversation around maybe this thing is already there. It will be hard to reverse it, but maybe all states, maybe we can lobby them to put reservations to say we have stronger laws. This will not help us. So if that is the point, that it is not helpful, so I don't think it builds on anything substantially. So I think now it's a red.
It's a red. It's a regression.
I mean, and I think it's important then that we build enough information about this and share, causing us to engage a bit more about it and dialogue about it. Because if I think of it now, I've been in several meetings over the last maybe month where there's a rallying call to ratify the convention, including just 2 weeks ago at the Getro Chope event where the Minister of South Africa was called on by a senior leader that you need to ratify this convention. Yeah. So if you find that, you will find that civil society gets into action to start lobby. And because this convention for them is elimination of violence against women, and sometimes the detail. So I think we, in terms of interpreting it, understanding it, and what we're hearing today, have also that responsibility to share that knowledge and education to help shift the dialogue on it. I want to call it a dialogue for now.
Okay, let's take the one person. Hi, Carol. Let's hear from Carol. Come through.
Hi, May. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I tried to intervene before, but I think the functions on my computer are not working. I want to agree with the last statement, the last two statements. One is about not shining too much light on this. It's a faulty document. The gaps have been very well highlighted, and I think that even the AU and the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, I don't speak for them, but I don't think that they're blind to the gaps that exist with this document. Somebody did ask a question, would we still be able to get protection from violence against women without this document? And I think that the answer is yes. But because the convention sounds like a good idea, it sounds like a good thing, and many people will not read the convention. That is a fact. And so they will take it by its title, and they will say that this is a good thing for ending violence that is really running into dizzying levels on the continent, violence against women and girls. and will then push their governments to ratify. We're already seeing a bit of that happening. And that is why then I want to agree that we must get into a space where we have more of such convenings. We make this information so available to everybody so that everybody understands where the gaps are. We take Esther and Professor Landy's presentations and break them down into bite size so that everybody can understand that there are fundamental gaps with this convention, and that if this convention passes, it will then claw back on a lot of effort that has gone on on the continent. A member state that wants to be cheeky will implement this convention, quote unquote, at the expense of the protocol, for example. And so we cannot have this convention, we cannot push for the ratification of this convention and its implementation unless something is done drastically to change the content of it. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. The poll has closed, so we'll hear from Wafia, the online wrap-up, the numbers.
All right, so is CEVAWG consistent with Maputo Protocol? For red, we have 67%, amber 24%, and green, we have 10%. And for the first question, is CEVAWG, there we go. Is CEVAWG consistent with treaty making? For red, we have 76%, amber 24%.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, online people. We appreciate the answers, and thank you so much, people in the room. Okay, so we're done with this session. We will break for tea, but let's say 15 minutes tops. Maybe focus on the coffee, yeah? Don't focus on the food. We'll break for tea, 15 minutes. We'll come back. And then we also want to seek your indulgence that we finish maybe 40 minutes late than planned. We wanted to finish at 5, so maybe 5:40 tops. Because when we come back, we will look at the definitions article and we will look at them one by one, and they're very problematic and we want to give it time. But thank you so much. Please, the tea is outside.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yumba Kakowe. I am a ELSA and SIHR professor. And I'm also a doctoral candidate at the University of Victoria. This is my last year. And I am reflecting on Article 1B of the Convention, which refers to harmful practices. So because of time, I'm just going to go straight to the announcement. So in terms of the convention provides presidential recognition of violence and priority. It provides coverage in combination with Article 10, which speaks to prevention, Article 11, which speaks to protection support, Article 12, which speaks to justice, Article 13, which speaks to collaboration and cooperation. It also reinforces state accountability, expands focus beyond harmful practices, all forms of violence, and promotes regional alignment and integration. In terms of the gap, harmful practices are underemphasized. Unlike the Maputo Protocol, which references harmful practices 9 times and provides substantive framing, the convention makes only 2 references. The Maputo Protocol makes fundamental rights that are not violated or threatened by harmful practices, and on that that front, the Maputo protocol is more expressive and still contains the legislative contribution. This is an emphasis by the convention, especially concerning, given the presence and severity of practices across countries.
Hello.
There is no dedicated protocol in the convention.
For us online, we really can't hear. The volume is too low.
Elevating and identifying issues, by prevention, protecting victims of accountability. The convention does not provide comparable education content. Instead, subsumes harmful practices under the very provision on prevention, protection, justice, and support. As indisputable forms of violence that benefit similarly and differently with various representative reasons, and which further depend on context, the convention, even with complexities related to harmful practices, does not dedicate a specific article in order to reflect this reality, nor the impact of harmful practices. The convention is not deliberate in terms of illustrating the manifestations of violence in the region or their nuances, including how harmful practices may call for the development of divergent responses compared to other forms of violence against women and girls. This weakens state accountability and diminishes visibility of harmful practices as a form of violence in their own right. Furthermore, there is no linkage between harmful practices and sexual and reproductive health and rights. The convention fails to articulate how harmful practices directly infringe on SRHR. The link between harmful practices as a form of violence that also has SRHR implications is not made clear by the convention, in spite of the extensive work that has gone towards acknowledging this link through advocacy. This omission of the linkage disregards the extensive advocacy recognizing harmful practices as drivers of poor maternal health outcomes, disability, trauma, and sometimes death. By contrast, the Maputo Protocol explicitly situates harmful practices within the spectrum of rights violations tied to health and bodily integrity. The fourth point is that the convention conflates women and girls. By using women and girls interchangeably, the convention obscures the fact that many harmful practices target girls specifically because of their age, with consequences unfolding into adulthood. Although girls and women are definitely vulnerable to harmful practices, many not only experience them while they are girls, but because they are girls. However, the consequences may negatively unfold across their lifespan, chronically affecting them as they transition into adulthood and as well as adolescence. So the conflation of women and girls may conceal the unique experiences of harmful practices that may occur as a result of age. The convention also overlooks intersectionality. There are intersectional blind spots that include failure to address vulnerabilities. This erases the differentiated impact of harmful practices and risks making invisible the specific needs of affected women and girls. There's also the risk of cultural relativism. Without strong language, the convention risks being undermined by arguments invoking culture, tradition, or African values to defend harmful practices. The convention's framing of harmful practices, or lack of it, is indecisive and particularly worrying. While the intention is not to create hierarchies between forms of violence against women and girls, it's also necessary to keep in mind that unlike other forms of violence, harmful practices are often protected, they are formalized, they are socially sanctioned, and politically instrumentalized. States can therefore become culpable because legislation is intentionally silent on this matter. Therefore, certain harmful practices such as child marriage and FGM become roped into political maneuvering, which I feel this convention is also guilty of. The seventh point is that there's vulnerability to anti-rights mobilization. The convention is ironically favorable for the anti-rights movement, particularly because they are active, decisive, and assertively mobilizing. The convention's indecisive framing creates space for anti-rights actors to exploit its vague language. This is particularly dangerous in contexts where regime changes or organized backlash threaten hard-won rights, as harmful practices can be politically reframed as cultural preservation. The eighth point is there are weak definitions and risk of minimalist compliance.
Article 1's definition of harmful practices is inadequate for capturing the complexity and embeddedness of harmful practices in social systems. The weak and vague provisions may allow states to adopt minimalist compliance measures, focusing only on surface level outcomes rather than addressing root causes, prevention, and structural change. So there's one point I didn't put in the slides, and that is that there are many harmful practices. So it's not just FGM, it's not just child marriage, it's not just property grabbing. There's so many in my own research that I never even knew existed. So I think besides the convention should have named a few harmful practices. I think that's very important. But at the same time, this was an opportunity for the convention to give a mandate to states to invest in research on harmful practices as they occur in their different contexts, because there's so many that we never hear about, but they have the same health effects. They affect women's and girls' lives, the trajectory of their lives, similarly. Yeah. Okay. You give me a time limit. Okay, I'll slow down. Okay. So in terms of recommendations, it's important to strengthen the normative clarity, define harmful practice as violence. Like the Maputo Protocol, add a dedicated article with appropriate responses. Explicitly link harmful practices with SRHR. Recognize girls' and women's unique vulnerabilities. Adopt community-centered approaches that promote participation and the collective responsibility to end harmful practices. Ensure state obligations as adopting ensure stronger state obligations such as adopting multi-sectoral responses. Create monitoring and accountability mechanisms. Encourage states to invest in research on harmful practices as they emerge in their contexts. Guard against anti-rights pushback with firm human rights framing. In conclusion, the manner in which responses to harmful practices are forged must speak to the realities of the context, including how they occur in various African jurisdictions. Their resolve must demonstrate cognizance of the ever-hovering threat of anti-rights action and even the reversal of rights due to regime changes. So by underemphasizing harmful practices, omitting a dedicated article, failing to link them to SRHR, and overlooking the distinct vulnerabilities of women and girls, the convention weakens its own mandate. Its vague framing creates space for cultural relativism, minimalist compliance, and anti-rights mobilization, all of which risk undermining protections for women and girls. In contrast, the Maputo Protocol, through Article 5, and its broader framing, explicitly prioritizes harmful practices, recognizes their SRHR implications, and requires states to respond comprehensively. The convention therefore represents a missed opportunity to build on the strength, build on and strengthen the Maputo Protocol's precedent, as the convention does not firmly situate harmful practices as a core form of violence in the African region. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, you did so well. You can actually sit in the front. Okay. Like anything? Okay. Okay, so this is Article 1, right? And this is the definition of harmful practices. So based on and it means all behavior, attitude, and practices that negatively affect the rights of women and girls to live free from all forms of violence, and enjoy their human rights and fundamental freedoms. So basically everything is harmful practice, yeah. And based on the presentation from Yumba, we want to see, are there any thoughts of how this article can be edited or amended, or should we write one afresh? Or I think let's see it from you first, and then what do you think?
To be honest, the article doesn't do anything. It's not meaningful at all. So I would suggest a whole brand new, a whole rewrite, yeah, of the article.
Thank you.
So Another important point that Yumba made is it's defined, but there is no substantive provision on it. It's one of the things Dr. Banda was highlighting, of a definition without a substantive provision. So in terms of rewriting it, then we need to add a provision, which then would create the normative standards.
So it says, what about harmful practices?
Yes. Yeah.
So what if there is an argument that maybe the essence of this provision is kind of vague, but maybe the intent is to broaden the scope than actually naming specific practices, in order not to leave out, just like from our presentation, there are so many harmful practices that we do not even know about. So what will be the response to that kind of thought of thing?
So we go back to Maputo, right? The term harmful practice has meaning, right? When you start gutting it or emptying it of meaning, you don't expand the scope. Because now what you are saying, it's any, right? Behavior, attitudes, and practices, that negatively affect, right, the rights of women and girls. What kind of behavior, attitude, or practice, is that? So that's the problem with this definition. It's that harmful practices is not just a thing that kind of stands alone, like that doesn't have meaning, what is a practice, that's harmful? It's not kind of defined. It's just about anything that impacts, right, on women and girls becomes a harmful practice. So say you are now litigating. It's that we already know that there is no state obligation. There are not entitlements for victims of harmful practices. So if there were kind of protection, say there was something in there, what would you go to court and argue? What would you put there as a harmful practice? Just kind of going with the argument that they didn't want to narrow the definition, so they just opened it up. So my question is, what would you put there? You put a rape victim, for example, saying someone who's subjected to harmful practice, like sexual harassment, would you call that a harmful practice? Would now all forms of violence kind of go back to harmful practice, That's the thing about kind of open-ended, because what's the point there? If you already have a provision that says that we have the right to be free from violence, right? So why would you have a right to be free from harmful practices if it means the same thing? That's the problem.
Thank you so much. And also, you've mentioned intent. We have no idea. We have no way of really telling the intent, right? Because we don't have what is called travel report. Yes, that one. We don't have it. Yeah. Any question from the room or addition to the article?
Thank you so much, Yumba, for that. I think also just reflecting on some of the feedback that came up, for example, with virtual sessions that we had on this. And one of the things that we identified as a harmful practice, I don't know, Yumba, if it also came to you as well, but a harmful practice that almost is sheltered because we don't really think about the violence against women, or at least acknowledge it, especially in the MENA region, for example. So highlighting honor crimes, honor killings, especially with what's happening in Sudan, and talking about how the convention can be something that meets the moment. So having that highlighted as one of the key harmful practices would also give us the opportunity to show how this is building upon what the Maputo is already doing. Yeah.
Of the whole of Africa, which brings us to the lack of consultation. Anyhow, we've had a question in the chat box. Who should we submit the rewritten to? Yeah. Has the AU made provision for amendment? Will the AU listen to us? I just want clarity. Yeah.
Hi. So this question has come up a number of times, and I think this is what has made how people respond to the convention challenging, right? Because people feel that there's nothing that can be done. So that's the question. So on Wednesday, when we close, we have a number of sessions that's taking us forward, to say what can be done. I think Kemi in the morning said, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But one of the speakers on Wednesday is going to give us precedents in the African Union where a treaty went back after it had gathered kind of a number of signatures, right, to the AU. So we do know that it's something that can be done. So let's just keep our eyes kind of open to that as part of how we move forward, because I think part of what affects this conversation is, well, it's here now. Let's see what we can do about it. So if it's that bad, and that's why we need to analyze it and see how bad it is, or, and then that's one of the options that we have, in there. So I hope that answers that question. Something can be done.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we can move at this stage to the second presenter. On this panel, it's Janet, who will speak to us about the definition of cyberspace. Janet is a senior program officer who focuses on the digital rights and freedom of expression at Article 19. Give her a round of applause. She's dancing while she's coming. She's like,
I think, are you projecting?
yes.
Okay. My positive masculinity sister. Yes, my positive masculinity people. Yes. Okay, thank you. Don't worry, I'll do it in 2. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Janet, and I work with Article 19 based in Senegal, West Africa. And yeah, so I have been tasked with looking at cyberspace as used in the convention, which appears in the convention in Article 1, I think 5, 8, and 10 at different times. So Article 1 is the definition. I think 5 and 8 is state obligations. And then I think the 10 is on measures or something. But I think when I was preparing, I didn't know really how to start situating cyberspace, which is the only word that relates to technology-facilitated gender-based violence,
that is used in this document. I had no idea how to situate all of that because cyberspace is just, it's so simplistic. It's reducing the entire ecosystem of what happens online, and in most instances even goes offline to affect a lot of women to just cyberspace. So I decided to rather situate my conversation in sort of an ideal if there was technology facilitated gender-based violence in the document. Maybe this is how it may look like. So I started with a definition of what is technology facilitated gender-based violence. And the one there is from UNFPA, but I also know that UN Women also had a really good definition, which also brings in the issue to say that is any act that is assisted, aggravated, or amplified by the use of ICTs or other digital tools that result in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological, social, political, economic harm, or other infringements or rights. So what this now does is that it takes away from just living into cyberspace to say that there are so many issues that go into technology that can be used to facilitate violence against women. So if it's not doxing online or image abuse or online impersonation, and I like the UN Women definition because it also covers women in different settings. It could be political, and we know what happens with women politicians on the continent where deep fakes are used against women politicians. If it's women journalists, we know what happens. We know about child grooming and what happens. Even on dating sites, you know what happens, and violence against women in some of these platforms. So it sort of covers both in the economic, political, social settings in everywhere to say that wherever violence is facilitated by any form of technology, then it is in that. So when addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence, there is an importance for comprehensive programming, which encompasses efforts to prevent, mitigate, or respond to issues that can be enabled or facilitated by technology. And the next slide now, I speak to the considerations for embedding TFGBV in legal frameworks, which was the Article 1 that defines cyberspace, a digital medium of communication and interaction of global or interconnected systems, which to my mind is simplistic, vague, conceptually thin, because I didn't really know how to place it in any way. When I saw it, I said, okay, are we just trying to, and if you notice, go through the document, Article 1, Article 5, and Article 8 and 10, it almost looked like it was at the end of everything, and cyberspace. So it felt like they really forgot about it. Then someone reminded and said, hey, there's something. Yes, let us bring it in to, remind us that we are in the time of, technology, and technology is influencing things. So, in the questions that Isla gave, they said we should also look at progress or advancement. So I tried, and I said, well, in the preamble, they were aware that violence against women and girls manifests in different forms, including in cyberspace. Amazing. This is groundbreaking and visionary. Apparently now the internet exists, and yes, violence found its way there. So I'm glad that at least there was that acknowledgement, right at the beginning to say that, hey, this thing is now there. And then now going to the gaps or challenges that may arise in practice. The use of women and girls, the centering of women and girls agency and others agency, which for Article 1, it did not really center TFGBV, and it needs to do more than just mention cyberspace as a location. It must recognize this as a distinct and pervasive sphere of harm. And then after Article 3 tried a little bit to remedy, but still did not position it as a central, theme in violence against women, where with its own mechanism, risk, and legal implications. Then Article 5 is, and when I spoke to state-centric, of course, I am aware, of course, that the state is a duty bearer to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. But when it comes to technology, we know how it goes beyond just leaving it to the state. And the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights also extends these obligations to technology platforms, who are the major players in all of this. And, sometimes at the end of the day, governments are really just chasing whatever is happening at the back. So this responsibility in this document should go merely not just for the state, but also extend to platforms who are also concurrent duty bearer to this convention, issues of violence online against women and girls. And the gaps and challenges continuing. In Article 8, it places, okay, I said that already. It places the responsibility on the state, ignoring role of employers, that's digital platforms, and intermediaries in creating safe work environments. And I speak to the UN Guiding Principles earlier. So I feel like the UN Guiding Principles should be the inspiration for reframing Article 5 and 8. And also, I see this as a missed opportunity for intersectionality, as it does not address how violence may differ across formal and informal sectors, or how digital workspaces, that's, gig work, remote work, and all of this introduce new vulnerabilities. We've seen with COVID-19, where there were so many women who had to experience more violence because they were now working from home, staying at home, and were exposed to other layers of violence. Then I also see a missed opportunity in Article 10, where it only speaks to engaged media. Okay, at least they try to bring in social media platforms and the advertising industry. But at the end of the day, what my recommendations on how we can address this and possibly close the gaps are: to clarify and expand definitions. So explicitly include violence facilitated by tech as a distinct category of harm, and recognize cyberspace and digital environments as primary fears of violence, and ensure definitions reflect the unique features of digital harm, anonymity, amplification, permanence, and even transnational reach. So especially because that surveillance, it's not new to see that there are tools that are targeted even within intimate partner violence. Sometimes it targets even more women, as there are some spouses who use surveillance tools, very sophisticated surveillance tools, against their spouses, just for that instrument of control. So we must make room for all of that, and then also broaden the scope of protection, and bring in all the intersectional vulnerabilities, especially for young women, sexual minorities, and marginalized communities online. So treating cyberspace as a structural site of violence, recognizing that digital platforms and online cultures and other factors actively shape, and enable and also amplify violence. And then acknowledging that data protection, freedom of expression, and then going into the AU Declaration on the Principles of Freedom of Expression as inspiration. And right now, the AU is also working on so many other resolutions and other documents that further, and even research that further brings to fore the understanding of all of this. So maybe also tap into all of the expertise within the network that is already happening to bring all of this to bear. And then the most important, platform accountability, because there is no way we can really get this work done if platforms are not brought to the table. So go back, look at the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, look at the AU Declaration on Principles of FOE, and other documents, especially, I know there are even specific documents on protecting women journalists online, and so many other documents. So tap into all of this and create a more robust expansion of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in these documents. And I told you, I'm a very brief lady, so that's it. Thank you.
So you left me your laptop. I'll also place it here. Okay, no, thank you so much. Yeah, like if we think about editing the definition.
Yeah. Take out cyberspace.
Okay. So replacing cyberspace with facilitated gender verb, yeah. let's start by changing the title of the definition, and then we think about the expansion. It does not even make sense as a sentence. Okay. This one is technology facilitated violence against women. GPV. More like it's a broader term to use, yes. Okay, and then how do we even deal with this digital medium of communication and interaction of global or interconnected systems?
We take it out.
We take it out. Okay, so that's the advice. And then basically rewriting what it should mean by drawing inspiration from the UN standards on business and human rights, as well as, all right.
On freedom of expression.
Can you say these things again? The 3 4 inspirations.
Yes, so the UN principles on business and human rights, the AU declaration principles on freedom of expression, and the UNFPA research with UN women. And there's also another document, the Kigali Declaration. Yeah, so we can also, yeah. I'm sorry, there's also another research from the AU on technology, AI, robotics, and something.
Okay. AU own standard.
Yes.
On technology facilitation.
Exactly.
All right, thank you so much. I'm really thinking, should I open reflections from the room? Maybe two people? Do you have any comments? Okay. So I see 2 hands, yeah.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation. And I actually want to highlight the role of businesses in this space, because one of the issues that in the area of business and human rights is regard to the obligation of non-state actors and especially private entities in this, in violation of human rights. So it's something that, is very, very key and very, very important. The second thing I want to highlight is that because of the technicality of technology and stuff like that, I hope that by the time maybe there'll be a review, there's need for that experts view, or they even being part of the discussion in order to be able to understand what the space, instead of just guessing. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Mine's just an added recommendation on the list of references. The African Commission had, I think it's resolution 522 on specifically on technology facilitated gender-based violence. So that could also be a push for political will in that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Do we have any comments online, Wafia? And if there is, you can just summarize for us. And there's no hand, right? Equality Now research on TFGP. Okay, thank you, Deborah. It's been added. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I think this is a safe place to end the conversation on the cybersecurity definition, or it's called cyberspace. You see, I went to cybersecurity. With this definition? All right. Okay. So, coming up next, we will have a presentation on femicide. And it will be delivered to us by our very own Echeng and Ruth. 10 to 12 minutes. I don't know how you split it between the two of you, but you'll figure it out. Yes. And also just to note that the definition of family values have been moved, and it will be covered on Wednesday when we have a discussion around anti-rights actors, because it actually links perfectly there.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I thought you had a good lunch and a nice break at tea. We've fed you with so much sugar. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so that, the afternoon is usually tricky. Yes, we need you still. Okay, so my name is Achieng Orero, as I had introduced myself earlier. I'm the violence against women lawyer at ISLA, and we'll be taking a look at the provisions in the convention that deal with femicide. So we started with literally a screenshot of all the places that it shows up. And I thought this was important because a lot of the rhetoric around the convention is finally we have something on femicide. There's no other document globally that has femicide, in the regional or international standards. This would be the first. So I said, what exactly does this convention tell us or talk about femicide? So it appears 3 times. It appears there this is preamble, aware that violence manifests in different forms, including femicide. And then it appears in the definition at Article 1D. And it said femicide means the killing of women and girls because of their gender, including killings by intimate partners, members of a family or a community. And then in one of the obligations of the state in prevention to promote aspects of African culture and norms which encourage patterns of conduct that do not perpetuate women's and girls' vulnerability to violence, including femicide. So states are to adopt measures and evidence-based programs and strategies. So, like this was the template. You must first of all say, what have you done well? So progress and advancement, as I was saying earlier, yes, the word femicide appears in the convention, quite literally appears, and it's there in the preamble, in the definition clause, and in the preventive measures that states are obliged to take. This is in recognition of quite the issue that femicide is around the continent. Countries all across the continent have seen an uptick in the numbers of women being killed for various reasons. The statistics globally show that Africa has the highest number. I think in 2023, we surpassed Asia, which was previously holding the title of having the most women being killed. And so this is in recognition of femicide being the most extreme and irreversible form of violence that women can face. That's all. Now we go to gaps and challenges. So when we look at the definition, this definition is not nearly comprehensive enough. There are so many forms of femicide that needed to be named specifically in the document. And these are needed to be named because of how specific they are to the African context. I think someone had alluded to it earlier in the Northern Africa and Arab-speaking countries, which actually are quite a number on the continent. We have a problem with honor-based killings. We have conflict-related killings because, you know, all the conflicts that are on the continent. We have killings of sex workers, deaths arising from harmful practices, killings of women due to accusations of sorcery and witchcraft, indigenous women, soji-based killings, you know, and the list is, I don't even think this is as an exhaustive list, but, you know, just the line that we got in the convention quite honestly excludes all of these, yeah? And then it doesn't center femicide in the issue that is broader, which is gender-based discrimination, right? And this is something that has become a matter of customary international law. It has been accepted in, you know, international laws that violence against women is discrimination. Violence stems from discrimination, and it's only part of the continuum of gender-based discrimination and violence. Then the other thing is, it doesn't really go to the root causes. Why are we having this issue of femicide? Why are we seeing, it's not a sudden, like, you know, issue of toxic masculinity that has led us here. It's not, you know, like there needed to be a robust kind of discussion around this, either in the preamble, either in a specific provision in the convention that relates to femicide, just recognizing the issue of unequal power relations between men and women, the utilization of violence as a form of control. We had a discussion about the kind of women that are targeted, yeah, with the express aim of diminishing, you know, the efforts and the achievements that these women had achieved. We've had a few women who are athletes who had been killed, university students, you know, and it points to a trend of women who have, you know, are on some type of upward trajectory, and their intimate partners using this extreme form of violence to kind of restore order based on these social insecurities. And then there's a failure to deconstruct and dismantle this normalization, the patriarchal normalization of violence. And then when I think this has been a silver thread that has been running through all the presentations, but very weak state obligations. Should I say weak or non-existent state obligations when it comes to femicide? It fails to put any binding measures. So what are states meant to do? How do we hold states accountable on the basis of this convention when it comes to femicide specifically? What can we say? Okay, you've not done this, and this was required of you by the convention, and therefore you're in contravention of the rights that are guaranteed. What are the entitlements for women here? And we don't see any, right? Given the establishment of due diligence obligation of states to end all forms of violence, this should have been expressly articulated, and it wasn't. Under the obligation to prevent violence, states are required to legislate, and that includes, for example, the recognition of femicide as a criminal offense with appropriate penal sanctions. This is an intervention that has been recommended in model laws. In the Inter-American system, they have a model law on femicide, and this is part of the provisions that they do recommend. And then under the obligation to investigate, prosecute, punish, and remedy, provide transformative remedies, none of these actually, nothing about investigating, prosecuting, punish, like as you saw, it was just like, we are aware, this is what they are, and then there some programs, like very weak, if any, obligations on the state. So now I'm over to, yeah. Oh, wait, the laptop is stuck.
Yes. Okay, so frustration on the lack of state obligations, and then also like the lack of accountability measures, so no protection and accountability framework. The normative standards, it doesn't even reflect existing standards that we have through the UN standards, but also the regional standards. So even the Commission's own guidelines and how they frame due diligence obligations, even in the context of femicide is missing. So the point here really is that beyond the naming, there is the word femicide. There is no substantive normative standards. Just to go to what Dr. Banda was saying. So, and also it's an afterthought. It's the same as cyberspace. It's like the other places where it shows up in the convention other than the definition is like including femicide, an afterthought. And Acheng has mentioned how it doesn't take into account the comparative law standards that already exist. Yeah. So in terms of, so there are normative developments that we could have learned from and actually made something better if we had, including, like you saw earlier, there's a really good report by Professor Rashida when she was the special rapporteur mandate, who spoke about the broader framing of gender-related killings, because femicide should be seen as an extreme form of gender-related killings, but just narrowing it down to femicide and missing the whole picture of gender-related killings is a major gap. And so in terms of recommendations, we are saying this definition needs a more expansive and conceptually substantive definition of gender-related killings by recognizing that, you know, femicide is the extreme form of how it happens indeed, but there's like active and direct killing of women, which we know. So for example, you can identify a perpetrator that killed a woman, okay, active direct killing. But there's also passive and indirect killing of women, which is part of gender-related killings, like deaths due to poorly conducted clandestine abortions. That's also gender-related killing, that's femicide. Maternal mortality, deaths from harmful practices, deliberate acts or omissions from states that lead to women dying and just, they are killed. And this framework of understanding femicide within this frame exists. So this convention, not fact taking that in, it's just telling us as if we don't know the conception and the understanding of femicide and how it sits within feminicide, femicide, and gender-related killings. So our recommendations is we want inclusion of clear binding state obligations that are part of this broader framing that's inclusive and not thin and narrow. We want a protection framework that's founded on the root causes of femicide and their resultant obligations on the basis of them being rights. And then we want the inclusion of due diligence standard as a measure for state obligations, as well as alignment with the existing standards, which we've mentioned is just, they already articulate what state obligations are, but this convention doesn't. Yeah, so that's us.
Okay, thank you so much, Acheng and Ruth. Acheng, where is this Acheng came from? Thank you so much, Acheng and Ruth. Okay, so this is the definition of the article. What should we do about it? Is it amendable? Rewrite it? Yeah, we'll start with you, yes.
Yeah. So our proposal is to delete it and replace it with gender-related killings, which will include femicide and feminicide, and then name the specific manifestations that are related to the African context, right? We're not saying it's an exhaustive list, but we need the definition to show us. Oh, yes, yeah, but you're right. But yeah, so name the specific manifestations relevant to the continent. That's part of being context responsive and responsive to the lived realities specifically of African women and girls. And then use the broader framing of gender-related killings. And then, of course, within that is femicide and feminicide in the context of North African honor-related killings and all of that. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
And in the convention itself is actual normative standards.
Yeah, corresponding article that speaks about the norm, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Reflections from the room too. Okay, we circulate that one.
Thank you. I to represent us of the definition, but flow with me here in terms of reflection. I've taken a minute to remember women who have died from femicide. I think this killing is intentional. I think it's deliberate. I think there's a pattern in this killing. The lawyers in the house will say there's menstrual. It's calculated, there's a pattern. And so we must recognize it. That it is intentional, it is deliberate, it is calculated, and there's a system, there's a pattern of it. If today it's about beheading the women, you'll find in village A, the women have been beheaded. Village B, there's no head of this woman. Village, C like that. And so we as activists and feminists, we must be able to bring that to the front, that it is intentional, it is deliberate, it is calculated, there's a pattern, there's a system. That we will have done justice to especially those who have died because of femicide.
Thank you so much. Here you go. Which one?
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So when I give, just speak. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can I speak again?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the definition on femicide. And I'll take a second just to remember the women who have died because of femicide in Africa and other parts of the world. And so for me, the definition and recommendation, I think, in my reflection and flow with me, is we must recognize that this kind of killing is intentional. It's deliberate, it's calculative. There is a lot of, it's systematic. If it is about beheading, you find they've beheaded one woman here, the next woman has been beheaded. And so in our recommendation, or in my recommendation to you good people, is could we make it very boldly that this is intentional killing? This is deliberate killing of women. And it is systematic. It's not only in one place, it is all over. And there's a system, there's a pattern on it. That I think we will have done justice to femicide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree with that. That was one of the points of discussion. First of all, using the language of femicide. And there was a sense that on the continent, it's not a term that's used universally, right? And it doesn't capture the numerous manifestations. But the lead person wanted that term because that's the term. Then the other question that arose was that femicide, the killing of a woman, just doesn't occur as an arbitrary act. It is a continuum of violence, with the death of a woman the ultimate act of violence against the woman. And I recommended my report because I wrote a whole report for the UN on gender-related killings of women. Not only the terminology, but the manifestations, so that no government on the continent could say femicide, nah, it doesn't occur in our context, right? So you needed to be clear, the witchcraft-related killings, the domestic violence killing, because it functions on a continuum. And unfortunately, it was more politically correct for people to argue, no, let's use femicide, because that's what's being touted at the global level. Even in the Latin American region, they're using the word feminicide, right? To articulate not only the killing of the person, but also the political motivations behind it, etc., and the notion of impunity for the deaths of women. And so they use feminicide, but unfortunately, there was, and some of the AU staff tend to use whatever language is going without thinking through, does this adequately capture what we wanted to capture? Contextual realities, the magnitude of the problem, that violence functions on a continuum, and it can start with a slap and end up with a death of a woman, So does this term adequately capture that? And in my view, it didn't. So there's a whole UN report of mine on the issue of gender-related killings of women. And the term gender-related killings of women got used in a General Assembly resolution subsequently, and they used that. And then, of course, people have said, okay, let's put a stroke, gender-related killings, femicide, feminicide, so whichever region of the world wants to use it. But gender-related killings was a term that got used in my report and in an General Assembly resolution that was adopted in the UN.
Thank you so much. Do we have any contributions from online participants? There's something in Spanish. Prof, can she have the mic? She can just tell us.
There's something that's coming in Spanish. It's an admin question.
Okay. No, thank you so much. All right. So this kind of brings us to the end of this panel, this specific panel, and we will end it with, there's something online?
Yes, we have the question, is the killing because of their gender or because of their sex? That's from Charity Binka.
Is the killing is because of gender or because of their sex? Hmm? Yeah, it is gender-based, yeah.
Yes.
It's admin. It's not a question. All right, so okay. So we'll move. We have scorecard. And we will start with femicide. Yeah, bring out your papers. And don't lose them. We will not cut papers again. Sorry. Okay. All right. So everyone, the first question. Okay, so we have set of 3 questions that relate. Okay, so this is for the online people, and it's going to speak about Article 1 for harmful practice, cyberspace, femicide. Let the online people do their thing. We'll do our thing here, which is the same, but different pace. So for us, the first thing is for femicide. We have a set of 3 questions that we need to answer. The first one, and you will vote on each. The first one, does the definition of femicide integrate a human rights-based approach? Yeah, human rights approach. Okay. Me, I'm documenting. I think for this one, the majority is red. Yes. Yeah. So the second question for femicide is the definition of femicide consistent with substantive equality? Is the definition of femicide in the convention consistent with substantive equality? Yeah, it's unanimous. Sort of. Yeah. Okay. And then the third question for femicide is the definition of femicide responsive to context or, centers lived realities of African women and girls in their diversities. Yeah. Yeah, it's a full house, red. Okay, so this is for femicide. Now we can move to, no, because online they received all the questions together. So we'll go to it and we'll see the results. All right, so now we'll move to the same questions as a relate to cyberspace. So does the definition of cyberspace integrate a human rights approach? Yeah. Then the second question, yeah. The second question is the definition of cyberspace consistent with substantive equality. Third question is the definition of femicide. Responsive? It's red throughout. Is the definition of cyberspace responsive to context or centers lived realities of African women and girls in the diversity? Okay, I see some hesitation and I'm seeing an amber. So maybe let's hear from the amber, yes. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think that the definition of cyberspace was not comprehensive, but I think they tried to link it with ending violence, but it just was not done properly. That's why I would say maybe amber. Yeah.
Let me just do this here so that they don't come up with again.
Yeah. So my question is on how we're scoring, right? I guess we are scoring the convention as it is and not as we would want it to be. But at the same time, I'm wondering, because the analysis has already shown us that the word cyberspace in itself is not comprehensive enough to address the issue that it wants to address. At the end of the day, is the scoring meaningful? Because I think in my head, when you ask the question, I'm like, it's a no, right? Because we've already established that, cyberspace doesn't comprehensively cover all forms of technology facilitated gender-based violence, right? So I don't know, like, should we still keep scoring?
Yeah.
Cyberspace gives something.
So one of the democracy. So I think Rumbia is asking an important question. So if because when the word comprehensive keeps coming up, and if we unpack what's the meaning of comprehensive, to me, something comprehensive is something that's reflective of how African women and girls actually experience violence. So let's say it's cyberspace, and we've heard from the expert that this doesn't even begin to capture the reality of how this violence happens. Conceptually, it's flawed. It's thin, it's simplistic. So for me, it's very clear that it is not comprehensive, meaning it is not responsive to the context of how women and girls on the continent experience violence in that space, given the technology world. So that's why I think for me it's an easy read. As in, because the convention, some things are, I don't want to use the word nonsensical, but that's what I mean. So there are some words that are used, which is like, if they had experts in the room, they would have said, this is not the word to use. This is not the framing. It's not the legal framing. But now we've ended up with something that doesn't make sense, but that we have to analyze. So we do have to come to the level of saying, if we had to analyze it, does it really meet the standard of the context? And I think it's okay for the answer to be a simple no. It doesn't have to be deep in the way we unpack the no. That's what I mean.
Okay, so we did the 3 questions, right, for cyber? Okay.
As the member state in this, anyway, I'm joking. I had a question for Janet. So, I have been in spaces where they are actually asking, isn't cyberspace essentially private spheres? And so in the addition of your presentation, or rather, in the room, where are we situating this? Because essentially there's what we know is private and public sphere, right? And then now sorry? Oh, okay. So okay. Okay, thanks. The member state is satisfied with the answer.
Okay, so before I move to the scoring of the harmful practices, there's a question online. Can we see it? Is it possible that okay, can you read it for us, Wafia?
So Marian Ogeto says, in expanding stroke including state obligations, I would also recommend not limiting prevention to only criminalization, as mentioned in line with the model law on criminalizing femicide in Latin America. Maputo talks of identifying the root causes, so the convention can go a step further and note the prevention can respond to the root causes in line with primary preventive tools. For instance, WHO/UN women models, and have the law criminalizing gender-related killings act as a secondary preventive model. Then for response, due diligence standard was already mentioned. That is Marian's comment.
Okay.
Je veux intervenir
Thank you so
vraiment.
much. And I think it adds to the recommendation section, right? It wasn't a question. Oh, thank you. Okay, so let's move to the scoring of harmful practices. Same thing, 3 questions. Does the definition of harmful practices integrate a human rights-based approach? Let's vote. It's a quick process. Let's go. What do you think? What are your thoughts? The first question is, for the harmful practices, does the definition of harmful practices integrate a human rights-based approach? The definition, yeah. Okay, guys, let's have one room. One room, we're almost done. Is it possible that we can screen the definition, right? Just to remind people what was said in the definition of harmful practices. Okay, so this is the definition: all behavior, attitudes, and practices that negatively affect the rights of women and girls to live free from all forms of violence and enjoy their human rights and fundamental freedoms. There's a lot of words, but it really doesn't say anything. What is that, right? Yeah. So we're scoring the definition. Does this definition, the way it is, yeah, is there any legal entitlements here? Okay. Do you have a clarification on this one?
Je voulais réagir là, mais on dirait que on n'écoute pas ceux qui sont dans la salle.
Protocol says the same thing, but then it says all behaviors, attitudes, and or practices which negatively affect the fundamental rights of women and girls, such as their right to life, health, dignity, education, and physical integrity. And then it has a substantive action, like you say, on it. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, so now having heard the definition in the convention, as well as how it's reflected in the Maputo Protocol, and also considering the fact that there is a corresponding substantive article within the Maputo protocol that speaks to state obligation, etc., let's do the voting. And it's okay. Different definition, different opinions and different ratings. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so there's a bit of amber here and there. And the what? Red means it's a no, like the definition. That's so bad.
It's so weak that it will require substantive revisions for it to be effective. The gaps are so significant that actually, as it is, which here there is no provision on harmful practices. Well, what is the point of having a definition without? So, yes. But there's right. So the question, we are voting the definition. But if you remember Yumba's presentation, it was the people that are reflecting on definitions are also reflecting on how it's reflected in the convention, right? So Yumba spoke about the definition and how it's missing. Acheng and I spoke about femicide in the preamble definition and Article 10, same as Janet for tech. So we are scoring the definition. We are also scoring how it's considered in the convention. So that's how we are doing. Because there is nothing later to now come and score that is missing. No? So Amber says it is consistent with the it is somewhat consistent with the parameters, substantive equality, human rights-based approach. There are rights, but maybe they are not as clear as they could be. They need to be elaborated through other means. It's missing. Collectively. Collective.
Okay. I hope that this clarifies, yeah? Okay, so the second question is the definition of harmful practices consistent with substantive equality? The definition as it is read in the convention, is it consistent with substantive equality? Okay, how we're saying. Yeah, but I think there's different level of understanding here of what we mean. So when we are rating, yes, we have a definition, right, on the definitions article, but you are rating the definition itself, what does it capture, and also the gaps, because just the definition, what are we going to do with the definition?
But then ask the question because the question is definition.
Then that's fine. Then okay, you get the question.
Is the way in which CEVAWG addresses harmful practices consistent with substantive equality? Because in law, we don't have definitions for definition's sake. What's the purpose of definitions in a legal instrument? To understand meaning for the protection that's within that law. So let's ask the question this way. Question 1, does this convention, the way that it defines and addresses harmful practices, is it consistent with a human rights-based approach? All right. Does the way in which this convention define and address harmful practices, is it consistent with substantive equality? Does it respond to the different lived realities of African women and girls as they are differently situated? Number 3, does the way in which this convention define and address harmful practices reflect the contextual reality of how women and girls experience harmful practices? Okay. So I see, so it looks like we are mostly red, but I want to give a chance to you because you sound like you are thinking about it. Do you have a question?
I don't know, but I'm just thinking if we contextualize, probably we then limit ourselves and specifically focus on that context that has been mentioned. Because remember, this is going to be a blueprint and this is what we're going to act on. It's a legally binding document. So for example, if we are going to put terms such as child marriages, it means we are not going to focus on child marriages. But if we are going to leave it open as all forms of violence, it then means that any other form of violence apart from child marriage, which can emerge even 5 years from now, can still be captured by that same blueprint.
Sorry, just quickly. I think there's a way in which in drafting you can mention specific aspects of an issue or an arising what's the word? Issue, yeah. By giving specific examples without being exhaustive, right? So it's in the way, it's in the language that we will use in drafting that specific provision to say these are some. It's like how we describe discrimination, right? If you see article, is it article 1 or 2 of almost every human rights treaty, it will say prohibits discrimination on the basis of gender, sex, what, and other grounds, right? So there's a way of giving the specific examples to show what we already know can be used as a basis for a type of discrimination, and then leaving it open to emerging forms of discrimination that are not specific. So I think that can be addressed in the language in the drafting.
Yes. Thing, but not limited to. Yeah. Okay. Can we go back to online people and see what they voted on? Cheng, can you show us online the result? Thank you. Okay. So Wafia, can you read for us? Just like you did last time. Thanks.
Okay, so online, the votes were as follows. On Article 1, Question 1, does the definition of femicide integrate a human rights-based approach? Red was 71%, amber 21%, and green was 7%. For number 2, on is the definition of femicide consistent with substantive equality? Red was 57%, amber 29%, and green 14%. Number 3, is the definition of femicide responsive to context/centers lived realities of African women and girls in their diversity? Red was 79%, amber 14%, and green 7%. Now for the questions on harmful practices, the first one was, does the definition of harmful practices integrate a human rights-based approach? Red was 71%, amber 7%, and green 21%. Is the definition of harmful practices consistent with substantive equality? Red 79%, amber 14%, and green 7%. And is the definition of harmful practices responsive to context/centers lived realities of African women and girls in their diversity? Red is 71%, amber 21%, green 7%. And finally, for cyberspace, we have, does the definition of cyberspace integrate a human rights-based approach? Red is 79%, amber 7%, green 14%. Is the definition of cyberspace consistent with substantive equality? Red 71%, amber 14%, and green 14%. And finally, is the definition of cyberspace responsive to context/centers lived realities of African women and girls in their diversity? We have red 93%, amber 0%, and green 7%.
All right, thank you so much. I think for the online votings, it's always 70-something% for red, with 5% for green across, yeah. And yeah. There's a hand. Okay, so let's take the question that is online. Dr. Miriam, we see you. We're coming to you shortly. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the day. Okay, Mama Koite, you can unmute and ask your question.
Oui, bonjour, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour ce dialogue. Je voulais juste, c'est Mama Kouate Doumbia, je viens du Mali. Voilà, on a longuement discuté sur la problématique du féminicide. Mais moi, mon problème, c'est, je ne voulais pas, en tout cas, mon souhait n'est pas d'arrimer le féminicide dans les pratiques nuisibles. Non, le féminicide est un crime. C'est un crime. Et je pense que si on le met dans les questions nuisibles ou dans les pratiques néfastes, je ne serais pas satisfaite, moi. Moi, je pense que la situation est très grave. Je ne sais pas si partout on vit les mêmes questions, mais quand on intente à la vie d'une personne, qu'elle soit femme, qu'elle soit homme, c'est un crime. Et je ne veux pas que ce mot féminicide vienne comme vraiment des pratiques comme l'excision, comme les tapes, les brûlures. Non, c'est très grave. Quand on intente à la vie d'un individu, et c'est dans nos constitutions, il faut le mettre dans le panier des crimes. La deuxième chose, pour ce que je voulais poser, bon, c'est un avis que je donne. Quand on parle, je ne sais pas, peut-être que c'est la traduction, mais quand on parle de pratiques nuisibles, pour nous, ça n'a pas la même réponse que pratique néfaste. Pratique nuisible est beaucoup trop faible par rapport aux autres actes, aux autres pratiques que nous vivons, en tout cas dans notre pays. Quand on parle de mariage, de veuvage, de sororat, d'excision, mutilation génitale féminine, ça c'est des pratiques chez nous, c'est des pratiques néfastes qui nuisent au statut de la femme et au physique de la femme et au moral de la femme. C'est pourquoi quand on dit nuisible, moi ça ne me satisfait. Peut-être que c'est un problème de traduction, mais ça n'a pas, en tout cas pour nous les francophones, ça n'a pas le même impact que néfaste. Donc je ne sais pas comment trancher ce problème.
Thank you so much, Mama Koite, for your question. You are absolutely correct. So we are not merging or linking the definition of femicide and harmful practices. They were just scored in the same session, but those should be very different sections or definitions within the convention because they represent very different manifestations. So you're absolutely right. We are not suggesting that they should be linked or connected. So it's just a clarification to provide.
All right, thank you so much. So now we are almost there, guys, and we will finish. I have a good feeling that we'll finish on time. Like we said, at 5:40. So coming up next, and this is the last session for today, we have Dr. Miriam, who would speak to us about Article 2, the right to be free from violence, as well as Article 3 that addresses the scope, basically. Over to you, Dr. Miriam. Just a second, we're projecting your PowerPoint presentation. She's sharing?
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, can you just confirm if I'm audible? Good afternoon.
Okay, we
good
can see your
evening.
presentation. Please proceed.
And you can hear me well? May, requesting confirmation if you can hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I have the privilege or misfortune of both of having this final graveyard shift. I drank a whole can of Red Bull like an hour and a half ago, timing it to my presentation. And the effects have already worn off. So in trying to energize myself and you, I will just ask you to sing along with me. If you're feminist and you know it, clap your hands. If you're feminist and you know it, clap your hands. If you're feminist and you know it, and you really wanna show it. If you're feminist and you know it, stamp your feet. Okay, I wish I was there to see and hear that. Like I say, just trying to pick myself up and pick up the energy in the room. As you can see, my name is Dr. Mariam Kamunyu, a feminist legal scholar, currently based at Cardiff University, but very much present in the continent and in the feminist legal issues of the continent. Today, I'll be leading you through a feminist legal reading of Articles 2 and 3 of CEVAWG. So Article 2 provides that it has the topic there, right to live free from violence. Every woman and girl has a right to be free from all forms of violence, which right is indivisible. Sorry, just setting my timer here. Which right is indivisible from and interdependent with other human rights and fundamental freedoms. And then you have Article 3, which provides a scope, and it says the convention shall apply to all forms of violence against women and girls in public and private spheres and in cyberspace and in times of peace, armed conflict, transition, post-conflict, disaster, and post-disaster situations. So the first thing you will notice is that I'm handling these two articles at once, and that's because as you will see in the analysis that I will be presenting to you, and also Isla's thinking was that these articles should have been one to begin with. So these articles, in terms of also positioning them within the convention, they are really what we call anchor provisions, because an Article 2, for instance, codifies the right that is central to the convention's name, the convention's subject, the convention's scope. That is the right to be free from violence in all spheres. And that section of the spheres is found in Article 3. So these articles provide interpretive foundation that is critical in shaping how other rights in the convention are understood and implemented. So from an accountability perspective, we can envisage that this will almost always be the starting point. If you want to make a claim in CEVAWG, you will almost always start with finding a violation of Article 2, for instance. And so the implications of this is that if this is the provision where the main right is anchored, it means that if it's weak, either it's in nomenclature or in its conceptualization, then the whole convention risks being underpowered or undermined. And so it means that also when we examine these two articles, we should examine specifically for their juridical utility referring to, how useful are these articles, for instance, for instance, for claiming of rights, which is the whole point of having treaties, for claiming of rights in a binding treaty before regional courts, before national courts, and we should also examine for non-juridical utility. So non-juridical utility, for instance, means that the provisions here could also be useful in guiding states, for instance, when they're coming up with national policies, when they're coming up with programs, when they're sort of going into the specifics of their obligations. A convention such as this should also be useful. And so what this means overall, because as I said, these are anchor provisions, is that we do need to have a sharper standard when we're assessing whether the articles as is are fit for purpose. So they're sort of at a higher level. So I had 3 assignments. One is to tell you whether there's any progress, advancements, or entry points. So I pushed myself to be very objective and positive, and I found that I really liked the title of Article 2, where it says it's framed as the right to live free from violence. And I found that this language was evocative of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where it begins in Article 1 saying, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, which is the raison d'etre for human rights protection. So I thought that that sort of framing was empowering. I also thought it's useful, though I must say also this is really a bare minimum, that the framing of freedom from vow in Article 2 is framed as an independent standalone right, which means that there's a recognition of vow as a human rights violation in a binding human rights instrument, which is then the source of or rather this recognition and codification then becomes sort of the key source of state obligations, where state obligations flow through. Though later on, I'll be showing how the definition overall is diluted. A third thing that I liked was that in Article 3, they state the indivisibility and interdependent nature of the right to be free from violence. Indivisibility here referring to the equality of the right in the body of human rights, equal to other rights, cannot be hierarchically undermined, and also interdependent signaling to the bundle of rights or claims related to violence against women and how this right adversely affects other rights. And then in Article 3, in terms of what could be termed as an advancement, the scope of the convention applies to all forms of violence against women in public and private spheres, as well as in cyberspace. So I think the innovation there being, the use of the term cyberspace, as we've heard from very articulately from Janet, that the latter innovation was very narrowly construed. So in terms of my next assignment was to sort of give a critique of what the gaps and the challenges and the missed opportunities are. And before I did that, I wanted to share with you the feminist legal analysis that is informing this critique so that we can sort of be in the same page in terms of where am I coming from. So the first is that when we are coming, when you're writing treaties, and before I say this, I actually want to sort of align myself and adopt the presentation of Dr. Banda. I really enjoyed and agreed with everything he said. That was when my Red Bull was pumping. So I was like pumping my fist in the air and saying, yes, amen, hallelujah. I was agreeing with everything that he said. And so with regards to Article 2 and 3 in particular, I was going to say that one of the things that you must have in mind when you're looking at such an article, we've read it, on the face of it, it looks okay, is that when you're writing treaties, there must be normative coherence and complementarity. Treaties should not be written in abstract. Rather, you must be alive to the existing normative ecosystem that this treaty is coming to bind. So what are the binding norms in this ecosystem? What are the persuasive standards that you could advance, that you could concretize? What are the legal jurisprudential gains that feminist interlocutors, litigators, advocacy has achieved? How could you push further the rights? What should be affirmed? What innovations can be concretized? And this is really, really important because when you think about the subjects of these treaties, the subjects are states. And so you sort of have to sort of have a menu that is complementary, because if you have uniform standards, the subject, the parties are all the states. The parties are the same, mean that they're the states. So it's sort of like you're giving a menu that is not uniform. So in terms of what should be key in thinking about Article 2 and 3, what key landmarks should the drafter or drafters have had in mind before they sort of came to write Article 2 and 3? So there are certain key GBV and VOW normative landmarks. First is just the adoption of CEDAW in 1979. And then CEDAW has its general recommendations, particularly General Recommendation 12, especially General Recommendation 19, which was really phenomenal. These are general recommendations related to violence against women, and General Recommendation number 19 in particular was really phenomenal because it's sort of, at the time, the right to be free from violence against women had not been codified. And so General Recommendation 19 came up with this wonderful formula that I'll be talking about that sort of elevated it to the level of a right, even though CEDAW, the treaty itself, the text had not expressly said. So we then had the Declaration on Violence Against Women that sort of pounced on those gains. And then you have the Inter-American Convention of Balam do Pará, which is sort of the equivalent of what we're trying to do now. that, sort of laid out binding norms also on violence against women. And you can see, for instance, when you look at the convention, that it sort of reflects some of the gains that were in CEDAW general recommendation, in CEVAWG again. So it was not constructed in the abstract. We then have the Maputo Protocol in 2003, our shining document. Don't you know? I mean, we always appreciated the Maputo Protocol, but I think now more than ever, we really see what a beautiful binding document it is. And then you have CEDAW General Recommendation 35, issued on the 25th anniversary of General Recommendation 19, just to come and affirm, some of those key norms of violence against women, and with very important innovations, such as, for instance, the fact that gender-based violence against women is now a customary international peremptory norm, meaning it's something that states no longer have an option to, that they cannot derogate from this right. In our very own continent, we had the Commission issuing guidelines combating sexual violence. And then in terms of, so when you think about our AU CEVAWG, I have placed it somewhere there below general recommendation number 12. And why I have done this is that although it should be at the bottom of the list because it's a 24, what year are we in? 25. Although it should be at the bottom of the list because it's the most recent document, to me, when I look at its content, and particularly when I look at these two articles that I was tasked to handle, it's as if this convention was written right after 1989, because you cannot see the richness of the General Recommendation 19 and everything else that came afterwards. And I've heard a lot of, counter arguments where people are saying, and coming from the AU office where they're saying, what about the autochthony argument? The autochthony counter argument is where they're saying that, African solutions to African problems, we need to have indigenous treaties. And the counter argument to that counter argument is that uniqueness in approach should not just be, you just can't aim to be unique for the sake of being unique. Uniqueness must be in furtherance of human rights. And the Maputo Protocol is a stellar example of that. It's a document that is autochthonous, is indigenous, but towards innovation. So we cannot be innovating backwards. And this would violate the principle of non-retrogression. So even if we are claiming to have African solutions, they must be solutions that advance human rights. So not ones that are retrogressive. And then the second thing that's sort of informing my analysis is that treaties should demonstrate fidelity to the feminist field. And so I picked two key feminist achievements that really should have informed these two articles. And this is true of any field, whether it's physics, like you just can't be, for instance, coming up with theories that don't recognize gravity. There's work that has gone before you. So you must, when you're coming up with documents, you must have fidelity to certain key achievements, key norms that have already been concretized. So for instance, one of the big ones is that whole challenge of the public-private divide. And historically, violence in the private sphere was always excluded from the protection of the law. And you have many countries still to date where marital rape, for instance, is still not, protected, or where police officers, would frequently, when people would report domestic violence, intimate partner violence, they would say, those are family matters. And so one of the key feminist normative achievements is that the mischief that in defining violence against women, to say that it takes place in public and private spheres, it's very important that we always use that sort of full nomenclature and full framing, because it's sort of a key thing that feminists had to work very hard to get states to actually be accountable for violence that's also occurring in the private sphere. Another key feminist achievement is that what I call the GBV formula, which was given to us by CEDAW's General Recommendation 19. And for me, how I understand this GBV formula is that, like the way we have, so it's that the GBV formula is essentially framing GBV as a form of discrimination, which is very important. And secondly, it's recognizing the indivisibility and interdependence with other human rights. So essentially what GR19 gave us is that it recognized that GBV impairs and undermines other rights. So for instance, when you suffer a form of violence, It undermines your right to life, your right to dignity, potentially your right to health, potentially freedom from torture. And so the fact that it undermines these rights, they then use reverse engineering to say that then surely it must mean that you have a right to be free from violence. But simultaneously, they also said that the fact that you have right to life, right to dignity, right to mental health, liberty and security of the person, then this right plus this right plus this right cumulatively means that you do have a right to be free from GBV. So again, historically, another very key feminist achievement. So how do our articles then fare? In terms of the major gaps that I then identified, one is there is weak nomenclature and normative grounding of these two articles. So Article 2 is the one that outlines the right to be free from violence, and I find that it's unanchored from foundational feminist principles, and Article 3 does not correct this gap. So, and this happens in two ways. First of all, it's just in the naming itself. So we're talking about the right to be free from all violence, but nowhere does the word gender-based surface. So using the term gender-based violence against women would have been a stronger use of language because it would have explicitly connected the violence to its structural causes. So as it is, you know, the way they framed it, every woman and girl has a right to be free from all forms of violence. It really reads as if, it could read to a court, it could read to an uninformed audience that as if this violence is an individual isolated problem, and it could obscure, and it will indeed obscure, the systematic nature and the structural causes that are underlying this violence. And so it would then obviously also obscure systemic responses and remedies. But again, also super critically for me was the whole lack of a non-discrimination analysis. I was so confused. I kept on just scrolling through the whole document. And have you ever seen a human rights treaty that did not have a non-discrimination clause? I mean, where is it? Where is the equality clause? So typical human rights treaties would have a sort of standard non-discrimination or equality clause, and then specialized treaties such as this would have a non-discrimination clause that sort of goes to the heart of the matter. And I had Dr. Banda sort of alluding to something like that as well with regards to state obligations. So for instance, even when you look at CRPD, when you look at Maputo Protocol Article 2, when you look at CEDAW Article 2, really innovative. So, I mean, where is the whole non-discrimination argument? How could it just be missing? How are we going to frame violations? I was just very, very confused about this. And then the grounding, as I'm saying, to be free from violence is not, the right to be free from violence is not grounded in discrimination. And really the sad thing is that this connection, we made it 33 years ago. Guys, we can't be unique in this sense. This is not one of the ways we want to be unique. This connection was made by CEDAW in 1992. Many in the room were not even born. Not all the reports of state parties adequately reflected the close connection between discrimination against women, gender-based violence, and violations of human rights and fundamental freedom. So to me, that whole, so the articles, to me, the key, it's in what is missing. So there's a lot that is missing that is very, very key. Another gap that has really confused me as well is this fragmentation of the definition. So by framing Articles 2 and 3 as is, you know, so we read it. So we see Article 2 says every woman and girl has a right to be free from all violence, all forms of violence. And then you have Article 3, which is saying scope. The convention shall apply to all forms of violence against women in public and private spheres. So this should ideally be a unified definition of gender-based violence against women. That is the right to be free from violence in private or public spaces, that is everywhere, and in peacetime or conflict, that is all the time. So the articulation of the right as is does not amount to strong human rights framing, and it fragments what should be indivisible, which is the recognition that GBVAW in any sphere amounts to a human rights violation. So the implications of this fragmentation is that it's really a regression and an undermining of a really key feminist achievement, which is that the recognition of GBVAW in international law, in the way that it smashed that public-private divide. That's a really key feminist achievement. If you were to say top 10 key feminist achievements in international law, this would always be one of them. So I think to not include that in the framing is really a major gap. The other implication for this is that separating the right, which I said is where the obligation flows from the scope, then amounts to a conceptual dilution and invites inconsistent interpretation by states and courts. So it means that they may always in future always interpret this right narrowly, where they simply speak about every woman and girl has the right to be free from all forms of violence without the understanding of the sphere and the timing and the place. So I think there's room for that to be construed more narrowly, because it means a court would then need to go out of its way to always include this sort of ancillary provision in Article 3, which is termed scope. And then also, like, why? I'm just anyone who has any clue, Dr. Banda, I will come all the way to Lusaka to meet this consult. I'm just so curious why. Because I've tried to think, I've thought about it for long. I just can't see the reason why it would be separated like that. And then another major gap is the weak articulation of indivisibility and interdependence. So again, it's very great the way it mentions it in Article 2, that every woman and girl has the right to be free from all forms of violence, which right is indivisible from and interdependent with other human rights and fundamental freedoms. And then, like, why did we stop there? Is it running out of space, time? Like, it would have been, I think, so useful to link it to include that non-exhaustive list of rights. And I had somebody speak about it just like 10 minutes ago, to sort of, and Article 3 does not broaden that frame. So it would have been stronger to sort of connect the way GBV is cross-cutting and the way it has a systemic reach. It's rarely ever a single issue, so it would have been stronger framing to sort of have this provision and then to include this list of how it has cascading effects on the right to life, right to dignity, right to health, right to education, right to work, political participation, ensuring that the list is non-exhaustive, saying, using that term includes, that GBV is also interacts with the following rights. And I think that could have strengthened interpretation by facilitating claims across multiple rights violations. As we speak, I'm just sitting here trying to wonder if you're sort of drafting submissions or wanting to bring a claim, and then you sort of have your Article 2, for instance, on the right to live free from violence. And maybe the violence, the form of violence that you're bringing also violates the right to health. As we speak, where are you going to hang it? Like, where are you now going to be forced to go outside of this convention? Imagine going outside of this convention to look for the right to health. Like, why? Or dignity? Why could we not articulate this closely bundle of rights and claims that are related to GBVAW? So I also think that having that list would advance jurisprudential boundaries, particularly in national contexts that have weaker GBV norms. So when you think about countries, for instance, that have not codified the right to be free from gender-based violence, but then you have this sort of list of other rights, you could see how you could use them to advance the argument that the fact that, this woman or this girl had a right to life, that she had a right to dignity, that she had a right to health, that she had a right to be free from torture, which are all recognized in this country's constitution, for instance. You could use it to advance arguments of freedom from GBV in national context. So I think overall, in light of these gaps, Articles 2 and 3 miss a critical normative opportunity to frame VAWG as gendered and as a manifestation of discrimination. And in fragmenting the right, the way it's in 2 articles, we weaken feminist gains and we fail to comprehensively capture interdependence. And I think cumulatively, these gaps weakens the convention's conceptual foundation, and they risk diluting state accountability. Other challenges and missed opportunities that I saw, I think this was me just very irritated. So this is just a repetition in terms of how I think that the separation of drafting Articles 2 and 3 separately will create interpretive hardship or ambiguity. I think it's really clumsy drafting. So for instance, Article 3 is not even framed as a right. It's not even framed as an obligation. Like, what is it? It just says Article 3 scope. The convention shall apply to all forms. I just think it's a really clumsy way of drafting it. I don't see the value in separating. And again, I'm just asking why. And so, as I said, there's a risk of jurisprudence developing in that diminished framing and a risk of uneven implementation across diverse legal systems. Because when states are given the choice, obviously, between a stronger framing and a weak framing, no marks for guessing which one they will go for. And then another missed opportunity in terms of Article 3, what I think it would have been useful for locationally is to anchor core state obligations related to VAW. And I had Dr. Banda asking this question earlier, like what specific obligation really can you call out that is unique to gender-based violence against women that is in this treaty? I think this is where, for instance, we could have done this. Prohibition of GBV has now crystallized into a peremptory norm. It's part of customary international law. We could have used this section, for instance, to infer an obligation for its prohibition in all states, calling for criminalization of all forms of gender-based violence, including marital rape, for instance. This is where we could have come up with obligations related to non-discrimination. Again, where is non-discrimination, such as the duty to respect, protect, and fulfill women's rights to non-discrimination, and the enjoyment of de jure and de facto equality, which is very important with regards to substantive equality in relation to GBV. This is where we could have used to come up with a co-obligation on interpretive clarity, that state obligations comprise responsibility for the actions of both state and non-state actors, articulating those due diligence provisions, due diligence obligations here, prevention, investigations, prosecution, punishment, provision of remedies, and so on and so forth. So I think that's really a core missed opportunity. In terms of the recommendations to close gaps, my biggest recommendation and wish is that we turn back the hands of time. But since that is not possible, it would be to reframe just the nomenclature from VAWG to GBVAW, to re-anchor GBVAW in the principle of non-discrimination, which is understood as a structural systemic issue, and an affirmation of the right to be free from GBVAW in all spheres and at all times. So a clear affirmation that the right sort of includes that element of in all spheres and at all times. How do I think this can be achieved? In a treaty redo, we've had in this meeting that we'll sort of on the third day be talking about, you know, at this point, what are the options in terms of how this treaty could be redone? In the worst case scenario, if this treaty stays as is, I guess it would be through amendment. It would be through adopting interpretive instruments such as general comments or guidelines, noting that these are non-binding in nature. And this would be very, very unfortunate to sort of have had this opportunity to have binding norms only to resort to have them in non-binding nature. Other implementation strategies, again, I would hate for us to get here, would be in domestication. We have AU model legislation that sort of interprets AU CEVAWG progressively and expansively. The state reporting guidelines would obviously need to be very, very strong in articulating what sort of, and this is something that CEDAW committee has also been really good in doing, sort of expanding and things that are not even in the, so we would need to be doing what they were doing in 1980. We would need to be doing that in 2025, where we are starting now to sort of pull out things that are not in the text, being very creative in pulling out obligations that are not in the text to ensure that states are reporting on their obligations comprehensively. And then litigation and advocacy would need to, of course, empower feminist interlocutors to be magicians so that they can advocate for progressive interpretation of this very, very weak treaty as is. And so here I have what I think is a feminist alternative of what this article, so just sort of, this is just repetitive, just sort of rehashing what I think Articles 2 and 3 should have captured from a feminist perspective. I've already spoken to this, and I just wanted to end with this feminist ethos that sort of underlines everything that we're doing here, which is this sort of brief sort of statement from Pumla Dineo, and I won't say her last name because there are South Africans in the room, where she says patriarchy is brutal. It is normalized in public and private spaces. It deploys entire institutions explicitly and through deception. As a key feminist principle, therefore, I never just portray patriarchy's brutality at work without gesturing towards its unmaking. We must never leave patriarchy uncommented on as we illustrate its workings. It is never enough to simply illustrate how patriarchy works in order to understand it. The feminist imperative is to think against it, strategize against it, and consistently work to destroy it. It may be a long, bloody battle, but I am committed to the consistent creation of feminist hope and a patriarchy-free future. So I just wanted to say that I identify with this feminist ethos, these words from Pumla, and I just celebrate Isla, Fòs Feminista, and Akina Mama Afrika for giving us a space to comment and strategize and work towards destroying the work of patriarchy. Thank you very much for your attention. Over.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Mariam, for that. And I think you have just reaffirmed what we always feel when we are engaging with the AU. It's interesting that you have stated 1989. If we were to take a poll, most of us were toddlers. And so being in this room now as an adult doing work that should have been done when we were toddlers is what is actually very annoying. But I think that goes on to just demonstrate that this is what we actually up against if we are being truthful with the work that we are doing. And so I guess let's see how this goes, whether it will be at 89 or 1929. Let's see.
You are what? You are ready to vote. We don't have a voting exercise for this one. It will happen tomorrow. Any question, comment from the room? Online? You ready? Yeah. No, I mean, if you have any afterthought about this presentation, you are more than welcome to also present it tomorrow. But so far, people are saying that the presentation is clear. I don't know if I believe you or it's because you're tired, but it was actually. But thank you so much. Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think this brings us to the end and the close of day one. Yeah, and it's literally 8 minutes past the promise, which is 5:40. Thank you so much. Yes, Prof? You have something to say?
Thanks, Mariam. It's Rashida. Throughout the process, there was this refrain, African solutions for African problems, right? And so there wasn't a sense of let's look at all the instruments, let's look at the best that we can draw on. So it was the lowest common denominator is let's start afresh because we want something that's unique to us. So there wasn't a sense of looking at a 1994 instrument, the Bellum de Para, then looking at CEDAW, recognizing that the CEDAW general recommendations are non-binding. I'm still a believer in that. for me, it hasn't attained the status of customary international law as yet. And so this refrain of African solutions for African problems did lead to a certain invisibility about, and we looked at the Istanbul Treaty as well. I mean, the legal expert didn't want to look at any of that. So this drafting of 156 pages and then 98 pages was done very much in isolation of looking at normative standards that exist. And that's a difficult issue to deal with. You know, I mean, you are citing progressive stuff, and if no one wants to listen to that because Africa has to have its own unique stamp on something, and it's as if we don't learn lessons from other systems. And there was no conversation about, it wasn't about a wholesale transporting of other norms and standards and then saying, what can we get from it? There was no, we unique, we're going to do it this way. And that's quite the challenge as well, because you are talking about standards that already existed and, the contestations that had already gone ahead, and what we finally ended up with the General Recommendation 35. So I do think that the structure of having a legal expert appointed, supported by UN agencies, particularly UN Women, led to, this is what it is, and there's no room for contestation. So we're going to follow the formula of, yes, we have a larger reference group, we have a drafting committee that actually didn't draft anything because it was the legal expert. So, it's a structural problem that needs to be recognized. And as much as we would love the other standards that are in the Bellum de Para, the Council of Europe, etc., to look at that to see how it can shape our thinking, wasn't. So this is, I don't know why there was this thinking of a uniquely African treaty that could be drafted in isolation of looking at what had gone before. And how could we make it context specific, but at the same time having the highest normative standards? And maybe it had to do with a particular legal expert drafting it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to
Mike, could I kindly speak
you want to comment, Dr. Miriam?
Yes, please.
Just a second
Yes,
then.
please. Okay, I wanted to say that also we need to begin pushing back against that narrative because it's also dishonest when they say that they wanted to do something truly African, because for instance, even this definition of the right to live free from violence is picked from other international laws, only that they picked half of it. So they're not even, so it's also false. When they're saying we wanted to do something truly African, I actually wish that was the case, because then, and then it could have been innovative and progressive. So it's actually not true. They did, I'm sure if for everyone that had their article, I could show you where it came from. I could show you where they pasted this article to from. Only she picked half of it. So it's not even true that they're doing something uniquely African. So I think we can also begin to push back against that lie, because that's what it is.
In the group, you come meet me and Wafia later in the evening, and we'll be around in the lobby or something like that. Yeah? Okay, we'll communicate on WhatsApp.